I look so bad right now. And it's okay. It's not that big of a deal because I don't need to look good ish. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Ajoute de rôle. Enfin. Oui, disponible intéressé. C'est quand est-ce qu'elle a envoyé ça? Ok, bien juste de me l'envoyer. Anyway, so we are doing stuff today. I don't know how long this stream is gonna be, but it might be a tiny bit long because mama's got shit to do. Okay, new year, new me. I wanna go back to my roots, and roots being I used to do my movie anime reaction while doing my hair. I think like my first reaction video was basically me reacting to something while I was doing my hair. So we are going back to my roots today. But first, I'm just gonna make a very very simple, quick makeup look because I feel like I kind of look like not so good. And then once I feel like I put a little bit of eyebrows, I put a little bit of color on my skin, then we can quickly go to my hair. Other than that, I hope that we're going back to true crime. No, you're not coming on mommy today. Mommy's gonna do her hair. You're gonna be all over the place. Um what was that? Oh yeah, yeah. We are not in a shortage of true crime. We always have things to talk about because the world is ugly. We have world leaders abducting other world's leader nowadays. Like we are living in a crazy world run by pedo. So let's just c'est quoi? Let's just get entertained. Oh Lord. Let's just get entertained, with other people's misery and get into it. So we're gonna start with the last video that she posted, which is a teen girl missing on cruise found under mattress, and main suspect is a 16 years old obsessed stepbrother. Sheesh. Let's get to it. Oh, let me just, of course. No, still come on spot. I swear to God, I'm gonna put you back in the living room. What was I doing? Oh yeah, yeah. Also, yes. For the hair, okay. Before people ask me, I already have my little reference. This is sort of what I'm gonna try, attempt. If it doesn't work, I'm going for something else. Okay. Y'all, black hair is a pain. It's hard. It's not easy. It's commitment. It's skills. It's practice. Practice makes perfect. Today it's practice. So, without further ado, let's get to it. Mm. No! What the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. Give me a sec. I didn't even put it on the right. There you go. I knew something was missing. There you go.
Bada bing, bada boo.
The guy in the bright red tomato Hawaiian shirt and a 20-foot-long shipping container filled with cocaine are probably headed to this same exact place. It's a place called Port Miami. Welcome to this tiny floating piece of land in Miami, Florida, where half of it is like a giant international airport, but instead of airplanes, you have megaliners, cruise ships, ushering passengers on and off their cruises, making sure that they go through security, immigrations, customs. And then on the other side, you've got massive ships filled with shipping containers, sometimes, a lot of times, millions of dollars of illicit drugs being smuggled into South Florida, to the point where the vice admiral of the Coast Guard based in Miami has stated in public messages to the cartels, "We own the sea, not you. We will find you. We will hunt you before you harm anyone on our shores." That coupled with the fact that it is one of the many busiest shipping ports in the United States, It's not going to be the most shocking thing when you see FBI agents, federal agents in Port Miami. I mean, they've also nicknamed Port Miami the cruise capital of the world. In 2025, the Port Miami saw, I believe, close to 8.6 million cruise passengers coming in and out of the port. It is one of the few cruise terminals that can handle multiple mega ships at once. I think they can accommodate 12 vessels at once, which sounds not like a lot, right?
No, that's a lot.
But then you realize that these mega cruise ships are essentially skyscrapers. Lay them down on their side, and there's just 12 skyscrapers from New York City lined up in the water, taking you out to an all-you-can-eat buffet out on the deep sea. And it's really cutthroat. They have something called the turnaround day. It's when a cruise ship disembarks one set of passengers, restocks, and embarks a new set of passengers within the span of 8 to 12 hours. And then sometimes out of the 12 megaliner spots that they have open, there could be like half of them that are doing a disembark day. So you've got 8 to 12 hours to get everybody off the ship. That alone can take 3 to 5 hours. Each ship, some of these big ones, they have 4,000 people on there, 4,000 passengers. That's not including crew.
Wow.
There would be about 70 to 80 massive truck trailers pulled up to the terminal to deliver provisions for the next trip. Sometimes you see like 30,000 pounds of just meat going into one ship. Near the end of November this year, there was one point where 10 ships were docked simultaneously, and they had more than 320 trucks coming in to help restock supplies for these cruise ships. But because of how many cruises take place daily and just the sheer logistics of being out in the water with as many good backup plans as a major corporation would have, which is never a lot of things go wrong on a cruise. And a lot of the times, it's the cruise's fault. And that's like a very bold statement. It's merely an opinion. And by cruise, I don't mean the crew. I mean the corporation, like the poop cruise. The Carnival cruise takes off. It's the Carnival Triumph, and it's a 4,100 passenger type ship. So there's a lot of people on board. This is their vacation. A fire breaks out in the mechanical room. All electrical systems are down, which means no Wi-Fi, no entertainment, no AC, no filtered air pumping through generously, no heater. But the most prevalent malfunction is the fact that there are no working toilets anywhere on the ship. Passengers' toilets are just buckets at this point until they start overflowing.
This is the one that happened like last year or the year before?
Yeah, a few years ago. There was a documentary that was released on Netflix.
Right,
yes.
okay.
So, I mean, they turned from poop buckets to just poop fountains. Poop fecal matter spraying into the staterooms, into the hallways, everywhere. It was likened to fecal lasagna floating on open seas. There's much more to the entire story with Carnival Triumph and Carnival trying to suppress the media attention. The cruise actually knowingly sailed past a fuel leak, which probably should have alerted them to something being wrong with the vessel. The whole poop cleanup itself cost $115 million.
What?
So if you're ever on Carnival Sunrise, just know that's the poop cruise.
Dang.
They renamed it, yeah. But it does make sense because I believe the vessel is itself worth closer to $650 million.
Whoa.
I mean, these are massive ships.
$115 million of poop to clean is crazy. Mes amis. You know, going on a cruise is one of those shit that I kind of always associated with rich, retired white people. Some people deadass just live on a cruise, which is, I mean, damn. But a poop cruise though, bitch? No, ma'am.
And although, I would say that
and you're stuck on the water with other people's poop, I would have died. Now I want to see the documentary because that sounds
the
crazy.
most common occurrences. I will say that whenever a crime or a missing person,
I need to stop fucking pausing, but there's nothing that I hate more than other people's bodily fluid, bitch. If it ain't mine, and even if it's mine, but like if it's not mine, oh honey. Okay, I'm gonna go back.
Buckets at this point until they start overflowing.
This is the one that happened like last year or the year before?
Yeah, a few years ago. There was a documentary that was released on Netflix.
Right,
yes.
okay.
So, I mean, they turned from poop buckets to just poop fountains. Poop fecal matter spraying into the staterooms, into the hallways, everywhere. It was likened to fecal lasagna floating on open seas.
Bro, fecal lasagna is a
much more to the entire story with Carnival Triumph and Carnival trying to suppress the media attention. The cruise actually knowingly sailed past a fuel leak, which probably should have alerted them to something being wrong with the vessel. The whole poop cleanup itself cost $115 million.
What?
So if you're ever on Carnival Sunrise, just know that's the poop cruise.
Dang.
They renamed it, yeah. But it does make sense because I believe the vessel is itself worth closer to $650 million.
Whoa.
I mean, these are massive ships. And although, I mean, I would say that these are the most common occurrences. I will say that whenever a crime or a missing person on a cruise ship happens, it does make headlines for weeks. But it doesn't occur as often as I guess we are inclined to believe. I mean, usually it's some minuscule variation of a poop cruise. Like typically these are the mishaps on cruises. It's like a small backup toilet that's not flushing well, or there's some sort of malfunction and it inconvenienced a small group of people in a small way, or a drunken fight where everybody is still physically okay, but it was a fiasco.
But we also talked about a few cases, right? That people just
Yeah.
gone missing on the cruise.
I will say that a lot of people do die on cruises every year, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that cruises are a preferred form of vacation for elderly people. So a lot of them will pass away on board.
Oh, okay,
but it's not anything sinister or nefarious. And it's not like a shocking number.
Yeah.
But I'm still inclined not to go on a cruise just because
Really?
I get a little freaked out. But it doesn't happen
kinda still wanna
as
go.
regularly as we are conditioned to believe. But it does happen. November 8th, 2025, a small group of people at Port Miami, they see this small SUV drive up to the Carnival Horizon cruise ship that just docked. The SUV, in comparison to the cruise ship, looks like a tiny little ant, but I feel like the SUV is scarier because it just thick letters on the side of the car. It reads Miami-Dade County Medical Examiner, not ambulance, medical examiner. You don't call a medical examiner until you have a body.
Exactly.
Soon after, FBI agents are seen bringing what appears to be a cadaver transport carrier off the cruise ship and into the FBI vehicle. Immediately, people online are trying to piece together what happened, and two things start popping up. One, it's stated that just the day before, while still out at sea, while they're still sailing back to Port Miami, Carnival issued letters to passengers in a specific deck in a specific hallway of staterooms. So if you're staying on this level, on this floor, in this hallway, you're getting a letter on your door. The letter reads, with the Carnival letterhead at the top, dated November 7th, 2025, Dear Carnival Horizon guest, we have made arrangements for you to have priority debarking on tomorrow morning. Authorities will be joining the ship first thing upon arrival to complete an investigation and will be in the area of your hallway. It could be noisy and disruptive, so we kindly ask that you be out of your stateroom by 7 a.m. We will have breakfast for you, Meridian DR Annex Deck 4, starboard side, and then our team will escort you off the ship ahead of other guests. Doesn't really sound, I mean, it sounds urgent because an investigation, you get priority disembarking. I mean, what could be going on? And then you couple it with another TikTok that starts circulating of a woman who is staying in that same exact deck, same exact hallway, and she says that she found out that someone was dead in the hallway. She starts off the video by describing her experience on the cruise ship thus far, and she's been having like back-to-back nightmares, which is not the point, but she's just saying it's just been a weird trip. She's on the same cruise, Carnival Horizon, and she says, we woke up and they're talking about somebody got killed on my floor, the 8th floor, like down the hall. So somebody got murdered on the cruise ship. There's security standing in front of the door. The body is still in the room. The body won't be off until tomorrow. When we go to Miami, when we get off, FBI has to come and investigate. The body is still on the same floor that I'm sleeping on. I will note that it's highly unlikely that the body is kept in the stateroom. It's more likely that security and medical staff respond, notify the captain, notify shore authorities. Usually they'll photograph the entire room and how the body is discovered along with anything else of importance before moving the body to the morgue, because every cruise ship has a morgue. But it's likely that security is stationed outside.
Every cruise ship has a morgue?
Every single cruise ship has a morgue.
Of course.
They don't
Wow.
have, a morgue attendee or anything like that. But
It's for like incidents?
yeah, and usually the doctor on board, I believe, will be the one taking
makes
care of
sense.
the morgue. And again, a lot of them have gone onto Reddit because I was intrigued by this and I went down a rabbit hole. A lot of them say it sounds sinister, it sounds creepy because of all the news that we see, but a lot of the times it's elderly people,
Yeah, no, that makes
which
sense
is
to
still
me.
sad. Nonetheless.
course.
And they
Yeah.
actually advocate that if you are a senior citizen going on a cruise, you should definitely get travel insurance because it can cover and help your family cover transport
the
of your
transport.
body back
Damn.
home,
I mean, they kind of
which would be different than if you were to.
Well, my
should
parents
be
going on a
mandatory.
cruise.
Okay. Yeah.
Wow, interesting.
Yeah, every cruise ship does have a morgue. And so it's very likely that the body was placed in the morgue and there is security stationed outside the room to make sure nobody tampers with a potential open crime scene. Now, the TikToker says at one point, her sister had heard someone screaming for help. And then they find out that someone has potentially been killed on the same floor that they're on. I mean, she's understandably very freaked out. She says that she's not even going to leave her room for the rest of the 24 hours. And she's just going to keep her sisters nearby just in case. She doesn't know what's going on. So you have someone on TikTok claiming that someone was potentially killed on their floor, an alleged Carnival letter issued to passengers of that floor advising them that they're going to disembark earlier than the others. Then you have federal agents showing up to the vessel once it's docked, along with the Miami-Dade County medical examiner. What the hell happened on the Carnival Horizon cruise ship? Just 24 hours before docking, a room attendant had walked into one of the staterooms. A lot of people will call them like maids, housekeepers, room attendant. And there were 3 teenagers staying in this specific room together. You have 18-year-old Anna Kepner. You have her 14-year-old half-brother. So they have the same dad. And then you have her 16-year-old stepbrother. They have no blood relations. Okay, so the stepbrother's mom just married Anna's dad.
Got it. Okay.
The rest of their family are also on the cruise. They have 2 other rooms on the ship. And it was supposed to be this blended family cruise ship. They wanted to make it an annual thing. And then, November 7th, 2025, Anna is found by the room attendant under the mattress, wrapped in a blanket and covered with life jackets. She had been killed. And the main suspect so far, it appears, might be her 16-year-old stepbrother. And her dad, her stepmom, they're all just being very suspicious. This is the current ongoing case of Anna Kepner and how every single adult in her life is being oddly weird about her murder on this cruise ship.
Brother. Now listen. Sometimes you hear these family stories about like an injustice, and instead of like trying to get justice for the person who died, they try to protect the person who did the crime. Now, I feel like the only time when I would understand is if, let's say, I don't know. Because I remember the CSI story where the girl was getting abused by her uncle, and her dad found out because he caught the uncle as the girl was, I think, stabbing him. Anyway, it was a whole thing. He helped the girl kind of like bury the body, and obviously they didn't tell nobody about it. And that is something that I can understand. Pedophiles and rapists should die. Now, if we're talking about the innocent girl who's on a cruise with her family, why the fuck are we protecting the potential killer? Did the girl commit something? Was she an abuser? Like, why are we protecting? In this case, I don't understand why we would protect the killer, you know? But let's see.
Today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the Joyful Heart Foundation. They're working to transform society's response to SADV and CA and support survivors healing with resources like education, advocacy, policy change. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we would also like to thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. Now, a few disclaimers. Today's episode involves themes of potential SA. Lots of minors are going to be mentioned. All of their names are going to be redacted. There is also a very crazy custody battle that's in the works, so please watch with caution and take breaks if you need to. Today's episode is also currently ongoing. I'm sure many of you guys have been following the news, the updates, the investigations. So this is going to be everything we know up until the release date of this episode. For updates past that, you can probably look for a pinned comment. I'm going to try to follow up as quickly as we get more developing news. No one has been found guilty in a court of law as of right now. I mean, these are all just allegations being shared by the police, the news, the media, and then some of them by the parents themselves. So with that in mind, let's get started. May 6, 2025, a message is sent from a woman named Chantel Kepner. Chantel is very important. Chantel is the stepbrother's mom. Chantel. She's the stepmom. Chantel the stepmom.
Chantel was Chantel on the ship?
Yes, Chantel was on the ship. So this is 6 months before they get on the boat. Chantel is texting her ex-husband Thomas. And there's going to be a lot of names, but I'm going to try to make it clear. Thomas, the ex-husband. Now, this text message reads, "Good afternoon. I wanted to give you a heads up that we have a family trip planned from November 2nd to November 8th. We'll be going on a cruise that departs from Miami and stops in Jamaica, Grand Cayman, and Mexico before returning to Miami. In order to move forward with the necessary travel documents, could you please send me your current mailing address so that I can send you the passport forms that need to be signed? And I'll include a prepaid envelope for returning them. Thanks in advance, Chantel." Chantel and her ex-husband, Thomas, they share 2 kids together. A 16-year-old son, the stepbrother, and a 9-year-old daughter. She's going to take them both on this cruise. And she wants permission because, that's how custody works. About a month later, the ex-husband, Thomas, he's still not sent the forms back. He just responds, "I'm not sure if I'm willing to sign the forms. I'm not okay with my kids going out of the country. Until we can find some common ground and set something up, I'm not okay with them leaving the state. Being that I have not talked to or seen my kids in so long, I will talk to my attorney and see what can be done. Maybe we can agree on something that benefits the kids having both parents in their lives." Chantel will take the kids on the trip anyway. And by the end of it, her 16-year-old son is going to be a suspect in the murder of Anna Kepner.
Bruh.
Nearly 32 hours after Anna Kepner is murdered, Chantel is going to text her ex-husband once more. "I need you to call me. It's an emergency." There are apparently 5 main categories for cruise liners.
Oh, boy.
You've got mainstream, premium, luxury, ultra luxury, and expedition.
I have a quick question though, because technically speaking, maybe she falsified the document, because aren't you supposed to have like both signature? But I guess, I don't know. I guess if they see a signature, they're gonna assume that it's the parent. They're not. Yeah, I guess they're gonna assume that it's the parent. So if that's the case, then it's very easy to abduct a child. Because how the fuck was she able to go on a cruise if one of the parents did not agree? If you're gonna take a child outside of the state, now obviously there's always the petty parents who's like, ha 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 ha, I can do this and hold it over like my ex's head and just ruin her. Like some petty parents are fucking annoying. I get that, but also, I don't know, like, I don't like the idea that she still took the kids in a cruise when she didn't have the consent of the other parent. Like, I can understand both sides where, like, one is like, can you fucking stop always try to stop me from doing stuff with my kid? And the other is like, I can't even see my kid and you want to take them on a cruise? Fuck you. Either way, signature should have been confirmed, in my personal opinion. Because the idea that if my ex wants to take my child on the other side of the world and he forged my signature, I don't even know where my babies are, and I learned that that they are the other side of the world and I didn't even sign up for it. Ooh, honey, we're gonna have a fucking problem. So like, that's the part that I'm not okay with.
Which expedition is essentially a cruise where you go through the Drake's Passage and end up in Antarctica or some other remote location. You're not really there for the all-inclusive buffets and the casinos. You're there for the thrill. You're there to jump out of a helicopter and see a penguin. Obviously, price point is going to be one of the main, if not the main thing about choosing which category of cruise liner you're going to end up on. So starting with ultra luxury, think Ritz-Carlton Yacht Collection, Seabourn, Silver Sea. It's intimate, perhaps.
Okay, I'm sorry. There's a Ritz-Carlton fucking... What?
Only 200.
Unlike the rest. Yeah, I bet it isn't. I bet it's a motherfucking Ritz, bitch. What do you mean? I want to see what it's like inside. I want to dream. Culinary experience, rejuvenating mind and body. And is that a sweet? Is that one of the sweet? Ah! What do you mean, yacht? Embrace the yacht style? Jesus Christ. Ah, it must be great to be rich. It must be great. It must be awesome. What the fuck? Brother. Like, if that's one of the suites, Jesus Lord, man. Anyway. Mm. Mm. Let me try this. All right, let's go back a little bit.
Born Silver Sea. It's intimate, perhaps only 200 to 750 guests on a boat. I imagine a much older demographic. I've actually heard of a lot of people who are like, I'm gonna splurge and go on a honeymoon on one of these ultra luxury yacht trips, like the Ritz-Carlton, and by heard of people, I mean on Reddit. And they say that they regret it because you're just with a bunch of 60-year-old rich retirees and there's no fun. It's just a lot of fine dining.
So that's the most expensive one.
Yes, unless you're chartering a yacht, which is not really a cruise at that point.
How much are those? Do you know?
Yeah, so it really depends on how long you're going to be there. What's interesting about the ultra luxury trips is they never start and end in the same place. So you have to think about travel accommodations from the start position to the end position.
That's weird.
For example, Seabourn, 8-day trip in Japan, and then it ends in Hong Kong.
Huh.
Wow.
Yeah.
You have to fly back.
You have to fly to Japan, and then you might not leave the same day, so then you gotta find accommodations, and then you have to find a flight from Hong Kong back to wherever you live. It's just, it's kind of weird. But for that, it's about, it depends on the room, $3,500 to $10,000 a person for an 8-day trip. The Ritz-Carlton is even worse, starting at $11,000 to $12,000 a person for a similar trip. And then a small step down from that would be luxury and small yacht cruises. Oceania, Viking Ocean, Windstar. Again, much smaller ships in general, a huge focus still on the food. Lots of focus on fine dining. These are the types of boats that are gonna be like, we have a Michelin star chef on board. A lot of companies in this tier are gonna try to market the experience as almost like being on your own private yacht. It's very private. Some of these cruise liners, it's a 1-to-1 staff ratio, staff to passenger ratio. Then you have the next step down, premium cruise liners, Princess, Holland America, Celebrity Cruises, Virgin Voyages, which please don't book Virgin Voyages unless, okay, so no, you can, but you should know that from my extensive Reddit researching that I've done as someone who has never been on a cruise, Virgin Voyages has become swingers paradise. It's an adults-only cruise line.
Oh, but some people might be into that.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, don't book it until you kind of know what's going on.
Yeah.
Even if you're not into it, I think it could be fun. I'm just saying you should be aware before you get on the boat, and then you just see like a bunch of upside down pineapples everywhere, which I believe is the symbol for swinging. Yes,
I see.
And then you have the Disney cruises, which are very expensive, much the opposite of Virgin Voyages, child-focused, family-focused.
Makes sense.
And then after that, you've got your mainstream, or what they call mass market cruise lines. And these are your Royal Caribbeans, your Carnivals, and each company has a different energy. People say Royal Caribbean is a bit more laid back, but these ships, Royal Caribbean has the mega ships. When you see those pictures of a giant water park on the sea, it's a Royal Caribbean most of the time.
Oh my, what? I'm sorry. Oh my God, I am learning so much. What do you mean? What? A water slide on a Nah, I'm sorry. What? Oh my God. Oh my God. That's crazy. To put all that on a ship, bitch. Yo. What the fuck? I am shook. That's not a ship, bitch. That's a mini country, okay? That's a mini city. That's Montreal on a boat. Wow, I am learning things that I never even I don't know why. I feel like I shouldn't be surprised, but I am absolutely flabbergasted that there is a water slide on top of a ship. And a lot of just that's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot. Also the colors, it's so pretty. It's so overwhelming. I feel like it's the kind of place like I feel like we should hear more stories about people getting lost. This looks so big. Oh, child. I am overwhelmed. All right, let me go back a tiny bit. Sheesh.
And after that, you've got your mainstream, or what they call mass market cruise lines. And these are your Royal Caribbeans, your Carnivals, and each company has a different energy. People say Royal Caribbean is a bit more laid back. But these ships, Royal Caribbean has the mega ships. When you see those pictures of a giant water park on the sea, it's a Royal Caribbean most of the time. When you see ice skating rinks in a ship, that's Royal Caribbean. Think about entire Six Flags amusement parks on a boat type of feeling. However, that's the most fun you're gonna get out of Royal Caribbean. The parties are not gonna be as fun. The casinos are not as hyped. So you're gonna really focus a lot on going down the water slide nonstop for 8 days straight. That's the point of the Royal Caribbean. Now, Carnival is a lot more social oriented. And by that I mean, it's just a party on water. People say Carnival is like going back to a frat party, but being out at sea. And it's very family friendly. The Carnival Horizon, perhaps not as, amenity focused as any other Royal Caribbean ship. It still has a whole water park. Smaller. IMAX theaters, they've got Family Feud live, they have other live performances, and this specific trip, the Carnival Horizon, so the Horizon is the ship name, is going to set sail from Port Miami, November 2nd. It's going to be at sea for 6 nights, going to Jamaica, Grand Cayman, Mexico, before finally returning back to Port Miami. All in all, 6 days at sea. I believe 2 of those are sea days. So you have port days and sea days. Port days is like when you're docked at the port in Mexico and everyone can get off the ship. They have activities planned by the cruise ship that you can purchase, or you can do your own thing in Mexico. But you have to make it back on time to the cruise ship or they will leave. They're so cutthroat about this. They don't care if you're a 5-year-old child, they will leave you. So you've got your sea days, you've got your port days. And it appears the very first day at sea is the infamous sail away party. This is like the most anticipated part of the Carnival Horizon. You have everyone on deck. There is a DJ, there's entertainment, everybody's dancing, everybody's singing, and there is a passenger who takes a video of everyone doing the Cupid Shuffle. And it pans around the deck and you see a teenage girl in a white shirt, black shorts, doing the Cupid Shuffle. This is not really a magnificent video. It's not spectacularly filmed. It's not the most engaging. It's not something that would typically go viral on social media. But it does because you see Anna Kepner dancing, and you see her grandma in pink standing nearby, and by all accounts, it seems like Anna is very much enjoying her time with her grandparents on this ship. One comment reads, "Sweet baby, just having fun with her grandparents."
Who were all on the ship besides the 3 kids?
Yeah, okay, so we're gonna get into that. Okay. I do need to give you a quick rundown on the family background. 18-year-old Anna's biological parents are Chris Kepner. This is her dad. Anna's dad is Chris Kepner, and this woman named Heather. Heather does not live in Florida with Anna. She does not live in Florida with anybody. She apparently has very little, if any, contact with Anna, and there's quite a contentious relationship between the two. More on that later, but Anna's biological mom is a woman named Heather that lives in Oklahoma. Anna never really sees her. Anna doesn't really interact with her. In fact, Anna seems to have a lot of resentment towards her mom. So she mainly lives with her dad, Chris Kepner. And when Anna is 3 years old, her dad, Chris Kepner, remarries a woman named Tabitha. So this is Anna's first stepmom, is Tabitha. This part is also contentious, but it's been alleged that Chris cheated on Heather, Anna's biological mom, with their babysitter, Tabitha. To add fuel to that theory, I suppose, is the fact that Chris and Tabitha get married, and they do have a very substantial age gap. And so now Heather moves to Oklahoma. She leaves her biological daughter, Anna, moves to Oklahoma. Anna has a new stepmom. Tabitha then gives birth to Anna's first sibling, half sibling. This is September of 2011, which means Tabitha was very pregnant when she married Chris, actually. Wow. That's Anna's first half sibling. Then 6 years later, Tabitha and Chris have another child, a baby girl this time. So just another recap. Chris and Heather have Anna. They divorce. Chris marries Tabitha. They have a son. They have a daughter. 2 wives, 3 kids though, so far. Then Chris and Tabitha have a pretty nasty divorce where Tabitha gets primary custody of the 2 minor children, but not Anna. She's been Anna's stepmom since Anna was 3 to 16 years old, but she can't get custody of Anna, and Anna's, gonna turn 18 soon, turn into an adult soon.
Yeah,
and then Chris remarries another woman named Chantel. Now, Chantel has 3 kids of her own from a previous marriage to Thomas. So these are gonna be Anna's step-siblings. She's got an 18-year-old son named Andrew. Andrew is going to be very important later, but he's not on this cruise ship. I don't even think that Andrew and Anna really interacted much because Andrew stayed with his dad. So 18-year-old Andrew stays with Thomas. Chantel brings 2 minor children into this relationship. Her 16-year-old son, the main suspect so far, and then her 9-year-old daughter.
Got it. Okay.
So they get married. So this is where the custody gets a little bit complicated. Okay, I'm just going to give you an overview of all the children, and this is going to be organized in relation to when the children come into Anna's life. You have 18-year-old Anna, her 14-year-old half-brother from Tabitha, her 10-year-old half-sister from Tabitha, and now from Chantel, with no biological relation, she has her 18-year-old stepbrother Andrew, her 16-year-old stepbrother, and her 9-year-old stepsister. And just to clarify, not all of them live in the same house. When you're talking about who lives in the same house, you've got Chris Kepner, the dad, Chantel, the new stepmom. And because remember, Tabitha gets custody of the 2 minor kids, Chris just has Anna full-time. And then Chantel, 18-year-old Andrew, is with her ex, so she's got 2 minor kids. The stepson and the stepdaughter. 16-year-old, 9-year-old. So it's the 3 of them living under one roof.
Got
the
it.
3 kids. But it's a 3-bedroom house. Chris and Chantel, they get a room. Chantel's 16-year-old son gets a room. And Chantel's 9-year-old daughter gets a room. So that's 3 for 3. And 18-year-old Anna is left sleeping in the dining room. She has partitioned it off a little bit to make it a little bit cozier, but it is a dining room at the end of the day. I thought it was going to be more of a dining room. Like, you know how if it's sectioned off with walls on each side and maybe there's an opening into the kitchen? But no, it's like right next to the kitchen. It's more so like a breakfast nook. So in another TikTok, you see bits of this dining room setup, but you have a lot of TikToks that Anna had posted where it does seem like, and this is obviously speculation, but it does appear that perhaps Anna really was excited to get out of the house soon. She was set to graduate high school in May of 2026. So she's 6 months away from graduating. She wants to enlist in the Navy. She's already taken a military enlistment test. She wants to join the Navy, become a K-9 officer, and there seems to be a lot of tension. I don't know who the tension is directed towards. There are some reports that she didn't like her new stepmom, Chantel, that she was complaining like, these are essentially strangers that moved into our house. I don't know these people, and now I just have to act like she's my new stepmom. There is that sort of energy.
That's a report somewhere.
Yeah, that is like a basically hearsay report. And then there are TikToks that she herself has posted where she expresses a lot of disappointment towards her biological mom for not being in her life and towards ex-boyfriends, but also just life in general. In one TikTok, it's just a photo slide of 3 pictures. And the first one says, a glow stick has to break before it can glow. You swipe. So I broke, swipe, and now I'm wondering if I'll ever be able to glow again. Another one with the caption reads, having a good heart will only get you hurt in this generation. So it seems like Anna's going through a lot. Some people categorize it as teenage angst, but I will say, I think the people around her, the adults in her life, are pretty shit people. And that's not an implication of guilt. I personally think that they're not great.
Really?
Yeah. November 17th, 2025, over a week after the cruise ship docks in Port Miami, a post starts circulating on X. It's from a man named Martin, and Martin writes, I need everybody's help on this. If you haven't heard this story, then you have been living under a rock. This is my niece, Anna Kepner. She was 18 and was on a cruise ship with her dad, stepmom, and the family members. I cannot stay silent about this matter any longer. The stepmom's son killed her, stuffed her naked, beaten body in a sheet, and stuffed her under a bed and covered her with life jackets, then slept on the bed like nothing happened. He told his mom when no one could find Anna on the ship, so yes, they know who did this, and it sickens me that the father, Chris, remains silent about it. Please pass this on till maybe it gets to somebody that can do something about it. If nothing is done, it will all come out on the 20th. At least, that's what the stepmom has said after threatening family if they talk before they're gonna be banned from the funeral, the remembrance of life for Anna. Please pass this so my family can get closure and the people who did this and lied and stalled called to tell the rest of us what happened when it did, now you just look guilty of a cover-up. Martin Donahue is not just a random nobody. Martin Donahue is Tabitha's brother. And Tabitha was Anna's stepmom from when Anna was 3 years old to 16 years old. I mean, she's been like the primary mother figure in Anna's life. I couldn't find any post of Anna talking about her stepmom specifically or what their relationship was like, but it seems like nothing alarming or contentious about it. I mean, they share half-siblings. Anna shares half-siblings that are Tabitha's kids, and she loves her half-siblings. So it seems like they had a healthy relationship, and this is Tabitha's brother saying something's going on. My niece was killed, and her own biological father is being silent about it.
At this point, isn't the police investigating?
Yes.
So what is he,
I think right when the cruise ship docked and FBI showed up to the ship, a lot of Anna's close immediate family members, they were posting like very vague statements of Anna's passing, just talking about how she will be remembered, how she was Anna Banana, how she was bubbly and wanted to be a canine officer and always loved Georgia Bulldogs and wanted to go to UGA. It was
She's from Atlanta?
No, so she's actually from Florida, but she
want to go to
huge
UGA?
dogs fan, yeah, apparently. But it's just, he's saying it's weird because all these people are making it seem like something tragic happened on the boat.
Yeah.
When he's like, no, my niece was killed and I'm pretty sure it was her stepbrother that was on the boat with her.
So nobody's like fighting for justice for Anna.
Exactly.
Got it.
It seems like a very quiet investigation that's happening. And now this is just thrusting it into the spotlight of, okay, so she was killed. I mean, there were some reports that she was found under the mattress, so it was assumed that she had been murdered. But this is the most detailed information that has come out thus far. And there are a lot of weird things about it. Immediately after this post, like 3 days after, Anna's grandparents do an ABC interview. And everyone starts talking about the room arrangements. The room arrangements are very strange. There are 9 members of the family joining the cruise, and you've got 3 rooms. So the first room, you just have the grandparents, Barbara and Jimmy or Jeffrey. He's not as important. Barbara is Mima. This is like Anna's favorite person in the world, it seems like. And she's always posting about her grandma, and she calls her Mima. And Mima has been the more active one in interviews.
I'm sorry, I don't know if I missed this, but are they...
They're Chris's parents.
Got it.
So Chris Kepner's parents, grandma and grandpa, are in one room. So that's 2 out of the 9 family members. Now there are 7 family members left. The second room, you've got Chris, Kepner, and Chantel. And then you have their 2 youngest daughters from separate marriages. So you've got Chris and Tabitha's 10-year-old daughter, and then you have Chantel and Thomas's 9-year-old daughter. So that's 4 of the 9. Now, there's only 3 family members left. You've got 18-year-old Anna, Chantel and Thomas's 16-year-old son, and Chris and Tabitha's 14-year-old son. So you've got Anna's 14-year-old half-brother and her 16-year-old stepbrother. The only child not included in the cruise is 18-year-old Andrew from Chantel's previous marriage, who stays with his dad.
Got it.
But everybody else is on this cruise.
So people didn't like this room setup, or?
Yeah, people do not like this room setup. It's a weird... Okay, I mean, when you do look into the room, it's not like they're sharing beds. The room seems like it has 1 bed on the ground and then 2 bunk beds on top. So these cruise ships, they pack people into these rooms. So you've got 1 bed where it seems like Anna probably slept in that bed, and then 2 of the Pullman bunks, it seems like both the boys slept in that one, the 14-year-old half-brother and the 16-year-old stepson.
Okay.
But it's just, I'm not a parent, but I probably would not do the room arrangements like that. It's very weird to have an 18-year-old girl and a 16-year-old boy who have maybe known each other for 2 years, have no like blood relations, staying in the same room. People, that is very odd. Because, okay, Anna and her half-brother, nobody thinks that's odd. And they grew up together. Whereas this boy, I mean, Anna just met this boy like 2 years ago.
Yeah, I see.
So there is a lot of just weird, and I'm sure there are many healthy family dynamics where this could have worked out perfectly fine, but clearly this was not one of them. So there's just a lot of uncomfort, and a lot of people, a lot of parents have been sounding off in all the comment sections of how they personally would have handled it. And it seems like most parents are in agreement like this would have never happened in their house. You should at least have an adult in there. It almost seems like they put 18-year-old Anna in there as the adult. I mean, I can get really technical with it if you're interested, because I was even trying to take a poll of what a lot of parents in the comments were saying. So the first one was, a lot of people thought either Anna should have been placed with her grandparents. But then the problem that the Kepners would have had is that you can't put a 16-year-old and a 14-year-old boy in one room. You need to have some sort of adult. So it seems like a irresponsible choice from the adults. involved. So it seems like the best solution would have been Anna to be with her grandparents, and then they should have figured something out with the two teenage boys. And then the second option would have been that Anna gets her own room, and then maybe the boys are with the grandparents. And then the third option that I saw pulled a lot was like, if you're taking 9 people on a cruise and you're budgeting, you just have to split up. So they were saying you should put Chris Kepner, the dad, with the 2 boys, and then you should put Chantel with the 2 young girls, maybe Anna, and then the grandparents can get their own room. But it just seems like maybe Chris and Chantel were very selfish about the room organization. It was just a weird room organization. No parent really thinks that this was okay.
I see.
Yeah, I think the only parents I see in the comments that are saying, oh, this is perfectly fine, they seem to be from a much older generation. I don't know how that affects it, but it's very interesting. Now, even Anna's own grandma states to ABC,
whatever happened in that room, the only person responsible is the person that was in the room with Anna.
According to Anna's death certificate, Anna Kepner died by mechanical asphyxia by another person. It has been widely reported that she appears to have been held in a bar hold, and this is even reported by her grandmother. This is her theory and hypothesis of how Anna was killed.
You take the elbow like this. They said when they took her body to the medical examiner's office, it was in perfect condition.
There were reportedly bruises on the side of Anna's neck. And a bar hold, if you're unfamiliar, is when someone wraps and holds your neck in the crook of their elbow. Anna's grandparents are stating that she was not found beaten. There were bruises on her neck from the asphyxiation, but it's not like Martin Donahue's ex post where it says that she was beaten up. There was evidence of SA and all of these other things. Anna's family is refuting that. They're saying, actually, no, there was no signs of drugs or alcohol in her system. There was no signs of SA, but yes, she was killed, basically.
So it doesn't show she had been SA'd on the certificate.
The death certificate does not show, but this is not her autopsy.
I see.
Yeah. Anna's grandparents, who she's been really close with, I mean, they might have been some of Anna's favorite people in the entire world, and more on that later, but they do an interview with ABC, like I said, days after Martin Donahue's social media post. And the grandma says,
she was found concealed under the bed. I was told that she pulled back the mattress and found Anna. The FBI contacted my son and family and told us her cause of death was asphyxiation.
They said when they took her body to the medical examiner's office, it was in perfect condition. Anna's grandparents further tell ABC News that there were no signs of SA, drugs, or alcohol. And as for the social media conversation of the stepbrother, the 16-year-old stepbrother being the suspects, Anna's grandparents say,
he was in a room with her. He was the only one seen coming and going. So I can't accuse him because I don't know what happened in that room. But the summation would be that he did something.
Anna's grandma, Barbara, says that she actually sat in on the 16-year-old stepbrother talking to the FBI agents. And he told the FBI agents he doesn't remember what happened. And here's where it gets so weird. Anna is Barbara's biological grandchild. She's known Anna since she was born. And the 16-year-old stepbrother probably entered grandma's life 2-3 years ago, max. But grandma believes the 16-year-old stepbrother that he doesn't remember anything that's happened. She believes him. She says he was an emotional mess. He couldn't even speak. He couldn't believe what had happened. She says about their relationship, they were just like brother and sister. He was a good student, played soccer, very quiet young man. He had demons, I think, in his past that he was trying to deal with those. She ends the interview with a statement.
I hope that we can heal. Whatever happened in that room, the only person responsible is the person that was in the room with Anna.
Why does she keep saying that?
Yeah. I mean,
but she says she believes that the brother doesn't know what's going on. What?
Maybe she wanna believe that this young man didn't do anything, because I feel like a lot of time people, like, I feel like we see that too often where people have a difficulty believing that someone they are seemingly close to could have done something terrible to someone else that they're very close to. Because I recently learned, I think like yesterday, that Giselle Pellicot, the French woman who was raped repeatedly by men while she was asleep in France, like this huge case, she doesn't even believe that her husband who did that to her did this to her daughter. She doesn't even believe her own daughter, who the photos of her being naked was found also in the photos of herself being naked and in specific clothings. Like, there's little proof that the husband also most likely did that to the daughter, and she can't even believe it. So, I feel like sometimes people just can't believe. I feel like sometimes people have some sort of threshold of things that they're willing to believe, and it's very weird. But also, I'm not in these people's mind, so I feel like grandma doesn't want to believe that he could have done it, but maybe deep down it's like there's no other solution. He must have done it. So
Yeah. Now, as for what justice looks like for her, because she's asked that, she says, whatever the law says. I'm not going to advocate for anything more or anything less, and that will be for the courts to decide. A lot of netizens find it odd that the grandparents sound like they have so much sympathy for this 16-year-old boy that they probably hardly know, and maybe we are just evil, sick people, and we would want this 16-year-old to be arrested. But it doesn't even just seem like, oh, well, he's 16, so we should take that into consideration, but we still need absolute justice for my granddaughter. I want to know exactly what happened and why it happened and how it happened. I want to know everything, and I want to make sure that society is protected from this child who could maybe be charged as an adult. It's not that energy. It's kind of weird. It's just very calm. It's almost like they're both her grandchildren by blood.
Yeah.
But you've only known one of them for like 2 years. And you also say things like he's had demons in his past that he was working through, but you also believe that he doesn't remember anything. It's just odd.
She didn't say what demon?
No.
Okay.
And then also she's like, he played soccer. He was a quiet kid. I don't know what that has to do with anything. And so netizen comments are reading, they failed her too. Quote, I would be voicing negatively more about the person that killed my granddaughter. I wouldn't be saying he played soccer and he was a quiet and good kid and blah, blah, blah. Another comment reads, anybody else creeped out by this entire family? Another comment reads, he had demons in his past that he was dealing with? Why on earth would he be allowed in the same room with Anna, a teenage girl who in reality was not related to him except through marriage of her dad? What a shame for Anna. God bless her soul.
Okay, so I guess my question is,
Yes.
there were two other people, the 16-year-old stepbrother and the 14-year-old brother.
There's a hearsay statement, if you will, but he was not in the room at the time. Anna's grandmother ultimately states, I can't accuse him because I don't know what happened in that room, but I believe to him that is his truth.
He was an emotional mess. He couldn't even speak. He couldn't believe what had happened.
To which people are commenting along the lines of, he couldn't even speak because he was traumatized or because he was exercising his right to remain silent. People also don't like the fact that the grandparents intentionally describe them as being just like brother and sister, which people are saying to say that almost indicates that they were not just like brother and sister, not indicating that something nefarious was happening, but like it's a very odd thing to say. Rather than something generic like they got along well, they were adjusting well to being a blended family, they shared the same sense of humor. Chantal, the stepbrother's mom, later in a slightly unrelated court hearing, she does confirm that the FBI they believe that her 16-year-old son is a suspect in Anna's murder.
What does unrelated court hearing mean?
Okay, we're gonna get into this whole court hearing in a second, but Chantal and Thomas Hudson have 3 kids together.
Yes.
Andrew, 18-year-old Andrew, is with Thomas Hudson. Chantal had 16-year-old son and 9-year-old daughter in her care. After the cruise, 16-year-old son is sent to a third party to stay with them. 9-year-old daughter is still with Chantal. Thomas Hudson does an emergency court filing for custody over the 9-year-old daughter. He's like, oh, no, like your stepdaughter died on this cruise ship that I didn't want you guys to go on, and our son is a suspect with the Federal Bureau of Investigations. I want my 9-year-old daughter in my primary custody. So there's this emergency court filing. There's 2 different hearings, and it just becomes half about custody, half about the cruise.
Interesting.
That's why we're getting a lot of information about this cruise when typically the feds are very hush-hush about things. And they're hush-hush. They haven't said anything themselves.
But through a custody battle. Wow.
And it's very likely that it's because the custody battle is happening in Florida that we're getting this much information. Florida has one of the more relaxed laws about family courts and custody battles being public information. So states have like different regulations for that, but Florida is a little bit more open.
Wow.
But it's in this custody hearing after the cruise ship that Chantal is like, I mean, the 3 of them, Anna, my 16-year-old son, and Anna's 14-year-old half-brother, they're like the 3 amigos. That's literally her words. 3 amigos. They're best friends.
Did they all get along?
Yeah, the 3 of them are like the 3 amigos. They're best friends.
That is not what anybody else is saying. Anna has been pretty active on TikTok before her passing, and I think if you go through her TikTok, there's a lot of emotions that she's dealing with, and one of them is clearly about relationships, romantic relationships. One from September 4th reads, "She isn't trying to argue, she isn't trying to be sensitive, she isn't trying to overthink, she doesn't mean to blow up your phone, she doesn't mean to ask if you still love her and want to be with her still, she doesn't mean to yell, she's like that because she just wants you to see her side of things. She wants to feel loved and heard, she just wants reassurance to make her feel better. She just doesn't want to lose the man that makes her feel like the happiest woman ever." So it indicates like maybe there was a bad breakup. Another TikTok, Anna writes, "Even after every breakup, being disrespected, being lied to, being cheated on, being used, getting manipulated, getting played, I will always have a smile on my face and a kind heart. I don't know why I've been through what I've been through, but I can promise you I never deserved it. Am I mad at those people for what they did to me? No. Am I upset? Yes. But at the end of the day, we are all human and we make mistakes. I'm glad that I went through that just because it made me realize that I don't want it in my life. At the end of the day, I pray that one day y'all will learn what y'all did was wrong and don't do it anymore to anyone else because no one deserves to be treated like that." So this is from like a month before the cruise. However, we don't know which ex this is about or if it's just like general life experience.
So are you saying the 16-year-old, the name is still redacted? Like nobody, like people are not reporting on him?
It seems like everybody who is looking into the case knows the name of all
So
the
you're
kids.
just choosing not to say it until there's like an official...
Just because it seems
still 16.
from Chantel, it seems that he is a suspect in Anna's murder, but until there are charges and until we know legally if he's being charged as an adult, this is not like a moral decision on my part. I do think that if he is guilty of killing someone, I mean, I think it's fine to use his name, but I think
just to be safe,
yes.
got it.
Even Anna's ex-boyfriend's dad, so this is now Josh's dad, has come forward to state, the stepbrother was obsessed with Anna and not in a good way. He says when Josh, my son, Josh, and Anna were dating, one time Josh came home and was like, "Listen, I tried to talk to Chris Kepner, Anna's dad, about how the stepbrother is a creep, and he just wouldn't listen to me." I don't know how true this is.
Wow.
This is, just an allegation
That's
at this
crazy.
point. And they mentioned that Anna was always terrified of the stepbrother because he carried around a big knife.
Wow.
Now, these are more allegations, and we don't know, but the half-brother of Anna, so this is the 14-year-old that was
one
also
who
in the
carries
room.
demons?
He apparently told Anna's ex-boyfriend later, after the cruise, that the night that Anna was killed, he had gone to the room after dinner, he had gotten changed, and he wanted to go outside to take pictures. So he leaves, he comes back, and the door is locked. So he's trying to come back to sleep for the night. He's not allowed in, but he hears screaming and what sounds like maybe a chair being thrown inside the room is the report. We don't know if this is true.
You heard him yelling at her, like, in a harmful way, of, like, shut the hell up and stuff like that. Like, something was, like, banging around and stuff, and, like, the chairs were getting thrown around in the room.
And I assume that this is pretty normal behavior for the stepbrother because the half-brother just goes back to the deck. He doesn't call his dad. He doesn't call his stepmom. Whoa. He just goes back to the deck, and I imagine it's because either the parents don't do anything when this type of occurrence happens, or this is a regular occurrence.
What the
Because
fuck?
if this is the first time it's happening, you would call somebody.
Yeah.
And I'm not blaming the 14-year-old for not doing anything. Like, I'm just saying, this is alarming that this seems to be normal. And then he
very
comes
alarming.
back to the room, and he's let in. He doesn't see a mess. He doesn't see any blood or, like, anything alarming. He doesn't see Anna, so he just assumes that Anna is out of the room with the adults. And it's not like he's sleeping on the same bed as Anna. He's sleeping on a bunk bed. So he just climbs up to his bunk bed and goes to sleep. And Anna is in the same room, deceased, under her mattress. I think that the life jackets were to level out the mattress a bit. And then probably the comforter on top. I don't think that you probably wouldn't see, especially if you're 14. And I don't even know if a regular adult had opened the door, if they just glanced in, if they would be able to notice something would be amiss. It seems like the room attendant was trying to make the bed. So
That's how it was discovered.
Yeah, I don't
that's
think
how-
it was just like I opened the door and the room attendant is like, "Oh, I see something, a lump under the bed." I think she was probably trying to make the bed. So I imagine the life jackets were used to level out the mattress.
So this is like the next morning, they were out like having breakfast and someone was cleaning the room.
Exactly.
Wow.
So he doesn't realize until the next morning that his sister is missing. If you are a parent on a cruise, you have a few very important, pertinent jobs. You make sure that your kid gets back on the boat after they leave the port. You make sure you know where your kids are and that they're safe at any given time. And let's throw in a third one. You make sure that they take their meds. Concerta and clonidine is a pretty commonly prescribed combination. So Concerta is typically prescribed for ADHD.
Yeah,
It's kind of like, I guess, more typically Vyvanse, Adderall are common names. It's not the same drug, it's different, but it's in that family. And clonidine is for insomnia. So Concerta is like Adderall, it's a stimulant for ADHD. A lot of people report that it's less of a huge up and down. So I know if you've taken Adderall before, you're probably like, oh my gosh, okay, this kid is on Adderall, it could be a little dangerous, but it's not like Adderall, it seems, where the crashes are big. It seems a little bit more of a plateau, but it does keep you up because it's a stimulant. It increases dopamine and norepinephrine in the brain. And of course, this interacts with each person differently. And clonidine can be prescribed for a lot of things, including insomnia, which can help with the Concerta. So you've got this stimulant in the morning for ADHD.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I gotta see. Like, basically, you take because some people can't sleep, which makes sense because basically what you take every morning is speed. You're basically taking speed every morning. All right, I get it.
And then you probably take clonidine at night so that you can kind of release that anxiety and get to bed. And obviously, these medications are going to react vastly different from every single person that takes it. But clonidine can be prescribed for a lot of different things. For insomnia, which can be caused by Concerta, the stimulant. It can also help with sleep, irritability, aggression, sometimes even for tics. So I know a lot of people with Tourette's will take it. Or emotional dysregulation, or even hyperarousal. I would say any sort of stimulant and combination of stimulant and relaxers should not be something that you just take when you remember it. I'm not a pharmacist, my sister is a pharmacist, and Anna's 16-year-old stepbrother is diagnosed with ADHD. And so he takes that Concerta, 1 pill a day, every single morning. And then he takes the clonidine, a pill a night, for insomnia, every single night. This has been, it's seemingly his medication regimen for 3 to 4 years, it seems. Chantel says that during the cruise, she was the one that held on to his medications.
Did you hold on to the medications?
Yes.
Which makes sense. So every single morning, she gives him that Concerta, the stimulant for the ADHD. And then at night, she gives him the clonidine so that he can go to sleep, so that he can emotionally regulate, so that this can relax him. It'll help with his irritability, except the last 2 nights. So the night of Anna's death and the night before, she forgets to give him the insomnia medication.
Did you make sure he took his medications every day?
He took his morning pill every day, and he missed 2 doses of his clonidine at night.
How did we find out about that?
The court hearing for the emergency custody battle. She says the night before Anna's death, he had fallen asleep before needing his medication.
And what do you mean he missed the dose? What happened there?
He went to bed before he got it. He was already asleep.
So he was already asleep. Now, a lot of doctors, I did look into it, they do advise that you don't wake up your sleeping child to give them the clonidine, but you could probably give it to them the next morning, or you can just make sure that they don't skip another dosage. Then the next night, the night of Anna's murder, she states that she fell asleep before giving him his medications. Which again, clonidine is not something you just miss. It's not a take as needed type of prescription. If he already fell asleep, that's fine. And I don't know how frequently you can let that happen. But this is, you need typically, it's not even just a take it once a day. Typically, it's a daily medication that you take at the same time every day. You set an alarm on your phone type of medication. Medical guidelines for the drug read, do not stop taking clonidine suddenly. It must be tapered gradually over days to weeks to avoid dangerous blood pressure spikes and withdrawal. And even if you are to miss more than 1 dose in a row, you are instructed to call your doctor immediately because you're at risk of withdrawal symptoms. It does a lot of things to your blood pressure. You may need to restart on a lower dose and then work your way back up to your normal dose, than just going back at it to avoid cardiovascular and behavioral problems. But Chantal is like, I just fell asleep. And I don't want to speculate, but I do imagine that if the 16-year-old stepbrother is eventually arrested and charged for Anna's murder, and potentially there is a trial where he is even tried as an adult, I would imagine that it's highly likely that the defense attorneys would use this as some sort of argument. Because with clonidine withdrawal, you're expected to feel high rates of irritability. Your behavioral issues are going to be exacerbated. It's just not going to be a good time. Just like any drug withdrawal, it's not going to be a good time. Does that mean that you're not in the right state of mind and that you are unable to think and make conscious decisions? Probably not, but it seems like something that they would probably use in this hypothetical situation. It's speculated, even by Anna's grandparents, that Anna was killed in that bar hold. And just to mention, even if someone is highly irritable, even if they are going through a drug withdrawal, and I don't know, I think everyone's biology is different, but to kill someone with a bar hold, you are holding on for a very long time.
Yeah.
To give you an idea, one netizen explains, with no blood to the brain, you're looking at 10 to 20 seconds to pass out. But it would still take another 4 to 5 minutes for serious brain damage or even death. Notably, with these types of chokeholds, where you are physically restraining oxygen from entering a person's brain, consciousness will be regained pretty quickly as you let go. So let's say they fall unconscious after 30 seconds. If you let go, it's more likely that they're going to regain consciousness very quickly and not die. So it's very unlikely that you can choke someone for 30 seconds and then they die, unless there's some sort of pre-existing condition already there or other circumstances we don't know about. It's technically possible, but usually not. It's going to take like 5 minutes. Another interesting detail to note is everyone kind of gives this vibe that the 16-year-old boy is, some tabloid news articles have described him as having a baby face, as being a very meek, young-looking little boy. In an email from Chantal to her ex-husband, the stepbrother's dad, Thomas, she writes that their son wants to start doing jujitsu. So she's gonna look into that. I don't know if he started. And she also, in another text message thread, after she takes their kids to the hospital, Chantal informs her ex-husband that the stepbrother is now 5'8". And just to give you more, I guess, color to the whole picture, further messages show Chantal sends Thomas the 16-year-old son's report card. So she's sending Thomas both of the minors' report cards for the 16-year-old son and the 9-year-old girl. And Thomas responds, and we can't see the report card, it's just attachments. So these are screenshots. Okay. Thomas Hudson, in this emergency custody court filing, he drops like 100+ page document. And half of it are just text messages between him and Chantal back from 2024 and leading up to just like a few weeks ago, days, weeks after the murder of Anna Kepner.
Okay.
So he's like using this all as proof of like, I need to have custody of the 9-year-old daughter. Here's all of our text message exchanges. This I've never really seen happen in a lot of cases, because you'll find out after, usually the indictment is when you get a lot of information. And then you're going into trial. There's a lot of court hearings. There's other news. There's the investigators will talk. They'll do interviews. And that's how you gather information before a trial starts. But this is so bizarre to have text messages this early on in an investigation where someone has not been charged nor indicted is pretty rare.
Interesting.
So there's a bunch of text messages and it's just screenshots. So we don't see the attachment. We don't see the 16-year-old son's report card. But if you see Thomas's response, it's interesting. He says, what can we do with our son? I'm glad his grades are passing, but attendance and no respect? Have you talked to him? So it seems like the notes on the report card say he has attendance issues and no respect. Chantal responds, according to his teachers, there have been no concerns about respect or behavior. His grades are good and most are close to B's. I haven't received any reports indicating an issue. Thomas responds, in his report card, it says it in the notes, along with his attendance and a number of other things. That's why I asked. To which Chantal responds, please reread the report card. It notes that he is very respectful and there's nothing negative stated about his attendance. I've already discussed with him the importance of keeping up with his homework. So we don't know who's lying, who's misreading, who's very misinterpreting. Yeah. Thomas doesn't respond for 2 days, and then it's about an unrelated matter when he finally does. But it would appear that, if anything, the 16-year-old stepbrother has the physical capabilities of killing his stepsister. We just don't know if he did it. Chantal states later that the last time she personally saw Anna Kepner was the night before. She says this is around 6:30, just before 7, and quote, they were all headed back to their room as far as I know.
Do you know whether or not was present in the room as well?
They all were headed back to their room, as far as I know.
So she's indicating that Anna's half-brother, and the stepbrother are heading back to their room. And here's why I think this is weird. Chantal also states that her room is across the hall from the teenager's room. She sees them all head back to the room. And then she herself goes back to her room at 7:30 p.m. She does not go check up on the teenagers. She doesn't even give her son the medication. She just goes to sleep. And she doesn't hear any sort of screaming, any sort of tumbling noises, no chairs being thrown like the half-brother reported that he heard. And even the TikToker, her sister reported hearing screams of help, but Chantel doesn't hear anything. She just passes out for the night. Anna's grandparents have since come out to do their own interview, where Anna's grandma says,
We had dinner. Anna wasn't feeling well. She just said, Mima, I think I'm going to go back to my room for a little bit. And she must have felt better because she got dressed up. She came down. We were playing in the casino. She didn't win anything. And she said, Mima, I love you guys. I'll see you later. And we never saw her again after that.
So you got Chantel's story where she's saying, I saw my son, I saw Anna and her half-brother all go to the room together, and then I went to sleep. And then we have grandma saying, oh, at the dinner, Anna left because she wasn't feeling well. And then later, we saw Anna in the casino because Anna's 18, she can be in the casino, and she was just hanging out, and then she left before we did. That's the last time we saw. Both of those things could be true. None of those things could be true. It's just a little bit different. So did Anna go back alone because of her braces, or did they all go back together? We don't know. Anna's grandpa says the next morning after all of this, he's out there grabbing bingo cards. He's starting the morning with bingo cards. And he hears over the loudspeakers that there's a medical emergency in the stateroom that Anna is staying in. So he starts freaking out, and the rest of the family, they already seem to know that something isn't right because they're eating breakfast. Grandpa's not at breakfast, apparently. He's getting bingo cards. Everybody at breakfast is like, where is Anna? Where is Anna? And the half-brother is like, I don't know, I didn't see her when I went to sleep last night. Everyone's like, we haven't seen Anna. We haven't seen her when we woke up. The half-brother's like, I didn't see her when I woke up. I thought she was coming. I thought she was already out here somewhere. So they start freaking out, and they start searching the boat for Anna, but they don't.
The thing is, I can't even think, like, what about
go back to the room to search for her. So it might be
the woman who found her dead body basically under the mattress. Like, that must have been traumatic for her. Whoo, didn't even think about that. Sheesh.
Because maybe the half-brother had indicated he didn't see her that morning, so that makes sense to not search that. And I guess you might be more scared of other people on the boat, other strangers on the boat, like creepy, older predators on the boat perhaps, than someone in the room. So they start searching this boat. I don't know where they go, but they hear the emergency intercom for the medical emergency because the room attendant had gone into that room to make the bed and to clean up, and she finds Anna's body. So they all run back to the stateroom where the teenagers are staying, and that is where Anna is found. Anna's grandma says that she just keeps screaming. She says, I couldn't stop screaming. We don't know really anything else. We don't know the exact time that Anna got back to the room last night. We don't know the time that the stepbrother went back into the room. Footage, we don't know when Anna's half-brother went back into the room. We really don't know anything. But
Is there cameras?
There are, and it seems like something, I imagine the kind of information will be easy for the FBI to determine and verify, but it's very odd that everybody's description is like a little bit different. Yeah. And again, they could all make sense and they could have all been true. Maybe we're just not getting it. Maybe it's not explained in a way where it feels as cohesive as it could be.
And you said this, nobody has been arrested. And this happened like, what, weeks ago?
November 7th. Months.
Whoa.
Yeah. Huh. There are speculations as to why. Like really crazy speculations. Big theories. Conspiracies, I would say. Which we'll get into. Because you'll see once I read you more text messages, it's a little weirder. And the reason that we know so much about this investigation so far, because it probably would have been just radio silence up until this point, is because of the custody hearing. The 100-plus page court filing that was done by Thomas Hudson against Chantel Hudson, and the fight for the 9-year-old girl that is right now in Chantel and Chris's care. And there's this very revealing text message inside of this entire document where Thomas Hudson last year had texted Chantel, I kept my mouth shut when you told me that you can't jeopardize your marriage for helping your son. And it seems like they're referring to the 16-year-old boy, the 16-year-old son.
What could that mean?
What does that
I don't
mean?
know.
Huh. Jeopardize.
We don't know.
What does he mean? That nobody knows. They have these very splotchy text message exchanges where they're talking about something very serious and then they won't talk to each other for a month and then they'll be messaging each other about something completely unrelated. Whether they have phone conversations to fill in the gaps, I don't know. Thomas Hudson alleges that he has not been allowed to have input in any of the minor children's lives, which has negatively impacted their kids. He states now the stepbrother is, quote, "The 16-year-old child is now a suspect in the death of the stepchild during the cruise." Then it continues on a later page, "The 16-year-old's future has been put in jeopardy because of the choices made by the respondent, Chantel." Thomas Hudson believes and states that now the youngest child, their daughter, is, quote, "at immediate risk of abuse, abandonment, or neglect." However, Chantel is arguing the opposite, that Thomas Hudson is a very bad person to place minor children in the care of, stating that the children themselves have been terrified of him since even beginning of 2024. Her attorneys argue at a recent hearing that at one point Thomas had trackers on the kids. He came to the minor children once yelling and screaming at them to get their ass out and come see him. Quote,
"He arrived at the respondent's residence and started screaming and yelling to the other two minor children to get their ass out there to come and see him. He was very vulgar and rude with them. And so there was a natural fear that these children had about going there."
Chantel and her attorney allege that if anyone is alienating any of the children from their parents, it's Thomas. That he has not allowed Chantel to have any access to their eldest son, Andrew, who is now 18 years old, by the way, but he was 17 for the longest time. She claims that they were not allowing her to see him. Chantel's attorney argues Thomas is in violation of the very agreement that he's accusing mom of being in violation of. You cannot ask to hold somebody in contempt of an order that they're not themselves in compliance with. But more than that, both of them have agreed to place the 16-year-old son in the care of a third party. So Chantel argues, how can their daughter be in danger from her 16-year-old brother if he's not even in the house anymore? About a month after Anna's murder, Chris and Chantel walk into the courthouse for this custody hearing, holding hands. Chris's daughter Anna had maybe, potentially, been murdered by Chantel's 16-year-old son.
That's crazy.
The attorney for Thomas Hudson, the stepbrother's biological father, so this is
Thomas.
Thomas. Yeah. The attorney states in short, Your Honor, in this case, obviously, it is our position that the youngest child is at risk for a number of reasons. As the court is aware through the pleadings, there's a young lady who's passed away. That matter is still under investigation. That was not my client's child, but the stepchild of the mother in this case. And the remaining 16-year-old is now a suspect in that case. So this is how we figure out that the 16-year-old is a suspect. The FBI doesn't tell us. The court hearings tell us. The mother took the children both on a cruise against my client's wishes.
In this case, the mother took the children both on a cruise against my client's wishes. There's indications that they, because they were in international waters, may have been engaging in activities that they normally couldn't engage in while they were in the United States properly being supervised.
The attorney accuses, or rather insinuates, that Chantel let the children drink on the cruise, stating there's indications that they may have, because they were all in international waters, may have been engaging in activities that they normally couldn't engage in while they were on the US, properly being supervised. To which Chantel and her attorney argue,
"We believe, and I think we filed that in our response, that there's no emergency that exists. There was an incident on the cruise ship."
Like, what does this have to do with anything? Which is kind of like the understatement that everybody has a distaste for. But they continue, the Federal Bureau of Investigations is investigating that. There have been no arrests made yet, but since my client, Chantel, were advised that the stepbrother was the suspect in this, after he was released from the hospital. So this is when we're finding out that after they disembark, he immediately is put on a psych hold, or some sort of psychiatric evaluation in a hospital. And then he's placed in the care of a third party. And not only did that happen, but mom contacted dad, and dad signed an agreement to say that the child would be placed with a third party, thereby removing any risk of danger to any of the other children in the house. So that has been resolved. At this point, we're not sure what the FBI is going to do, whether he's going to be charged federally or whether they're going to turn it over to the state. So this seems like there's likely going to be an arrest made, the way that they're phrasing it. I feel like if they were more confident that he was potentially not guilty, the word usage would have been much stronger. Like, everyone's a suspect, doesn't mean anything, okay? But instead, it's like, we don't know if he's going to get charged federally or in state. It's kind of like, okay, we're getting a little bit of information of how this case is being handled behind the scenes, and it seems like something might happen soon. Chantel also disputes the idea that the children were drinking alcohol, stating,
Do you know if the children, based on being in international waters, could I drink alcohol?
No,
You don't know?
no, they didn't. They're not old enough.
She's asked about Anna, who's 18.
What about Anna?
I don't know.
I think, okay, I don't know if I'm reading too much into it. I just think it's weird because Anna's family have already come out to state that there was no alcohol in her system. So why don't you just say no? Or why don't you just say, no, there was no alcohol in her system? Or not that I know of, but just like, I don't know. It just gave me, I don't know, Anna's crazy. And my boy is not. I know he was not drinking.
I see.
Because then she's asked again, were you aware that the children were gambling at some point?
Weren't you aware that the children were gambling at some point?
Well, Anna's 18, so I know she was in there at one point in time, but the other kids were not.
You're sure that the other kids were not gambling?
I'm sure the other kids were not gambling.
Which again, I am, if anything, a nitpicker at the end of the day. Okay, some people pick and choose their battles. I like to nitpick, and when it comes to these things, this is not an insinuation of guilt or innocence, but the way she talks about Anna feels very, well, that's not my child, she's 18. It's just weird. She just overly emphasizes that Anna is 18 and she was in the casino. It just gave me a very unsettling feeling. Her attorney asks her, Anna was 18, correct? Correct. She was an adult? Correct. And was she given the option of staying in another room? All three of the kids were. And that room would have been with grandma and grandpa. Correct. And they didn't want to do that. No, they wanted to stay together. Which again, I don't know how that would be feasible because if Anna leaves the room, then you don't have an adult in the room. And that could have posed a problem. Thomas Hudson gets on the stand. So this is the boy's father. And he states that he never prohibited their eldest son from calling Chantel. The eldest son did not want to talk to Chantel. Quote, he has his own phone, and I've always left that up to him if he wants to call her, talk to her, or anything. Now, Andrew, the eldest son, becomes very pivotal in all of this for a few reasons. The attorney asks Thomas Hudson to describe an incident where Chantel and Chris allegedly kidnap Andrew and choke him.
What?
The attorney states, Andrew, will testify about the restraint that happened by Mr. Chris Kepner and by Chantel. Basically, they held him in the back of the seat. Christopher Kepner had reached back and had his head pinned against the back of the headrest, and there's photographs to show neck damage.
Wait, Andrew testified? What is happening?
Andrew does testify. He gets up on the stand, and he is 17 when Chantel and Chris get married, and they move in together. Chantel is trying to take all three kids with her. But Andrew's 17 and he bargains with his mom. He's like, I want to stay back because not only are you just moving in with this like man and all of his kids, I want to stay in the high school that I've been going to with the friends that I'm about to graduate. I'm a senior. Like, this is crazy for me to move to a different county right when I'm about to graduate. So he convinces Chantel that he's going to stay with Thomas. And then eventually, I think at one point, he explains to Chantel that even after graduating high school, he might want to stay with his dad. And that is when, according to Andrew and Thomas, shit hits the fan. He's asked, how did your mother respond to that? This revelation that you want to stay with your dad even after graduating high school?
She said that this is what she was afraid of and that this is why she didn't want me staying over here.
Fast forward to the incident on April 22nd, 2024. Do you roughly remember that day? Andrew says, yes. What happened on that day?
I was called up to the front office and I originally didn't know what was going on, so I came up without my stuff. I realized my mom was there to pick me up, so I had to go back to my classroom and grab my stuff. And when I walked out to the car with them, they asked for me to give them my phone, and they powered off my phone and then told me...
Let me stop you right there. Did you have any knowledge or idea that your mother was going to school to get you on that particular day? No, sir. Were you surprised that you saw your mother? Yes, sir. Was Christopher Kepner there as well? I don't remember if he was in the office at the time, but he was in the car. He says once he gets into the car, they take his phone, they power it off because he has Life 360, which means his dad can see his location in real time. But if the phone is off, you cannot see the location. Andrew says,
I was going to try to text my dad, but I couldn't because they had my phone. I couldn't communicate with anybody.
He's asked, did you want to go with your mother and Christopher Kepner on that day? No, sir. Was that against your will? Yes, sir. Which again, I have a lot of reason to trust Andrew, not just because Andrew is stating it, which I do think that I should trust that to a great degree, but also because there are emails from Thomas Hudson to Chantel that read, I don't think you understand what you put him through, referring to Andrew. I was hoping we were making steps in the right direction. Of course he's comfortable to go with me, but not with people that forcibly took him against his will. Chantel does not immediately refute this over the messages, and Thomas continues to say that it's very hard for Andrew to spend time with his siblings. It's already hard enough for Andrew to see you, who he feels very uncomfortable with because you, his mom, basically tried to kidnap him, but he definitely doesn't want to see Chris, who also tried to kidnap him. And like, what the hell does Chris have anything to do with it? Chris has nothing to do with Andrew. Thomas writes to Chantel, I meant Chris being there in general is what Andrew doesn't want. It's rough enough on him with you there. So they're arranging for the 3 siblings to hang out. But, you know, Thomas is saying Andrew doesn't really like seeing you. He definitely doesn't like seeing Chris. So it's just rough. Why does Andrew dislike Chris so much? The attorney asks Andrew in court, so what happened once you were in that vehicle and they took your phone? I gave them my phone, they powered it off. They told me where I was going, that I was going to start school over there, which was against everything we've talked about. I told them, no, I wasn't. And when we tried to come to a stop, I had tried getting out. What was your intention of trying to get out of the vehicle once it came to a stop? Trying to get out of the vehicle so they couldn't take me away from everything. And then what did Chris Kepner do at that point?
They had held me against the seat, and he put his arm around the back of my neck, holding me up against the front seat. She held me there as well.
He's in the back seat and they
put his like head up against the front seat headrest.
They were also in the back seat?
They had gotten out, seems.
Wow.
Was your mother still in the front seat or did she go to the back seat?
At that time, she had crawled to the back seat and started holding me.
And then Christopher Kepner, what exactly did he do with his arm?
He put his arm around my neck, like pushed me up against the front seat.
And did you remain conscious the whole time or did you black out?
I believe I blacked out once or twice on the way over there.
This is, I mean, eventually he does make it back to his dad's, but Chantel says that's not at all what happened. Chantel's version of the story is, I mean, Andrew was just being dramatic. He jumped out of the car because he wanted to be with his girlfriend that, you know, goes to that high school. And this is like a boy in love. It's not an abusive, violent situation.
Who jumps out of the car for no reason?
In an email from Chantel to Thomas, she's trying to invite Andrew, their eldest child, you know, to SeaWorld with the other kids. So he's like, the younger minor kids want to go to SeaWorld and they want their older brother there. And I don't know why this irks me so much, but it does. Chantel responds, we have church tomorrow. If Andrew truly wants to see Redacted and Redacted, we will be at Aquatic next Saturday and we'll gladly give him a ticket in. I don't know why. It's like, that's your son. Like, gladly give him a ticket in. It's just weird. Her energy is just weird. And Thomas is so much more focused on the fact that Chris is going to be there, understandably so. So he writes, okay, Andrew doesn't want Chris there. Will that be a problem? I just don't want any stressful situation for any of the kids. This is going to be a lot for them as it is. Chantel responds, so it's okay for Andrew to go to SeaWorld with his girlfriend last weekend, but not spend time with his brother and sister doing the same thing? Something that both of them have repeatedly asked and invited Andrew to go to either Aquatica or SeaWorld. It gives them something to do that is longer than an hour. You keep bringing up Chris. Never once did I say he was trying to hang out with Andrew. Yes, he will be there, and he will be going with from here on out per Redacted and Redacted's request, but that doesn't mean that he will be interacting with Andrew. We are not trying to corner Andrew, which that doesn't mean anything. Him being there is the problem that Thomas brought up. And she's just saying, like, what do you mean? He's not trying to hang out with him. But that's not the concern. Thomas Hudson has just dumped all of this along with other messages. And there does seem to be evidence pointing to perhaps Chantel alienating the 2 minor kids. At least that's what Thomas is indicating in this court filing. He keeps messaging her, I haven't seen my kids since April. I haven't talked much with everything that's happened. When can we get things back on track to how they're supposed to be? We will still not be able to have holidays together, in my opinion, after all you've said I've done to you and to the kids. He writes, why would you ever be okay with me being in your house when I was trespassing? So it seems like he's saying your lie doesn't make sense, or your alleged lie doesn't make sense, and then the way that you're finally okay with it again doesn't make sense. And then he responds again, just for showing up for my kid and told I wasn't supposed to be there, help me understand that. In one text message to Chantel, Thomas writes again, you know what's going on. It's going to come to light. Redacted and Redacted are just scared to upset you, not them afraid of me. That's straight from the source. I love my kids and will not give up on them. It's been a long time coming.
Seems like there's so much going on.
Yeah, there's a lot happening.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so Chantel, I don't know if there was a phone conversation or what, but she just ignores that message and she responds, please let me know if you will not be paying child support this week. Redacted 9-year-old daughter wants to go get her Halloween costume. Just trying to figure out if I can swing it this weekend or need to wait till next. Thomas responds, I'm going to hold back on child support and go through the courts, or until things get back in session, I'll be holding my payments. So I just want to clarify that you are withholding child support. You have made it clear that our set in place parenting plan is no longer valid to you. So I'm going to be going through the proper channels to get things done properly moving forward. So he's saying, I'm not going to pay you child support if I can't even see my kids, which is what we agreed upon. And this is, from October to December 2024, it seems like Chantel is mainly ignoring Thomas and all of his pleas to see the minor kids. He's asking to drop off their birthday presents, at least talk to the youngest daughter for her birthday. And then finally, you see December of 2024, Thomas texts Chantel, you should really think about what you're doing and understand what I know, especially for someone who wants to marry a guy that might not want to find more out about things with people. I just want to see my kids, and you can live your lie. I don't care.
Wait, say that one more time with the marrying a guy who wants to find out things?
Yeah,
what?
I will say a lot of their messages don't make sense, and their grammar is not spectacular at all, but that's what he writes. Especially,
what is he implying?
I have no clue.
Yeah.
A lot of these are without context, especially for someone who wants to marry a guy that might not want to find more out about things with people.
Oh, like she has more secrets that... Okay.
But I think the main takeaway from these messages, at least from Thomas's perspective and from what a lot of people see online, it seems like Chantel is maybe the type of woman who puts relationships ahead of her kids and might not pay as much attention to her children and their well-being, clearly, because look what happened on the cruise ship. But also it might prioritize her romantic relationships with men that she just meets over her own children. I'm also not sure if he intended to write lie, like you can live your lie, I don't care, or if he meant to write life, but I guess both are applicable. Later, when Chantel still doesn't respond, Thomas writes to her, did you figure out what you want, or did you come clean to Chris about your tough times and who you miss? I'm tired of keeping things to myself when you lie about me. So this makes it seem like maybe she reached out to someone saying that she misses them. Maybe it's Thomas, maybe it's somebody else. I don't know, because it's who you miss. And then it seems that for most of 2025, they move on to a different communication platform where I believe Chantel learns how to run her messages through probably ChatGPT. The grammar is suddenly very formal, and while I have always been a fan of M-dashes, before it became, I guess, a tell signal for AI writing, she suddenly starts incorporating quite a bit of M-dashes that I had never seen in her messages prior. Is that a crime? No, I'm just saying it's like reading two separate people's messages.
Really?
Her text messages, it's like she doesn't know the difference between there, and there, but then all of a sudden it's just ChatGPT on this parenting app. Yeah.
So interesting.
But some notable messages include Chantel stating that the two younger children, do not want to see Thomas. Thomas writes things such as, hopefully we go to court soon for everything to come to light in the best interest of the kids. So in the messages, Chantel keeps saying the kids are scared of you. The kids are very terrified of you. They don't want to see you. And you are doing this and this and this. And Thomas just keeps saying, I can't wait to go to court so that everyone will know the truth. So I don't know what's the truth. And at one point, judging from what we can infer from the messages that are in the court filing, it appears that the stepbrother, the 9-year-old girl, were sharing a phone. Thomas is concerned that the boy is not relaying messages from him to their daughter. There are just a lot of messages in between the two talking about their children that we just don't get a lot of context on. And so I'm just going to try to fill in as many blanks as possible. And there's no definitive, oh, this person is right based off of these text messages. At one point, judging from what we can infer in one short conversation, it appears that Thomas is talking to Chantel about how the two minor kids are sharing a phone. And he keeps trying to reach out to the daughter, but he feels that his son is not giving the message to the daughter. And he says, if possible, I would like to talk to our daughter because I'm sure he, the 16-year-old son, has not been telling her or showing her the messages I've sent, especially since I seen how he and you acted at the recital with the flowers, taking them and breaking them apart while you were walking out. I'd like a way to directly contact her. We can infer that Thomas had brought flowers for the 9-year-old daughter at some sort of recital, and he is claiming through this message that he saw Chantel and their son walking away and breaking the flowers and not giving it to her. This is in July of 2025. Chantel responds in short about the flowers specifically. Also, I'm not sure what you're referring to about her flowers being broken. They were placed in a vase as soon as we got home. I don't appreciate the implication that we damaged them because that's simply not true. Thomas responds, I watched it happen. I watched it happen with the flowers and it will be shown, but that's besides the point. Can you at least relay the message to her that I sent? Hopefully all of this is settled and done soon. It's not for a really long time after that Chantel finally texts Thomas back. And this time it's after Anna's murder, and she texts him, "I need you to call me ASAP, it's an emergency." And there seems to be a lot of phone conversations taking place, so we only just have messages. But in one message, Thomas responds, "I know it's probably a no, but can I come get our daughter tonight? Just to get her away from the situation. I promise you, I'm not going to keep her from you or anything. As soon as you guys are able to head home, I can bring her to you. Or is there anything else I can do?" To which Chantel responds, "I really do appreciate, and I'm not trying to be any which way, but I just think it will be more traumatizing for her to be removed as of right now. She doesn't know anything about the stepbrother being, I guess, suspected. The only thing I told her is that he was having a hard time coping with losing Anna, so he's getting checked out at the hospital." Okay, well, I'm not trying to push it, but the offer is there if when you find more out and we have to handle things. When we have to cross that bridge, you and I will come up with a way to tell her and Andrew. Okay? I will call you tomorrow as soon as I hear anything. Okay, were you able to talk to our son? I'm waiting on the FBI and also the doctor to call me as soon as I know something. I promise that I will tell you as soon as I know anything. You will be the only one that I will be calling. I get that, but I mean, have you talked to him while he was at the facility? I was able to talk to him last night for under 2 minutes briefly. He just keeps repeating over and over he doesn't remember anything. I don't even know if they, were allowed to let me talk to him or not, but the nurse was very nice and let me talk to him just to tell him that you and I love him. Okay, I just want him to know that he isn't just dead to everyone. Regardless of everything, at the moment he needs his parents. I know you know that. I just would like to have a chance to talk to him as soon as possible. Chris, me, and Chris's parents told him that yesterday before they took him. We told him no matter what, you and us are with him. He isn't alone. Why would Chris and his parents say that?
Yeah, because
it's weird.
Yeah, Chris's daughter and their granddaughter just were murdered.
Yeah.
And he's the prime suspect right now. That's so...
That's very weird.
I don't know if I would sit there and start immediately filing for divorce. I mean, I don't think that I would blame anyone if they did either, but that's besides the point. But I think it's weird to behave in such a way without getting information unless, and I don't know if I'm being way too hopeful, because from what I've seen so far online, I think that I am being way too giving them the benefit of the doubt. Perhaps Chris and his parents are playing the good guys to get more information out of Chantel to help the authorities, but I don't think that's the case. But that would be the best case scenario, because it's just a little weird that right off the bat, they're so we're with you no matter what. I want you to know we're standing by. It's weird. But again, maybe Chantel's lying. Maybe none of this conversation even took place. Okay, I know everything is supposed to be hush-hush for now, but I've seen that it's still getting out with posts and comments between Facebook, TikTok, and stuff. I just want to make sure until things are certain that he doesn't get any unnecessary comments towards him. Chantel responds, "Nobody knows anything about him. He is a minor, so his name shouldn't be anywhere. And when we talk to the FBI again, we will reiterate that we do not want his name out there. And everything that's been posted on TikTok and social media, nobody knows anything, and everybody's just speculating. We know what I told you last night, and we'll know exactly more when the autopsy is done. Once we get the autopsy today, depending on what it says, depends on whether he's booked on these charges, and you will start seeing Anna's name." I understand, and no, his name wasn't mentioned in it. Just want you to be aware if you weren't aware. What exactly did you tell Andrew? I don't want to say something to him if you haven't told him. I've told him what I know, so he doesn't hear or see all the theories that are on social media that I've seen. I mean, there's a lot going on. He is okay, just kind of still hard for him to believe. Okay, he was asking me, I just didn't want to mention our son if you hadn't. So he's like, did you mention to Andrew that his little brother is a suspect? Chantel is like, okay, because he was asking me. I just didn't want to say anything if you hadn't said anything. I did. I didn't want anything else to be said online. I feel like he needs to be told the truth by us just so nothing is twisted. He knows not to tell anyone. Can I please talk to our daughter when you get a chance just for a little while? I won't say anything about her brother. I just want to tell her that I love her. I will call you back in a few. We are on the phone with the FBI victim specialist. Okay. November 10th, 2025. So this is 2 days after Anna's death. Thomas asks Chantel, anything new? The FBI is on the way here now to talk to us, and we should be hearing from the doctor at around 11 a.m. She later explains that the FBI came to talk to them, but while they're talking, Chantel gets a call from the son's doctor. She goes to talk to the doctor, and quote, I also talked to the doctor in the middle of the FBI, so I don't know what was all said with the FBI. I left to talk with the doctor. As of right now, it's a good possibility that he will be released on Wednesday. from the hospital. November 10th, 2 p.m., Thomas informs Chantel. They're calling me already from the news. If they got my number, that means they will find my mom's. I'm gonna have to tell her around what's going on and tell her not to talk to anyone, just a heads up. Chantel sends him the contact for an attorney. And later that day, Thomas asks Chantel if she's busy. I'm with my pastor. Can it wait till tomorrow? We are about to be in the home, and this is the first time we will be home without our son and Anna. We don't know how it's going to be. Okay. Then a few days later, Thomas asks Chantel again if he can talk to their daughter. And she says, I spoke with her. At this time, she doesn't want to talk. I let her know that you care about her and that you love her.
So they just won't let Thomas talk to the young daughter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sucks.
I mean, it could be as simple as the daughter has bad experiences with Thomas and does not like her biological father. It could be more on the conspiratorial side of things that people have been stating that it is kind of odd that Chantel, who really, I mean, this is like really conspiratorial and just out of pocket, I will say. But some netizens are just saying it's odd that Chantel, who prioritizes her marriage over everything, just won't send her 9-year-old daughter to go back to be with her biological dad so that she can probably comfort Chris and like make things right with Chris. I don't know, right? So they're just saying like it's just all around weird. No one knows what's true. Is Thomas bad? Is Chantel bad? Is every single one of them bad? I mean, I think across the board, it's pretty clear that Chantel is not good. Thomas responds, I want to hear it from her with everything going on. Chantel, I need to hear her. I understand where you're coming from, but I cannot force her to talk to you. Then, November 21st, the daughter does not go on her scheduled weekend with Thomas. We don't know exactly what transpires, but we do have clues. Thomas emails Chantel, per our parenting time, I want it known that you did not allow our daughter to go on my weekend. Yes, I understand she's going through a lot, but it's my time. That being said, I deal with you, the parent, not your spouse. So I suppose Chris informed Thomas that he's not going to be getting his daughter for the weekend. Yeah. Chantel responds, she refused to get out of the car. I did not withhold her from your parenting time. The decision was made based on her emotional state. Thomas responds, no, the decision was made by your spouse closing the door and saying to get away. Yes, she said she didn't want to, but she is going through a lot. I asked for your help to make it easier. Again, you're the mother. I deal with you, not your spouse. Your spouse has no rights. That being said, I will request that he not be present next meet since he is not capable of allowing the parents handling the exchange. Chantel responds, I'm sorry she didn't want to go with you. I know I had encouraged her to. I don't believe her reluctance has anything to do with Chris being there. She's simply been through so much lately with Anna's passing and her brother being gone. The funeral was last night and this is an incredibly difficult time for her. She will be doing counseling through DCF to help cope with her grief, and I'm hopeful she'll reach a place where she feels ready to spend time with you. I will continue to encourage her to go. Thomas hits back. As I stated, I understand, but there is still a parenting plan in place. I am her father, as you yourself said about this 16-year-old son. We are the parents, and we need to help our kids. I kept my mouth shut when you told me that you can't jeopardize your marriage for helping your son. You look scared tonight, and you need to know that my kids come before anyone. Even though I haven't been able to see them for almost 2 years, I will never hesitate. See you in 2 weeks for the next meet for our daughter. I hope things are more civil, and you, the mother, can speak for yourself. And your attorney explains to you how things are eventually gonna go. Hope I can speak and see our daughter soon. Throughout this, Chantal has no problem still ranting to Thomas throughout this like weird custody battle exchange about post online. November 17th, Chantal texts Thomas, some asshole posted something. It seems like she's referring to Martin Donahue. And it appears, that could be the case. Thomas responds, his family. Not Chris's family, the ex-wife's family. So she's like, it's not Chris's family, it's Tabitha's family. Well, part of his kids. So Thomas is like, still his family, because Tabitha is the mother of his other 2 kids. So this is like their uncle. The conversation stops there. And then they resume talking about something else. And during the custody hearing, Chantal does testify briefly. I mean, there's not really crazy explosive questions being asked by either party because ultimately this is a custody hearing. This is not to do with the FBI investigation. But Chantal has to get up there and she has to answer a few select questions about this cruise to see if that she is a fit parent for the 9-year-old daughter. She has the emotional affect of drywall.
And at some point, did you discover that one of the children had passed away?
Yes.
And when was that you discovered that?
Friday morning.
She does not appear like she cares much about what happened. And side note, because I just like to be in weird people's
businesses. Is this
businesses.
recorded or is this like just transcript?
No, it's live streamed.
Oh, it's a...
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Oh. And I just like to be in people's businesses, and we did a FOIA request, and it states that in 2024, there was a civil case opened against Chantel.
From
Thomas's mom.
Thomas's mom.
Okay, so the kid's paternal grandmother.
Yeah.
and Michelle is her name, accuses Chantel of taking one of her guns and not returning them. In a sworn statement, she also attaches an email that she had sent Chantel in 2024. And the email reads in short, "Hello Chantel, I'm following up on our conversation from June 5th, 2024 at Hernando County Court's 3rd floor, where at which time I gave you a formal letter requesting the return of my guns or you will be held responsible for the cost of replacing them. If it stated the guns and serial numbers at which time you admitted to having guns, saying that you had the bills of sale, at which time your attorney took the letter, as you said, I have the bill of sale, and I have replied that you may have the bill of sale in your possession, but if you and your attorney read it, you will not see anywhere on there that says the guns are to go to you." She's basically saying these are not your guns. In fact, it states that they are to go to Thomas, her son, and Andrew, her eldest grandson. Since they are still registered to myself, I need them back until I personally go with them to transfer ownership. And then in parentheses, it has the 16-year-old stepbrother's name, and it reads, "And that redacted's gun is being held in a safe by Todd Hall."
The 16-year-old's gun
Yeah.
is being held at
In a safe by Todd Hall. I mean, this is Florida. Maybe they go hunting. These are hunting. I don't know. But I do want to note it was just interesting to know that he has a gun, has some probably experience firing a gun, and allegedly Anna had reported to those close to her that she was scared of the stepbrother because he always carried around a big knife.
Right.
And he wanted to learn how to play or do jiu-jitsu. But interestingly, in another email screenshot that's included in the filing of the civil lawsuit, Michelle goes on to include, she messages Chantel, "Thank you, please. Give my grandson and my granddaughter all our love. We have all loved and missed them dearly. It is absolutely a very sad and heartbreaking ordeal they have been placed in. They should in no way be hurt or manipulated in the ways that they have. I know, as well as you know, that they love their father very much and they are absolutely in no fear of him and were not in fear of him prior to you manipulating, controlling, and brainwashing them for the past month. It's devastating and upsetting. Please stop. Step back and look at what's best for these kids. They need their family. I don't understand why you feel displacing them from their family, their friends, school, everything they loved and knew is helpful to them, when clearly it's done nothing but damage them. I pray everyone get help, including yourself. I never thought the day would come that you would become the person you've become, and that is simply the person you've despised growing up yourself. Please get help. You know firsthand how hurtful it is when your parent manipulates family members to keep them out of your life. You yourself said you blocked 10 years of your childhood abuse because of what your mother did. Please, God, do not do that to my grandchildren, your children. Thomas's children need the entire family. We all love them. Stop this craziness, please." The civil lawsuit has since been dismissed. However, just 6 months later, Chantel and Chris get married officially, and almost a year after that, Anna Kepner is murdered. I mean, a lot of people think that both Chantel and Thomas suck. You know, one comment reads, "The parents don't even seem surprised or emotional that their son is being accused of something so horrific. And it seems like both of them know that something is coming." On Thanksgiving, Thomas finally gets to see his daughter in his care, and he asks Chantel if he can take the daughter to go see the stepbrother, the 16-year-old son, with Andrew, stating that it might be the last chance for a long time for, I guess, all three kids to be together.
That is true, huh? Nobody has said much about the stepson or the son.
No, I just think that every single person, all the adults in this story just suck. I think...
That is one thing,
yeah.
like, I feel like nobody's talking about so far. Like, even during all of this, like, nobody is angry for
Talking about
Anna,
her.
and nobody is shocked or surprised or confused about the son. Like, there's these emotions that we are all feeling, nobody's showing
Seems to
that.
have-
Yeah. Okay, let me run you through all of the emotions that are being showed. And it's just so bizarre. Clearly, everybody grieves differently. And I mean, it's just, we can't really dictate how someone is going to express those emotions, but he's just put out very formal statements saying basically nothing of he hopes for justice. If the stepson is guilty, he's going to want justice, things of that nature, but nothing particularly emotional, nothing that expresses any sort of anger or shock or disgust at the situation, or even like deep loss for Anna. Any of the words that are being chosen to describe Anna, it feels very bland. Nothing about it feels like, okay, this is someone who deeply understands her as a person and understands the impact that she had, and now she's gone. It's very like, she was so bubbly, she was so this, and that's about it. So that's weird with Chris Kepner. Heather Anna's biological mother that Anna has posted many a TikToks about, saying that she has never really had her mother in her life, how her mother had abandoned her and turned to drugs and just left her, alienated her, like all of these things. Heather has come back. She's doing news interviews.
Oh, yeah?
And it's become, again, another contentious divorce thing. She says that she had to wear a wig to Anna's funeral because Chris Kepner wanted to get her arrested for back payments on child support.
He told me that when I told him I was coming down there, he said that that he knew for a fact that Anna would not want me there. And I said, that's a lie. I was like, but whatever. And he goes, if you step foot in Florida, I will have you arrested immediately for back child support. Yeah, I wore a wig and I wore some really tall high heels. So that way, you know, if he was looking for somebody short, he wouldn't see me.
I don't know if that is a real threat Chris Kepner had, but then she comes out to tell the world that she had to wear a wig to her daughter's funeral. And people are like, I feel like the way, this is what netizens are saying, the way that she's describing wearing a wig, it almost feels like, haha, Chris, I got you. Like, you told me I couldn't come, but I went. It feels, again, not about Anna. So people just hate both of them for that reason. Tabitha and her family seem to be the only ones that are showing perhaps maybe misplaced anger in terms of maybe they shouldn't have been on X, maybe they should have been with federal investigators, maybe they should have been on X, I don't know, right? But they seem to be the only ones that show very genuine feelings of anger towards the situation. Yeah. And Tabitha was in Anna Kepner's life from when she was 3 to 16 years old. Anna Kepner's ex-boyfriend, Josh, also has been one to come out to say that, no, the stepbrother is weird and he's creepy. Yeah. It doesn't seem like there's any ulterior motive. It's not like he's getting paid for any interviews. So that seems to be a very genuine feeling that he has. Now, then you go on to Anna Kepner's Mima and Papa, the grandparents. I mean, these are people that she posted about on TikTok, and she loves her grandparents, and they are out here saying, well, he's a good kid, he plays soccer, and I believe that he doesn't remember what happened, and that is crazy to me. In fact, just don't make a statement. If that's what you believe, I just wouldn't make a statement.
How old are they? Like,
I mean, they don't look that old.
not like 80s?
Oh, no. Okay. They look maybe like 60s.
Okay.
They look young.
Okay.
So it's just very odd behavior. I don't understand it. Again, the only way I could justify it in my mind is like, maybe Mima is undercover. Maybe she's trying to get Chantel to trust her so that she can blow the lid and tell the feds everything. But I don't think so. That's not the vibe she's giving.
Yeah.
Then you have Chantel Kepner, who's sitting here, like, doesn't care, has the emotional depth of drywall that has not even been painted with a pretty color. It's flat. She doesn't care. Even the way that a lot of netizens are trying to figure out what kind of personality Chantel is, and it seems like she prioritizes her romantic relationships. She's clearly not a good mom. I don't think you could ever, in any sense of the word, call her a good parent. And that's an opinion. But she just seems like a shit person. And then you have Thomas Hudson, who seems like, okay, maybe his heart is in the right place. But again, we don't know, because we don't know if Chantel is lying and alienating the minor kids or if they genuinely are scared of Thomas Hudson. So that's like a problem there. But on top of that, the bigger problem is in these court filings, I mean, all the minor kids' names unredacted, the full name of the person that this 16-year-old stepson is staying with, fully unredacted in the court filings, just like everyone knows everybody. So much for saying that you're upset that people are talking about it on TikTok. You're the one that's putting out all of this unredacted.
Yeah, I see.
So it's like, again, it just feels like everyone is doing their own thing, and maybe they truly believe in their own hearts that they're doing it for the kids, but it seems like all they're doing is hurting the kids like every step of the way.
Got it, yeah.
That just seems. And then from there to here, I don't know if really any of them have come out in a way that felt impactful towards Anna's life and who she was as a person. In fact, what's crazy, in the obituary, they included the stepbrother's name because it's like she leaves behind a family who adored her endlessly. And then it lists a bunch of people, including Chantel Kepner, her mother, Heather Wright, her Mima and Papa, Barbara and Jeff Kepner, her siblings, Andrew, and then, all of their names. And then they took out his name later. They also took out Martin's name because Martin's name was in there too, the uncle that made that angry post.
What is this?
I think it's odd that they would even include Chantel and her side of the family. First of all, they've only been Anna's step-siblings for like 2 years. A year, really, legally speaking.
Yeah, and Chris did this, right? Wrote this?
We don't know if Chris did it. We don't know if Chantel did it. But someone did it. I mean, I'm assuming it had to have been approved by Chris, at least.
Exactly.
Because he's an adult. He was her father. I think it's just very bizarre that they're even included. I would have just... It just feels wrong.
Yeah, it's really odd.
Like, I think that would be probably the last thing maybe Anna would want, but then they're doing it. So in regards to Chris Kepner's quote about Anna, he says, "I do not stand behind what my stepson has done." So again, does he remember or did he do it? Like, what's going on? Because Grandma was saying he said he doesn't remember, and I believe it. So maybe you're saying, okay, he doesn't remember, but we all know he did it. Or did he confess? There are internet speculations that he confessed to Chantel before Anna's body was found, and that's why they didn't search the stateroom. But that's clearly like an internet speculation that's not based on any sort of logical or evidential foundation, but it's just weird. I want him to face the consequences. I will be fighting to make sure that does happen. I cannot say that he is responsible, but I can't decline. He was the only one that was in the room, and FBI has an ongoing investigation in which they will have to provide the evidence to say that he did do it or did not do it. He was a normal kid. I would have never thought that any of this would have happened. Right now, my best course of action is to let the FBI do what they're doing. They have the evidence that they need. When they make the arrest, then we'll start seeing the justice side of things.
This is like the softest spoken statement from a father. It's crazy. Like, he has so much understanding and so much. This is even police have more emotion than this.
Yeah.
That's so odd.
And I mean, this is weird because if you compare it to cases where you have two parental figures, like biological parents, and not saying that biological ties to your children make it any stronger or less stronger, but they've raised them since birth, okay? They have biological ties to their kids. And when one child murders the other child, and if one parent wants to support the perpetrator, that can cause just like the most tumultuous, rightfully, understandably emotional journey. Chris Kepner, it sounds like that's his son, and Anna Kepner is like a girl that he was housing.
Yeah, exactly.
It sounds like this is his son. This is his child. When it's like, you've known this kid for 2 years. Anna is your daughter.
Yeah. So what's up with it? Like, do people think something is up? Why is he acting this way?
I mean, it's weird.
Okay, this is where things get really conspiratorial, and I think I would have to blame the fact that maybe I was with the RM team, and
so the best case scenario is he's a shit dad that he gives no fucks.
Yeah, let's
right?
say it like
That's
that.
the best case scenario.
Yes. But there's lots of rumors that are going around that point to much darker scenarios.
Oh, wow.
There are obviously the kind of open-ended questions of why has there not been an arrest made yet? Some people are like, okay, well, the feds take a long time. However, others are like, but this is a pretty cut and dry case. I don't think the feds need to take that much of a long time to cross their T's and dot their I's. So that leads a lot of netizens to believe perhaps the child did alert maybe the mom. And so maybe the feds are trying to see
looking into more.
If any of the parents knew what had happened before the body was discovered.
Huh.
And then the conspiracies just kind of spin off from there. But these are all, again, conspiracies, and they're alleged. And yeah. And it's just a mess. Even Anna's biological mom is telling the New York Post, why am I the bad guy? He put them in the same room together. Because people are like, you were not in Anna's life. Why are you suddenly showing up all over the news? And then she says, she was my daughter, and I loved her with all my heart and soul. The song I Am Not Okay by Jelly Roll is exactly how I feel. It's just...
What?
One netizen comment reads, I'm so tired of people saying Anna's bio mom deserved to know what happened to her daughter and that she had to read it online. So Heather was complaining that she was traumatized because she found out that Anna was deceased from Google. No one told her. And so people are saying if she had been in Anna's life, she would have automatically been notified by the FBI. Yeah. It's bad when you have to admit that Anna's bio dad was the better parent than the mom because he's an asshole. And some people are wondering about the room situation by stating, well, I've been on Carnival, and technically a person 21 years old has to be in the room with anyone under the age of 21. So, you know, one parent's name had to be on the room with the 3 teenagers. The parents bear some responsibility for not following the rules. I work in the travel industry, and this is a fact. So I don't know if it's 18, I don't know if it's 21. Another party comments, a stepbrother is not a sibling. It's a biologically unrelated male. It's a big difference. May as well be a boy down the street. Grossly inappropriate for them to be put in the same room. And then, of course, other people are arguing their experiences with step-siblings having perfectly healthy relationships. But then, again, people are also arguing, yes, but a lot of that is due to the fact that you probably grew up with them too. So you might have a more sibling-like bond because you're both 3 and 4 years old when you start getting raised in the same house together. This is a bit different. Some people believe that it's only a matter of time before Chris and Chantel divorce, writing, you can almost guarantee that this is going to end this entire marriage. How can you get past the fact that your wife's son killed your daughter? I see a bitter divorce coming. The stress of the funeral and the upcoming trial will tear them apart. Prayers for the biological mother of this young lady and all the other family members. Others think that there will not be a divorce. Some people speculate that maybe the parents are more suspicious than the internet already thinks that they're suspicious. One of the kind of theoretical supporting factors of that is there is this conversation about if the FBI really wanted, they could have kept this entire custody hearing under wraps. They could have maybe sealed the entire hearing. They could have done something because, I mean, if they have an open federal investigation, they could have said, we don't want anything to get out. This is a homicide investigation. This is more important than this custody hearing being televised and live streamed on YouTube or the FOIA requests going through. So there is a speculation that maybe the FBI is also using this court hearing to see how things play out because maybe they're looking into more people than just the stepson or the stepbrother.
So weird.
Yeah.
So weird.
Weird.
Yeah, I have so many questions.
One insane, unhinged, brain-dead comment reads, this is on one of Anna's TikToks. This is why. To which people are commenting, question mark, question mark? The commentator, a guy, of course, responds, doing all these sexy videos, he's probably going out of his mind, so he did what he did to her since he couldn't get to her sexually.
That's f***ing crazy.
Another one just reads, I can see why he wanted some of that, exclamation mark. This comment is weeks after her murder. There's a video where Anna is mouthing the lyrics to a country song, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And someone comments, but he did kill you, clapping emoji. Another comment reads, he is maybe just an immature lad who found himself in a difficult situation. If Anna was friendly to him, as she probably was, that being her nature, he may have misinterpreted it and it went downhill from there. To which someone comments, it sounds like you're saying that if a girl is friendly to a boy, he being an immature lad can't control himself and just might take whatever he thinks he's entitled to, including the girl's life. It just all goes downhill sometimes. And now we just have a lot of open questions. Is this going to be a federal case? Are they going to pass it down to the state courts? Are they going to interview every single person on that cruise? Because, I mean, yeah, you might probably want to interview everyone on the hall. You probably want to interview the crew and the family and all of the witnesses that would normally come in a regular investigation. But could there be other people on that cruise that saw something on the deck? Or during a breakfast buffet one day, they noticed something, they saw something? Are they combing through all the hours of security footage? How long is all of that going to take? And until then, this is what we know so far. What are your thoughts on this case? What do you think is going to happen? Do you think that there are other parties involved, such as any of the adults? If you're a parent, would you do the room configurations like this, or is this just so out of the mind of a regular person? What are your thoughts? Let me know in the comments, and I will see you in the next one.
Ultimately, a girl was murdered. Everything else is just this poor girl. And I didn't even hear about this case, so like, damn. Okay. What time is it? Sheesh, bro. I feel like this is why I haven't done my hair in a minute, bro. I can do something that seems so easy for these freaking hair girly, and it's gonna take me 10 years. Oh, I hate it here. All right. What else are we gonna watch? Bro, this video has been like in my crosshair for a minute, but I feel like it's just gonna make me angry. I don't want to know shit about the stupid ass pedo ring of the Epstein thing. So I guess we're gonna watch this one.
Bada bing, bada boo.
The concept of death is odd when you're a kid. I don't think that there is a standard age across the board when kids realize that somebody is dead. Like, at what age can a child differentiate between an open casket funeral and then somebody sleeping in a box in front of people? 9-year-old Mary, she knew right away. Her older sister Ruth died of brain cancer, and Mary is brought with her parents to see Ruth's body in the casket. That's when it starts happening. She's watching as her parents take Ruth's body out of the casket, place her on the floor outside, and they start cutting.
My parents got me up really early. Ruth's body was brought there, laid on the ground in the treat area by our childhood church.
Mary's dad is cutting into Ruth's body with a knife just again and again. And then he tells Mary to hold it. So now she's holding this knife, and they make 9-year-old Mary cut into her older sister's beloved body, and they slash her up everywhere.
I just remember having a knife in my hand and stabbing my sister's body. And I'm like, how did they get me to do that? Later, I remembered that they made me change into her panties. I mean, they did that to make Chopper happy, obviously.
Until they finally place Ruth back into the casket along with Mary.
And they put me in the coffin with her. My visceral response of being put in the coffin with her was, I get to be close to my sister. I get to touch her hair.
Mary Knight is tortured through her entire childhood by her aerospace engineer father, who worked at Boeing, who is also a church leader. They were millionaires, but Mary remembers being deprived of food, being passed around by her dad's friends. Mary remembers that her dad would creepily tell her that he was attracted to her. This is back when she's a child. And it seemed like her mom starts getting jealous because she starts saying things like, my legs look better than your legs. Mary is sex trafficked and abused in hotels, in a Sunday school classroom, in a church building, at her childhood home, her grandparents' home, on a swing set, in a studio of a professional photographer after regular hours, at a doctor's office by a doctor who ran the practice, who is also very close friends with Mary's parents. Mary says that her dad was a prolific CSAM creator, producing videos with his own daughter Mary and victimizing other children. And this is all during Mary's childhood. But she doesn't remember any of it until she turns 37 years old. This is the story of Mary Knight, who says she was trafficked by her parents, who were allegedly prolific child abusers. But there are people who don't believe Mary. There is an entire organization called the False Memory Syndrome Foundation that don't believe Mary, along with Mary's own parents. They don't believe Mary. A high-profile doctor believes Mary is lying.
How old were you, roughly then?
About 37.
Yeah. And how do you know it really happened?
They don't think any of this is real. They don't think any of this is true. They think that she is flat out lying. They say she doesn't have proof. They say she doesn't have anyone to corroborate her claims. They say she was probably brainwashed during her hypnosis sessions to believe that she was abused.
Basically, I have 5 minutes of your story. I hope this won't be offensive, but your claims about what other people said, but I haven't heard those claims from them. And
they say that she's doing this because she craves attention, that she must be mistaken. But what motive would Mary have to lie about any of this? And what motive do these doctors have to disprove Mary? Could it be that they don't want victims to be believed? But why would they want that? Is it because some of these people who are against Mary and want the world to think that Mary is lying, they also have been accused by their own children of abuse? This is the story of Mary Knight and why some people think that she's lying. And that's why we went to go see Mary to see if she is.
Wow, what the fuck is happening?
After a flurry of news about recovered memories of childhood.
Also, the thing is so you're telling me that there's an entire organization out there that was basically created to gaslit victim of abuse? Is that what I'm hearing? Because that sounds crazy. What? And I mean, that sounds crazy, but at the same time, I feel like I shouldn't be surprised because, again, like, you know, uh, we all know what kind of like president the United States currently have. So I feel like I shouldn't be surprised, but I'm still like, God damn, you know? It's an entire organization that's supposed to look legitimate, filled with like doctor and psychiatrists that was what created to discredit victims of abuse and survivors. That's how I see it. And don't get me wrong, I'm aware that like human memory is not always reliable. Unfortunately, that's a fact. That is sadly a fact. Human memories is not as reliable as we think it is. But that being said, um, I feel like at her age, she has no reason to suddenly, out of nowhere, come up with all of that. You know, I feel like it's just weird. I mean, maybe she's looking for clout or whatever, but it's just, I don't know. I feel, because like a lot of people are not aware, but reporting sexual assault of any kind is not the win that some people think it is. It really isn't. It's a very traumatic experience that doesn't necessarily always result in justice. So, like, I don't know. Let's just see.
Abuse, we started seeing a backlash against so-called false memories.
She recalled repressed memories of sexual abuse by her father. At least she said so.
But we can't admit to something that didn't happen because that's not going to be good for you.
I'm accused of something that's absolutely not true.
I think she's just been completely brainwashed.
This recollection came to her in a flash when she was hypnotized by a therapist.
At which point it's hard to tell who's hypnotizing who at this point. Now we watch the allegations week by week.
How are you? Nice to meet you.
I love your...
Good to see you.
So is this the RM team or that's some sort of documentary? Yes.
It over my face. She pinched my nose. She did that 7 times.
Take it to when you were 37 and when everything's starting to come back.
My aunt had told me that she told me I had witnessed child abuse. I was journaling sitting on my couch, and all of a sudden I just see this image.
They say I'm crazy, and it didn't happen.
Because
do you think that there can ever be a chance, a world in which something happens to you, you are conscious, you are not under the influence of any substance, you are wide awake, and then something happens, either right in front of your face, or something happens to you, and you do not remember it? Yep. Is that possible?
Yep.
And then one day, 20 years later, you suddenly remember this moment that you had. Are repressed memories real? It depends on who you ask. Pick a side and welcome to the memory wars. This was a huge thing back in the 90s, the memory wars was. There is one side of people who believe that your mind is so powerful that you can repress these traumatic memories deep into the back of your brain, and then they can come back to you when your brain decides that you are safe enough to start working through this trauma. Then you have the other side of people who believe that this is not a real thing, that you cannot just forget a memory and then suddenly remember a memory. And the stakes for the memory wars are very high. You're talking about criminal convictions, multi-million-dollar lawsuits, families being ripped apart. If all you have is a memory from 20 years ago, how do you know who is telling the truth? It could be likely that if you ask someone from the False Memory Syndrome Foundation, they would tell you that they're all lying. This isn't real. You cannot have repressed memories. The people who say they do, they're lying, and the memories are false. They're untrue. That's why we call it false memory syndrome. Now, I will note, this is not like a real syndrome that's recognized by the DSM-5 or anything, but I guess you could throw syndrome behind anything. They say this is real. False Memory Syndrome Foundation. This is a nonprofit organization that believes that people are following the trend of recovering repressed memories for all sorts of reasons. Attention, to feel special, to feel traumatized, to feel victimized. They're accusing their incredible parents who have raised them of being abusers. Church leaders are losing their positions in their community because someone recovered a memory 20 years later of abuse. And if it's not stopped, the False Memory Syndrome Foundation says the world is going to be ripped at the seams because this is pretty much, an epidemic.
She recalled repressed memories of sexual abuse by her father. At least she said so.
And I've been accused of something that's absolutely not true.
I think she's just been completely brainwashed.
This debate on whether or not repressed memories are real was so big that it was dubbed the Memory Wars. Doctors from both sides wrote paper after paper to disprove the other party, and in the end, nobody comes to a freaking agreement. But regardless of what the doctors are arguing, and a lot of people have experiences, like firsthand accounts of recovering repressed memories, one netizen writes, "For me, it always starts with a feeling. It feels like something is trying to get my attention, but I don't know what. I just know that I'm forgetting something important. That could last for weeks. And then I'll get an image. Usually it's a blip of something. And it lingers very unsettling for a few days, a few weeks, whatever. And then something happens and then I suddenly will remember. And with that memory, it's not even just the memory I remember. The appropriate feelings that were repressed just hit you like a brick at once. It probably varies from person to person, but that has been my experience. One clinician states, it's not what you really think it is. People try to make repressed memories seem like something, but honestly, she says, I've never seen a patient recover repressed memories. I'm not sure they're considered real. The clinician writes, what is real though, is memory disturbance during trauma. So she's just saying there's so much connotation with repressed memories. We just call it memory disturbance. Memories may be missing, they may be incomplete, they may be warped, and it's not that these memories are corrected in any way for you to remember, but the memories you do have will be associated with other memories and sensations and experiences that you already have on file in your brain. Some of these memories can be surprising because you may not have thought about them in a really long time, and the emotions attached can be surprisingly intense. So think of your memory like a computer. It's not designed to pull things out of the recycling bin, but it does take all the junk that's sitting on your desktop and tags it with things, sensations, emotions, images that are related, and then they file them away properly. The way that they're explaining it is sometimes you will have this very specific experience trigger that file to be automatically opened, like a file that you didn't even remember you had. And that is precisely what happens to Mary, repressed memories. Mary says in her book, My Life Now, Essays by a Child Sex Trafficking Survivor, I am sure that my life is better because my mind allowed me to place memories of abuse into a compartment that I couldn't open until age 37, when I finally felt safe to do so. So what exactly does Mary remember?
I was 5 or 6 years old. We were at the first house I lived in out in the country, and I remember men coming in multiple cars, and I remember seeing my mom on the front porch, and she took money from the men. And then I was one of the trees that was close to where my swing set was. They tied a rope to the tree and they tied the rope around my neck. So then I was sexually abused. I was by one man, and then he would hand me to the next man, and there were 5 or 6 men. And then the rope was cut and I was on the ground, and they used the bathroom on me, the men did. And one of the men got mad at my dad and said, "You went too far. She's going to die." And my dad said, "She's mine. I can do what I want." I remember searching for my mother's eyes because I thought maybe my mother would have compassion for me, but she didn't. When she did look at me, it was like she was looking at an insect. Like I was not even as valuable as an animal. After that, my mother brought me into the house and bathed me, and it seemed like she was being kind to me. And then she put me on a bed that had brand new sheets on it that smelled good. And then she came in and she fondled me.
FMSF and skeptics of recovered repressed memories, they say it was like a trend in the 90s. A lot of people were recovering repressed memories. A lot of high-profile books came out at the time, is what they argue. You could just pick it up at the bookstore, and they'll say, "Are you a survivor of incest? Here's a checklist." And they would include things like anxiety, depression, eating disorders. And then that would make you feel like maybe I was. They state that these books are the reason that people start believing that they were abused as a kid. Skeptics say that a lot of cases, false memory implantation happens by way of, quote, suggesting things to people, guided imagination, taking them through imagination exercises when they can't remember something, sexualized dream interpretation. Oh, you have a dream of this, maybe it goes back to your childhood. Hypnosis, giving people books to read that advance the theory of repression, putting them in group therapy when they don't have any memories and they listen to a lot of other people talk about childhood abuse, exposing them to other forms of suggestive psychotherapy. Those are why people have these repressed memories. And they say, boom, that's all it takes for this new memory to form, for you to believe that you were abused as a child. I will say the False Memory Syndrome Foundation aren't particularly the most convincing people out there. However, one thing that has stuck with a lot of people, and I'm just saying netizens out there, on the debate of whether or not repressed memories are real, is that a lot of research so far has shown that emotional and traumatic events are typically remembered better and not worse than mundane experiences. So studies on trauma survivors consistently show that traumatic memories, they tend to be very intrusive, persistent. They're difficult to forget rather than inaccessible. So they state that in neuroscience, when your body has a spike in adrenaline and norepinephrine, it actually strengthens memory consolidation through the amygdala, which makes emotional memories more durable over time. This is human adaptation because remembering threats helps us avoid them, but that's just what research shows. That doesn't mean that's the only way that our brains work. In fact, trauma makes brains work in very strange and unreasonable ways. Other scholars argue differently, such as Jennifer. She's a doctor, and we'll get into Jennifer in a second. She states that children who are abused by their caregivers are in an impossible situation. So a lot of people who have repressed memories, it's from their childhood. And she states a lot of it is because when you are being abused by your caregiver as a child, there's no reason for your brain to keep it in your mind as a threat, because there's nothing you can do about it. It's not like you can avoid the threat any longer. This is your caregiver that's abusing you. You don't have a choice. Not that anyone who is abused has a choice, but it's harder to do threat assessments as a child versus an adult.
Okay, what does that mean then?
If I go to the grocery store and I get whacked, and this is obviously a much simplistic analogy that has no, I don't want anyone to think that I'm comparing the severity of SA or anything like that. But if I go to the grocery store and I get hit with a cart, I'm going to remember that as an adult because I don't want to get hit with a cart again. But as a child, that's why children are so reckless with their bodies sometimes, because there's less of a threat assessment that can be done when you're that young. And so she's saying, if you were abused as a child, your brain might not remember it and keep it at the forefront of your memory because there's no way for you to avoid that threat next time. Whereas an adult, you may feel like you could try to avoid it. Again, not saying that SA is avoidable by any means.
That's
but
interesting. Okay.
Your brain might try to think that it is. These kids are dependent on the ones that are harming them, which means they may adapt. This allows the child to fake security in their parental relationships, maintain that relationship that is necessary for survival. It's almost betrayal blindness. That's what she calls it. Also, it can be argued by those with repressed memories that, yes, the memory formation is there, I mean, clearly the memory is there. It's not like it disappeared. It's not like you didn't form the memory. It's not like you threw it away. It's just stored in a way that's difficult for you to recall. Basically, dissociative amnesia. And this is highly studied and highly recognized.
Is this the same thing as the repressed memory or different?
There's differences between the two, but a lot of people actually think when you really hone in on repressed memories, they think it's like a variation of dissociative amnesia, which there's not a lot of debate on whether or not dissociative amnesia exists or not.
Okay.
So people are just saying this seems like a different, almost like a fragment of that. Eleanor Goldstein is a big member of the False Memory Syndrome Foundation, and she has her own book out, which is not the best read. I will tell you that. I read the book, but she writes about how, quote, false memories like Mary's are tearing families apart.
The book is all about what? False memory
Yeah, so
is a lie?
One of the books that she wrote, and yeah, I don't know why they write so many books. I'm talking about the False Memory Syndrome Foundation. But one of the books that she wrote is a collection of stories of parents who are accused by their adult children of abuse. They don't talk to any of the victims. She doesn't talk to any of the survivors. She doesn't talk to any of the adults that were kids that are accusing their parents now. She just talks to the parents, and they all have their own little chapter in the book. And they write about how these quote unquote false memories, like Mary's, are tearing families apart. Yes, Eleanor Goldstein knows Mary, and Eleanor Goldstein believes that Mary is lying. What proof does Eleanor Goldstein have? Not really any. But she writes in her book, imagine what it's like to have the person you have loved, nurtured, idolized, your child, suddenly turn against you and accuse you of the most horrendous crimes imaginable. That is what is happening in the US today. And Mary decides, after she uncovers her repressed memories, Mary is going to meet with Eleanor Goldstein, a prominent member of False Memory Syndrome Foundation. She's also going to meet with the founder, Pamela Fried, the founder of False Memory Syndrome Foundation. People who have spent their life saying that people like Mary are lying. Mary wants to go and talk to them.
Confabulation is a mixture of fact and fantasy to create a new memory. We do that every day. We mix our memories up with other people's memories. So we've learned that memory is very, very pliable. And you can get people to believe anything that you want them to believe if you use the right techniques. Bullshit memories that come back like that out of the blue.
How do you know for sure that these memories are true?
I spoke in Canada at Simon Fraser University, dentist. And all of a sudden, 20 years later, some patient comes and says, I remember 20 years ago you abused me when I was in the dental chair, but I forgot about it until I went to therapy. Now I remember.
I remember my dad saying that he was sexually attracted to me. I think that's...
How old were you when he said that?
You know, I don't think it matters how old someone is. It's just wrong.
I mean, you can say, oh yeah, you know, some things you just take as a joke. People say stupid things.
That's not something I think a father would usually joke about, that he's sexually attracted to his daughter.
What did you say? How old were you? You don't remember?
Yeah, I do. I remember I was about 13.
In a book written by Eleanor Goldstein, she writes about what happens to trigger repressed memories. And she puts repressed memories in quotes. She says, typically, a successful, intelligent woman goes to a therapist with a problem, perhaps about her marriage, her children, an inexplicable illness like an eating disorder. She emerges from therapy with the belief that all of her problems are related to childhood sexual abuse. And after perhaps first accusing a babysitter, a cousin, a family friend, or a teacher, the parent is accused, not allowed to present a defense and abandoned, perhaps even sued. There is a growing belief that sexual abuse of all sorts engulfs our nation. Celebrities have told their stories of incest and rape, and dozens of books have been written. Talk shows, newspaper, and magazine articles tell the details which horrify us all. We appear to be a nation of depraved sex maniacs. Mass hysteria is being created by the media, which leads us to believe that a large portion of adults in our society are perpetrators of heinous crimes, and our children are in constant danger from almost everyone they may come in contact with, especially family members. The consequences of this mass hysteria are devastating. Since it is believed that sex abuse is common, therapists, teachers, doctors are all looking for it everywhere, and many are finding it even when it doesn't exist. Mary says around that time, her mother had passed away, But with, now filming a documentary, Mary has a documentary, which, like I said, I'm going to link all below. But she said talking to these people, I mean, I'm sure it's bringing up a lot of these unresolved feelings about her mother being deceased. And there's a lot of mixed feelings with the feeling of familial connection to her mom, which wasn't there with her dad. But regardless, she's feeling that, and she's feeling angry, she's feeling betrayed, she's feeling hurt. And she says, as I prepared for the interview with Eleanor Goldstein and Pamela Fried, it was obvious to me that I had not gotten over the loss of my mother. So I decided to bake cookies for Pamela with my mother's recipe.
And, I told you I made cookies for you with my mom's recipe, but she sexually abused me.
Oh, it was for one of the people I interviewed who thinks my memories are false. And yeah, she did like the cookie, and it was just this kind of, she reminded me of my mother, and I think I remind her of her daughter who was abused by her husband. And she doesn't have contact with her daughter now. And I think we both kind of thought we could talk the other one into believing different. I think she thought
wait a minute.
that she could talk me into believing my memories.
You're telling me that this woman started this foundation because her own daughter, she can't believe her. Okay, girl. See, I knew this shit was bullshit. But to learn that the woman who's like the head and the face of this false memory foundation is her daughter accused her husband of abuse and she doesn't talk to her anymore. Girl. It's crazy because it's basically like what I said earlier before, like in the other fucking Rat and Mango video, where I say like, sometimes people can't fathom the idea that someone that they are close with, someone that they know personally, could do something so terrible to somebody else that they know and or care about. And so I feel like that's basically the case here. Like, she doesn't talk to her daughter anymore. Clearly that hurts her a lot. But instead of like maybe coming to the fact that maybe your daughter told the truth, you create a whole foundation around discrediting people like your daughter because it's easier for you to believe that she lied or she's wrong than to admit that maybe your husband is indeed a fucking creep. Like, that's kind of wild. But alright, fam. Like I said, you do you, girl, but like, I feel like knowing this information, I have a better idea of who you are as a person, And I don't know. It's just how convenient it is. Oh, fuck. It is to I don't know. This information came clutch, basically.
It's not true, and then that would be really good for her organization, but that didn't happen.
Well, my mom was always jealous of me. Plus, she was very verbose. She would say a lot. I thought she'd be protective of my dad. And I thought if I had a chance to talk directly to my dad might go to counseling with me. But if I talked to my mom first, she wouldn't want that to happen. And I really thought of myself at that time as probably closer to my dad. But then when I broke contact with my parents, it was my mother I missed the most. It just was horrible for me to think about saying goodbye permanently to my mother. And that really surprised me, that just is your core. Your mother is your core.
Can you tell us what you're making today?
So these are, this is homemade roll dough from my mother's recipe. And this is the recipe my mom taught me when I was little. I started baking when I was pretty young. My mother was a very good cook. See, after my mother, 7 years after she died, I started feeling her presence when I'm in the kitchen, as far as like she's an angel. This was her cookie sheet. And actually, I'll put the dinner rolls in it. Yeah, that's something I asked for. I was disinherited, but I asked for the cookie sheet and I got it.
Did you ask for anything else?
Well, yeah, I asked for like 2 place settings of china, and my mother had real silver. I didn't get any of that. But I got the things that were not valuable that I wanted. The dolls up there. And I bake so much that I think really this may be my most sentimental possession, even though it's not of value. And she would talk to me about things like, she was jealous of me. She said she had better legs than I do. I remember one time I was in the backseat of the car, we were going to church, and my dad looked back and said, "Oh, you look pretty, Mary." And my mom said, "Who looks prettier, her or me?" That's a weird thing to say, you know?
False Memory Syndrome Foundation believes that therapy is the triggering problem. When a person meets a therapist who has a steadfast belief that there is a strong link between past SA and current individual pathology, they might persuade the patient to remember past abuse that the foundation believes did not happen. One very high-profile psychologist who has inserted herself into studying so-called false memory syndrome, she states, to understand who we are and why we are the way we are, many therapists encourage us to go back to our childhood and find out what happened to us there. If we are in pain, we are told there must be a cause. If we cannot locate the cause, we might not have looked deep enough. If we have looked deep enough and we have found something but we don't believe it, we might be in denial. And on goes the search to find the truth of our lives and the memories we have and the memories we have lost. Some people have stated that they believe repressed memories being uncovered in therapy is, quote, that's how you turn a $2,000 eating disorder patient into a $200,000 eating disorder patient. So a lot of the doctors who don't believe in the repressed memories being true, they think it's a way for therapists and clinicians to get more money out of patients. Because, oh, you're just depressed and anxious? Well, maybe I could solve it in 3 sessions, but now if I tell you that your entire life is a lie, then you might need a few years. Which is a very dangerous stigma to place on therapists who already have such a strong stigma that they're working against. But these doctors believe that many psychologists are trying to make more money by convincing their patients that they are deeply, deeply traumatized and they need to uncover, unpack, and process all of that trauma. But of course, regardless of what someone believes, there are a few strange things, such as the False Memory Syndrome Foundation is a nonprofit, more or less raising awareness and, I want to say, lobbying or rallying against, quote, false memory syndrome, which again is not a recognized syndrome, but they will sometimes pay psychiatrists $110,000 to write a paper to debunk repressed memories. And you're telling me there's no bias there? Yeah.
How do we know that they paid?
Because it's a nonprofit, so a lot of their stuff is public information. They will pay like a Harvard psychiatrist who has a very strong name in the field. And then when you read paper done by Harvard psychiatrists, you're thinking, okay, maybe this is legitimate. Turns out it's funded by the False Memory Syndrome Foundation.
It even shows how much they paid him?
Yeah.
Wow.
And everyone will take this paper at face value without realizing that they got paid a fat fee for it. I mean, I think there is no doubt that hypnosis can create a state of suggestibility. I don't think anyone is arguing that. I also do think that the power of suggestion, and I do think memory is a wishy-washy thing in the sense of, I think no one has an airtight memory. I think you could remember someone wearing a red shirt, but it was a blue shirt. But overall, most people and most psychiatrists agree that typically the gist of what happened, you do have a strong grasp on that, especially for traumatic events, especially for anything in particular that is of importance. I'm not doubting that the power of suggestion can be huge on humans. I tend to agree with this one netizen who sums it up very well. And they write, here's what my therapist told me about quote-unquote false memories. Memories that are completely made up and have no basis in reality, they can exist. They can. But must be repeatedly and continuously reinforced in order to be maintained. And false memories cannot give you trauma. You would not have trauma responses without the trauma. For example, if someone tells you over and over and over again that you were in a really bad car accident, but you just don't remember it, your brain can convince you that you can remember such a thing, and you could probably even visualize it. But it wouldn't make you scared of driving. It wouldn't give you flashbacks of an accident that never happened. And once that person stops the reinforcement of that memory and false beliefs associated, it usually fades and eventually completely goes away. Also, I just don't see why someone would subject themselves to something like having these repressed memories. One netizen writes, "It feels horrible. I had signs of CSA. Like I would pee myself a lot at school growing up, but I didn't remember any of that." The netizen says, one day they urinated on themselves at work as an adult. And they just started crying in a way that was irrational. An adult who urinates on themselves at work, yes, you might start crying because it's embarrassing, but it was almost like a mental breakdown of a crying. And they state that I even hugged my boss, who happens to be a raging asshole, so I would never hug them. Like, that's how caught off guard I was. I was terrified. Every time I have one of these repressed memories, I feel like the world is spinning. I get this weird feeling. It's familiar. I mean, I guess I used to feel that after stuff would happen and my brain would block out the memories. I'm still in shock and I don't want to believe what happened. Repressed memories are weird. In fact, it's not like people don't doubt themselves. Again, the False Memory Syndrome Foundation makes it seem like you have this vague memory that comes up in a hypnosis session and then you make it your life's mission and you're like, this is my new life. This is my new whole personality. But most people who have repressed memories come back up, they spend years believing it's not true. They spend years doubting it. They spend years trying to find reasons why it's not true to confirm that this is a false memory, but it's not confirmed. Nobody wants to be traumatized. Like, nobody wants these things to have happened. And oftentimes, therapists won't even believe you.
Hi. One thing was saying, like, a young child who's under age 2 or under age 3 will never remember any abuse, and if they are abused, won't be affected by it. Is that what you think?
A child under 2 really doesn't have memories of anything that happened. Anything that isn't painful, the child, it wouldn't hurt the child. I mean, it may be morally wrong to touch a child who's under 2. It may be obnoxious. That's a terrible thing to do, and society says no. But if you think about it, it doesn't damage the child. It's wrong, but the child is not damaged by it unless it's physically hurt.
Can we check this man's hard drive? Because I am appalled. We need to check this man's hard drive, on God. Like, that's not... What do you mean? Honestly, I'm not sure about this one. I'm not sure about this one. I'm not sure about this one. But yeah, no, sir, what the fuck are you talking about? What are we talking about? What the fuck? Like, that's a crazy thing to say. That's a crazy thing to say. I have no words. This man straight up say, "Oh, come on. Sexual abuse of a child is morally wrong because society says so," but like, is it that bad? I need to go back.
This is my new whole personality. But most people who have repressed memories come back up, they spend years believing it's not true. They spend years doubting it. They spend years trying to find reasons why it's not true to confirm that this is a false memory, but it's not confirmed. Nobody wants to be traumatized. Like, nobody wants these things to have happened. And oftentimes, therapists won't even believe you.
Hi. One thing was saying, like, a young child who's under age 2 or under age 3 will never remember any abuse, and if they are abused, won't be affected by it.
So, see, that alone is a lie in my personal experience and opinion. And the reason why I say that is because and I mean, look, I feel like when he said what he's saying is that you won't remember in your adult life what happened at 3 years old. And that I can understand. I can kind of agree because it's pretty much true. You won't remember. However, when I was adopted, I was like 2 years old. I was 2 years old, and my mom remember specifically me being afraid of sometimes like I would see black women because but in the sort of orphanage that I was being abused, and so I was afraid whenever I would see black women. As a result, obviously the shit kind of passed, but the point is that was a memory of mine, and the abuse that I faced as a child will obviously, since they happened during my formative years, since like childhood is like the part where your brain is literally a sponge and that absorbs everything, it obviously will have like a bigger impact on me, uh, and will create like by behavioral issues later on and mental issues later on. Like it's a known fact that people with a traumatic childhood will develop some form of like issues later. So I feel like it's very weird for this man to be like, it's not actually a big deal. Like they don't remember. Like that's crazy. You don't even need to remember for your subconscious to have absorbed this information and basically use it to kind of like shape your whole life. And even if you're whether you're conscious about it or not, your subconscious, in a way, I feel like always remembers. You don't have to remember directly, but indirectly, your body and your mind does, and that's where some people kind of become broken.
Is that what you think?
A child under 2 really doesn't have memories of anything that happened. Anything that isn't painful, the child it wouldn't hurt the child. I mean, it may be morally wrong to touch a child who's under 2. It may be obnoxious. That's a terrible thing to do, and society says no.
Like, do you hear the way he says things? It may be morally wrong. What do you mean it may be, bitch? It is. It's not, it is morally wrong to touch a child. It's not it 100% is. The way he's talking about it is like, it's bad, but is it that bad? Like, it's crazy. Oh my god, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing?
But if you think about it, it doesn't damage the child.
It does.
It's wrong, but the child's not damaged by it unless.
See yeah, the same. We have the same face there. Huh? Yeah, exactly. What are you saying? Like, what are you saying, sir? You make no sense. This man makes no sense. Ooh, child.
It's physically hurt.
Physically injured or
physically
hurt?
Injured or hurt.
Well,
what
if
the child cries?
If the child cries, then would that affect the child later?
So far as we know, children who've been physically abused, anyway abused, they don't remember that, and it doesn't seem to have any later effect on them.
Why?
That's crazy.
Sons wanting to find babysitters for their kids because their kids' oldest is 2, and so even if their kids are beat up a little bit at the babysitter, it's not going to affect them, and unless there's an injury.
And moreover, we know that most abuse of children under 2, most real sexual abuse that occurs, has to do with touching, usually not penetration. It's usually not very violent. It's not violent at all. It's usually more curiosity, exploration.
What is happening? What is happening?
You think a reason someone would fondle a 1-year-old is curiosity?
I think that's usually what people think.
Oh my God!
So someone who would want to touch a 1-year-old's vagina, does that For curiosity?
Well, that would be one motivation.
Brother, what?
What would they be curious about? What would an adult be curious about a one? I don't get it.
That's why it's deviant.
Yeah, but you think it wouldn't hurt them? When I was 3 and 4, I used to love my maternal grandfather. I called him Daddy Bob. He wore cowboy boots, and I would put little objects in his boots, so when he put them on, there'd be something in them. And he just thought I had a really good sense of humor. My mother and him would go into the bedroom. My dad would be at work. They would set me down at the dining table and give me chocolate chip cookie dough. And that was my distraction so that my mother and her father could have sex. I remember hearing them in there. I remember that it happened enough times that it didn't seem unusual for it to happen. And then they brought me in. My Daddy Bub had said that he would never do anything that would hurt. And of course, for a young girl, it hurt. It hurt. And I remember how betrayed I felt by Daddy Bub. But the other thing I remember about it is that not only was my mother not protective, she was so jealous of me. And afterwards, she beat me. And she said, I'm his only little girl. I'm his only precious little girl. And she kept saying that to me when she beat me. And my mom was always like that with her father. I mean,
stroking the vagina of a 2-year-old child, an unrelated male stroking a child for curiosity, for any other reason.
For sexual reasons, and having an orgasm when the child's there would not affect the child.
That child wouldn't remember that. For example, if a 2-year-old child saw their parents murdered, they wouldn't remember that. That would be a terrible thing to observe for a 2-year-old child, but they wouldn't remember it, and therefore wouldn't be affected by it.
One of the kids, the first time
You know what's
she came
funny?
in, a cute little redheaded girl.
That's funny because that's kind of like the plot of Dexter. He witnessed the murder, I think, of his mom as a baby, and that kind of basically fucked him up, and he became a serial killer for good or whatever. But like, yeah, that's. I just think it's funny that that's basically. Oh my god, that's basically the plot of Dexter. Brother, I forgot how. I forgot how intense it is to do your braids and your hair. Ugh. And now my fucking earbuds. Oh my god. Where did it go? Is that it? I think I got it. Yay. But yeah, this is a lot. This is a lot.
Girl, she did this. I mean, just loud as and I didn't know her history at all. But then I just say to the child, like, oh, it looks like you're hitting. And she said, yeah, she pointed out that the clown is smiling. And she hit the clown because the clown was smiling. People who abuse children are sometimes triggered by a happy child. She had experienced the murder of her little sister. So she was 3 when she started counseling with me. Biological parents put a blanket over the child's face, and they said they did it so the child wouldn't cry at night. And they said, well, we did it with our other daughter and she never died. One time when she came in, she put this plastic over And of course I couldn't let her because that would hurt me. But and I'm like, what is she trying to do? And then she started, when she would come in, she would want me to lay down. And she'd say, lay down, and I would. And then she'd say, put your head down. So she wanted me straight down like this. And then she'd get this blanket. And it's a weighted blanket. And she would put it over my face. She would put her hand. There were times she put it over at me like this. And then she got to where she'd pinch my nose, which I would need to stop her then because she's not allowed to hurt me. Mm-hmm. She did that 7 times. The law enforcement wanted to interview her because she was obviously had witnessed this crime. The only people I've ever heard her call mommy and daddy are her current foster parents, and they are going to be adopting her. Oh, so she gets to live with the people she calls mommy and daddy.
Good.
Yeah.
During the interviews that Mary has with Pamela and Eleanor Goldstein, they act like Mary doesn't have any corroborating evidence, like zero, none. But Mary does. Mary's cousin actually remembered abuse 9 years before Mary did. She reached out to Mary to tell her that she had been abused as a kid by her father. Mary remembers, I had just become a mother. I brought my infant son with me. I sat with her on an old faded couch. I breastfed my son while I listened to her heartfelt recollections. And when she finished, so this is the time when Mary was working as a social worker. So she's very good at listening to people. She's also very good at identifying gaps in stories because, you know, you're interviewing parents to see if they're fit enough to take care of their children, and you have to be able to realize when people are lying or it doesn't make sense. And she tells her cousin, I believe you. And her cousin's face falls because clearly she does not want to hear that. Mary says she wanted me to say that she was wrong. I mean, no one wants to believe that their own father essayed them. There was another cousin. Mary really tried to get in contact with her, but they drifted apart. Eventually, she runs into her own cousin at, of all places, Survivors for Child Abuse Conference. Oh. Mary didn't even realize it was her cousin that she had been searching for, and that cousin thought that Mary was ignoring her on purpose in the hallways. Eventually, they exchanged emails, but Mary took down the wrong email, resulting in them losing contact for another year, until finally they met up 2 years later. Mary decides that she's just going to ask her cousin. Not really expecting any sort of answer, she asks, did my father ever essay you? The cousin tells her yes. She says, he wasn't somebody who physically touched me, but almost coaching others somehow. Taking pictures as well, encouraging others to be involved in sexual acts with me and filming them. Which is exactly what Mary, she had these memories of being filmed and that CSAM was being created. She hadn't told her cousin this. Furthermore, the church that Mary used to go to, the Church of Christ, she went back to try and figure out if any church members were known to be abusers because she had these recollections of being abused in like a Bible study room in that church. And she couldn't really investigate much because the police didn't want to help her, and it's not like she can just conduct interviews with people in hope that they give her a confession that would lead them straight to prison. However, Jimmy Hinton, he is the minister of the Church of Christ in Pennsylvania and also a very good friend of Mary's. Jimmy's sister had a very similar experience to Mary. Jimmy became the minister after his dad had been the minister of this church for 40 years. He's adjusting, trying to be a dad, trying to be a minister. And that is when his adult sister, Alex, is like, Jimmy, I need to talk to you. And she tells him that she has these repressed memories of their father, the minister, abusing her. Alex is actually interviewed and she's asked, you know, I understand that you felt like you had a pretty happy childhood. But in 2011, you started having flashbacks that remind you of abuse that occurred. What can you tell me about that? Alex says, I saw this picture of my dad touching me in an inappropriate way. But it was one of those things at first I tried to shrug off the image in my head, like, oh, that didn't really happen. You know what I mean? Like maybe it was an accident. Maybe I'm not remembering something correctly. You know, I just kept trying to brush it off. It was just like bits and pieces. I didn't have a full memory of it, so I couldn't quite put it together. Then in 2011, I was 20 years old. My dad had asked me to help him babysit kids a couple of times. So he was still babysitting after he retired as a minister for like church kids. I took them swimming and it was just like small things that the kids would say. Of like, can we sleep over at his house today? And just like, it just gave her a weird feeling.
Would the kids say if they can sleep over at the dad's house?
Yeah.
Huh.
not that relatives can't be abusers. Obviously, clearly they can, but it's like your old minister from the church. I can't imagine ever sleeping over at my minister's house unless there was like a Bible study with a lot of church leaders involved, and like, or like you usually have sleepovers at the church is what I recall growing up religious. Not that I'm religious anymore, but it's just weird. And so she just has this weird feeling about the whole thing.
So you're saying these kids has done that before? Like
Yes.
they've slept over. That's why then when they brought it up, she was like, that's weird.
Yeah.
And then it's giving her more flashbacks.
Yes, and it's like triggering these feelings in her. And that's when she says, quote, I finally put it together that yes, that did happen to me. Looking back, what kind of impact did the abuse that you suffered have on your life? I struggled with anxiety and depression ever since I could remember. I had horrible insomnia as a kid. I was afraid to go to bed or sleep in my own bed. When I was probably 13, 14 is when I had severe depression, and I just didn't know why. I would sit at home and I would just cry. But I couldn't put into words why I was feeling what I was feeling. Looking back now, all of it makes sense. But since the memories were repressed, there was nothing coming up like, oh, this is why I'm feeling depressed. However, the police, unlike what they do for Mary, which they just tell Mary, hey, your memories mean nothing and it's past the statute of limitations, goodbye. They actually do investigate. They primarily investigate because they argue that he is a former minister, community leader who is in charge of babysitting kids. So they just bring him in for a quick little questioning. And during the interrogation, he confesses, like a confessional, he confesses to essaying not just his own daughter. And again, these are repressed memories. She didn't have quote unquote evidence of it. He confesses to essaying not just his own daughter, but more than 20 children over the span of 40 years. And after he is arrested, he calls his son Jimmy, the new minister, to tell him, I'm really glad you guys caught me because my next victim was going to be your daughter.
What the fuck?
His son.
His granddaughter.
Yeah.
Wow. And this is all from Alex's repressed memory resurfacing.
Yes, and they end up finding CSAM on his devices. The victims were between the ages of 4 and 7 years old, and now the 69-year-old preacher is going to serve 30 to 60 years in prison.
He's gonna die in jail.
Side note, that's another strong similarity of Alex and Mary's story. Both of their dads are very active members of the church, and from an adult perspective, nobody thought that they were creepy. Like, you know how some people, you say, oh, they just give me a creepy vibe. They never had reputations like that. They were all seen as well-to-do men. Jimmy, the minister's son of the predator, the son of the predator, he states, when I go and I do seminars of abuse now, I say, if you're looking for the weird guy who's hiding in the bushes or even the guy that's awkward to be around, you're looking in the wrong place.
Yeah.
By definition, a successful PDF file is somebody that you would least expect. I wish I could stand here and tell you that my dad was this and that and he was creepy and we knew all along he was a deadbeat, he was this, he was physically, verbally abusive, because if he was all of those things, it would be easier to wrap your mind around how he was able to do all the things that he did. But he wasn't any of those things.
Wow.
Jimmy is very religious and he tries to teach other churches about how to identify perpetrators. And he says, you go to a church where someone is accused and all the adults say, no, he's such a nice guy though. There's just, he has a wife, he has children, and I've never seen him be creepy. Jimmy says, everything you're saying, you're describing my dad. And look what happened. However, the main difference between Mary and Alex's cases are, again, just the outcome of the case, because Jimmy Hinton believed his little sister and he went to the police and they were willing to open an investigation. The police listened, they found the evidence, and Jimmy also depressingly states, they got really lucky. We got lucky enough to find current victims. Because if it were just his sister, it would be past the statute of limitations. And he says, think about that statement for a minute.
Yeah.
We were lucky enough that he had current victims who are young enough to fall within the statute of limitations.
Yeah.
Jimmy also says about his sister what most people say about anyone who has repressed memories. She just had no reason to make that up. Like, there was absolutely nothing to gain by making it up.
Yeah.
In fact, most people who have repressed memories, their whole family life is torn apart. Even their extended family members don't want to believe them. They don't talk to them. Like, you're shunned from the community. People who then date you, they think, oh, are you gonna make allegations about me? It's hard to make friends. Like, they're not living a great life.
Yeah,
no one is sitting around them being like, oh, baby, who hurt you?
Exactly.
It's miserable. They're alienated from everyone. Mary specifically was disinherited by her family and cut out of a multi-million-dollar will. She lost family members who didn't believe her. She felt alienated by a lot of people. I'm not saying that the Hinton family situation confirms Mary's memories, but it's very interesting to note.
I was, there was one time I was rented by the hour. Well, maybe many times, but one time I remember being rented by the hour, and he was abusing me out in a field, and he got really, really rough with me. I thought I was about to die, and then I heard a car, and then I saw, that it was my father, and I thought, oh, now I'll be okay. But what happened was that my father got sexually aroused, and so I saw my father masturbating.
The reason you decided to go to hypnotherapy in the beginning, is it because those flashbacks were bothering you so much?
No, my ex-husband and I had marriage problems really throughout our 23-year marriage. I asked him to go to counseling, and he did. We were in counseling, and we had told my parents about everything, but they came to visit us and stay at our house. My father's sister, my aunt, had been out of contact with my father for a few years, and I didn't know why. My father's sister said she wanted to meet with my father. So I was curious about that meeting. What was it? The reason for that visit is that my father's sister wanted to tell them about the memory she had that she had been sexually abused by her grandmother, which would have been my great-grandmother. She thought they would get counseling, but they didn't. And so then I had trouble getting them to really even talk about it. And my dad and I went on a trip up to his hometown, is Sherman, Texas. On the way out, I asked him what his sister said, and she said, well, she has weird ideas. I said about religion, because I knew she thought women should be able to speak at church, and she had some other views on religion. And he said, no, about our grandmother. She says our grandmother sexually abused her. And so I'm like, wow. And he said something like, but I don't think it's a big deal if you don't remember things. I had young children at the time. When my father and I got back, I put my children to bed so they couldn't hear any of it. Then I sat down with both my parents and said, I want to hear all about what my aunt told you. And they were like, well, yeah, she's crazy. We won't. I said, well, what are you going to do about the situation? Oh, nothing. We just won't ever talk to her again. And the odd thing about that is that my aunt and my mother were roommates in college. Before my parents had met each other, they were always longtime friends. So I decided that I would wait until after they left, and then I would call my aunt and say, would you be willing to meet with me? So I did. My aunt and I met for lunch, and she said that I had witnessed abuse. I knew it was true. And I remember, I've never drank alcohol, I still don't. But I remember when I got in the car afterwards, it was like, oh, I wish I could just get drunk right now. Because it was so horrible of a feeling to think it's true, but I knew it was true. I didn't know I had been abused, but I knew what she was saying about me witnessing abuse was true.
I was journaling sitting on my couch, and all of a sudden I just see this image, and it's as though it's on the wall across from me. It's in color. That was interesting. I can just see a man's hand, and the man is grabbing a dog gruffly, like grabbing a dog. And that's the one piece I had.
Then I told my ex-husband, and he said, oh, well, we should quit marriage counseling, which made no sense. But he was looking for an excuse to quit marriage counseling. So he's like, we shouldn't have marriage counseling anymore. You should just go to the counselor alone and talk to her about your childhood. So I did. That's what I started doing.
These are videos? Or
oh, these are audio, but they may break any time. These are the actual hypnosis tapes. Let me see which, I think I have them identified.
I don't think a lot of our audience have even seen these before. Have you seen these before?
I mean,
on TV.
It says hypnosis, Monday, 10/19/93.
Mary says she taped the sessions to make sure that she was not guided into any sort of conclusion. And Mary, let us go through her tapes.
I went to a counseling session. My ex-husband came with me because we wanted to make sure the psychologist who was doing hypnosis didn't ask leading questions, and she didn't. It was at that next session that she had me relax, and then she guided me to go back and see the man's hand, and she had me go up his arm until I saw his face.
I think it was my dad. I think it was my dad.
Just relax, let it go.
I wasn't like repulsed by her body. I patted it. I put my fingers on her hair.
That was horrible because my aunt told me about my grandparents, but she didn't tell me about my dad, her brother. She wanted to believe he hadn't voluntarily done something like that, but he did. So I called him, and I called him at his work number because I thought he was more likely to be honest with me than my mother, frankly, and that he was more likely to answer my question. So I called him, and he said, I just told him about the holding the dog gruffly with that I could see his hand was the one holding the dog, and it was like grabbing the dog, and that I thought that it was a part of abusing a dog. He said no, and he said, is this going to lead you to think I sexually abused you? And I was like shocked by his question. I had not even considered the possibility that I had been sexually abused by anyone, and especially not my father. In the call, he said, well, I guess I won't talk to him anymore. And like, that was what he expected and wanted.
Mary says that's the thing about the memories. She had to not only go through the process of trying to verify if these memories are real, but also sort out which ones were manipulated by her parents and which ones were not. So for example, there's one incident where Mary is certain that she had witnessed people being slaughtered. She says this is when she was 5 years old. She was told to stand outside the isolated family property. They lived in the countryside. They don't have any neighbors, and all you can see is like the top of this random hill from the outside of the house. She sees figures moving on the hill, mainly shadows. I mean, clearly it's her dad and a few other men, and there's like this wooden work table up there. And quote, although I could not clearly see what they were doing, I could see that they had knives. I was told that they were sacrificing unborn babies. She says, I was instructed to stay still for what seemed like a very long time, and what I remember most vividly about this incident is just how much my feet hurt. I was wearing tan saddle Oxfords and white socks, as young children often do. You know, I stood on the outer side of one foot, and then on the other foot, I squeezed my toes together as tight as I can. I stood on my heels. I tried anything to stop my feet from burning. She remembers all of these sensations vividly, and she does remember seeing on this hill flesh, like a lot of flesh. It looked at the time like young babies, fetuses being mutilated. But that's when she's 5. Mary knows that's not what happened. I mean, this is an example of how her parents would make her feel fear. She thinks that they likely purchased an animal, and as a 5-year-old, you are told what you're seeing and you believe it. She believes that there's no way that they were slaughtering actual fetuses or babies, but probably some sort of animal, and showing her what they're capable of so that she would stay quiet. The thing with Mary is that she's very open to questions about her memory. She was like her own biggest skeptic in the beginning. Mary says, I thought the best way to truly question myself was to directly question people who, like my parents, say recovered memories are false. There was an unhealed part of me that wanted to believe that my memories were false, so that I could imagine my parents were respectable people. But instead, she says, I am certain that my memories of childhood essay are true. I did not remember my abuse until I was 37 years old. Even as a child, I had no conscious memory of the atrocities except while they were occurring. Besides, what motive does Mary have to lie? Whereas I don't know if the same could be said for the members of the False Memory Syndrome Foundation.
Exactly.
We have to help each other and forgive and understand and have empathy and not carry grudges forever and ever. Generational, one generation after the other. Hates. He touched me. Oh my God, he touched me. And therefore he touched me and he's dead. He's dead. And
so even if there was the incestuous touch, you think the family should
I don't know what an incestuous touch is. I mean, intercourse, if somebody comes into your bedroom and forces himself on you, that's one thing. If he
What if what? I had an uncle, my sister says, used to fondle her. He'd hold a newspaper like this and he'd fondle her. Okay, he's dead. Don't ever speak to him again, he's dead. He made a terrible mistake.
So even fondling, you think?
Say, get out of here, Uncle Irving, leave me alone, and walk away.
So you think the little kid should be responsible to do that?
I think at a certain point, if it's uncomfortable, they should speak up for themselves and be responsible for themselves, not carry a grudge from century to century.
But if there was sexual touch, do you think the family should still stay together?
Of course.
Even if there was...
Absolutely, yes. I don't think sexual touch is the horror of all horrors. I don't think so.
Okay.
I think we make a big to-do about nothing.
Okay.
Do you...
And that is why this fucking non-profit should never be considered in any trial, because this is... What they're saying is, it's basically the normalization of pedophilia. Like, what are we doing right now? What are we doing? Like, it's the normalization of child abuse. Like, what the fuck? You know? Like, that's crazy. The things that I'm hearing right now are crazy. There's no other way to say it. Like, I'm very confused because how did we get here? Also, I most likely will redo the front, but not now. But I will most likely redo the front. Also, okay. Anyway, yeah, no, there's a lot of bullshit that I'm hearing right now, and I'm appalled. I'm so appalled right now. Like, this entire thing. Whew, I really, 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 really hope that nobody takes what this foundation is saying seriously, in like the viewers of Stephanie and my viewers, because what they're doing is literally basically trying to excuse pedophilia and child abuse, and we cannot allow that to happen. That's absolutely unacceptable. To tell a kid, "Oh my God, your uncle touched you, get over it," is insane. Like, there's no, it's not a fucking debate. It's basic common sense. Can we not do that, please?
Regret going to see her?
I did it to really question myself about, are my memories true? But I'm so glad I don't need to do that anymore, because I know my memories are true. I already really knew it, but I didn't. Just let myself question more deeply.
Dr. Jennifer is a psychology professor at the University of Oregon, and she starts recovering these repressed memories when she is a full-blown adult of like childhood essay. She's married, she's got 2 kids, she has a great job, but she just has so much anxiety. She
works in the campus.
Yeah.
As a psychologist.
Yeah, she's a psychology professor.
Oh, she's a professor.
So she is like, wow. She knows the field.
Yeah.
And she has a loving husband. She has 2 kids. Everything in life is going well. She's got a great job with job stability, but she just has this like unexplainable anxiety. And as a psychology professor, she's like, let me just go to a therapist and talk it out, because maybe it's like, I had a dream that the eggs burned down the house. Like, she's like, it's probably nothing, okay? So she goes to the therapist and she starts talking to the therapist, and she does state, if I really had to pinpoint, the only thing that is giving me a little bit of anxiety is my parents are coming over for Christmas break. So is my sister. They're going to visit for Christmas, and I don't know why I have anxiety over that. Like, maybe it's anxiety because you need to host. Maybe it's like you want your kids to be on their best behavior. And the therapist asks her, have you ever been abused by your parents? Immediately, she's like, no. No. Conversation moves on. Later that day, Jennifer suddenly has this disturbing flashback almost. And over the course of the next few weeks, she says, I remembered that my father had molested me when I was a young child. And then around that time, her sister, Gwen, calls her and is like, hey, I'm not coming to your house for the Christmas family gathering. And it's not because of you. Like, I love you, Jennifer, but I'm not coming. Like, you do know that our family is weird, right? Like, something is seriously wrong with our family. You know that, right? And then she drops this weird bomb. You know our father was SA'd as a kid, right? Jennifer says this was like a weird moment of just things started connecting, and like she did always think it was weird that her dad always wanted to talk to them about the book Lolita. He would also get pin art impression of his private parts and hang them in the living room.
What the?
So like
A
he would
what?
I guess it's artwork of his down there.
A pin art of his private parts? And what?
Suddenly, Jennifer starts seeing these things as what they are, which is just really, really strange and inappropriate, but they don't really compare to the flashbacks that start coming in. She states that the earliest memory that came in was when she was 3 years old. Her father was abusing her in the bathroom. It lasts until she's a teenager, which means that this abuse lasts over a decade, and she's just now remembering it.
That's crazy.
Jennifer confronts her parents about it, and she says that her dad's response is so unsettling. You would expect that they're disoriented, highly confused, that the parents are outraged, but oddly it felt like he was almost prepared, almost like he's expecting it. So instead of working through this with Jennifer, which is what I would imagine parents would do if these were truly false memories like they claim, or trying to figure it out together as a family, they retaliate. And her parents decide 18 months after her accusation that they are going to start the False Memory Syndrome Foundation. Pamela Fried is Jennifer Fried's mom. Pamela and Peter start False Memory Syndrome Foundation.
Yep.
The insane part of all of this is that Peter, the dad, he actually admits that Jennifer's childhood was fine, strange. Okay, he understands that maybe it wasn't appropriate all the time. He says, quote, "I'm quite prepared to say the attitude I thought was appropriate of being open about things of a sexual nature, in retrospect, may have been wrong." It's very vague. To give you more context, he would work at home in the living room wearing nothing but a robe, and he would sit with his legs spread all the way apart. He would drink a lot at home. He was very erratic. He would give speeches about how their family was superior to everyone. They weren't the type of family to eat iceberg lettuce. They were the type of family to eat romaine lettuce. He would yap about how meat tastes better when you slaughter the animal yourself. He believed that classical music was superior, and, I mean, you're thinking, what a cultured and well-traveled man, right? No, he allegedly proclaimed Indian food was disgusting and smelly. The sad part is, Jennifer didn't even want her dad to apologize. She just wanted her mom's support during all of this. And instead, her parents gear up just in case Jennifer decides to sue. Jennifer writes a letter to her mom. "The content of your letters suggests to me that you're putting an effort in a legal defense. I do not have any intention of attempting to use the legal system to heal wounds from years ago." Meanwhile, Pamela is already raging a campaign against her own daughter through her foundation. She wrote articles about her own daughter, who she dubbed Susan, which it was not that hard to find that it's Jennifer. But regardless, she says, "Susan was experimenting with drugs as a teenager, so her brain is fried. Obviously, she can't retain a single memory, like a banana. And maybe she's making up all these lies because her sex life with her husband now sucks, and she's jealous of her mom's professional success, and she's upset because she doesn't like being a mom, and she nursed her son for far too long, and that could be psychologically damaging. Also, she has a history of mental health disorders. So that's probably why she came up with this allegation, and not because, you know, it could be true."
And this is why, oh my God, this woman is crazy. But to be fair, when you hear what her and her foundation has to say about this thing, I feel like it's not that surprising. But I mean, what surprised me is like, bitch, that's your daughter. Like, that's your child. Your job was to protect her. And not only you didn't do that, she was most likely fully aware of what the father was doing. Like, and also, you can tell that she doesn't care and it's not a big deal for her by the way she dismissed, like, oh, okay, your uncle or your dad touched you when you were a child. It's not that big of a deal. Relax. Move on. Get over it. It's like, what the fuck, bro? Your daughter says that your husband, her dad, touched her when she was a child, and your response is to tell her to get the fuck over it? Okay. Like mother of the fucking century. Serious right now. This is so damaging for survivors. Like, I'm sorry, but this whole thing is so insane to me. How some people just will do anything but take accountability or try to, like, I don't know, do right for the wrong that they've done. Like, actually insane. Actually insane.
Pamela and Peter are also just a strange couple, not just because I think that their ideas and fundamental values are unburdened by the anchors of wisdom, but because they have their own history. Pam and Peter Fried, before they were husband and wife, were step-siblings. Pam's mom married Peter's dad when Pam was 12 and Peter was 14. That's a pretty young age to become
Okay,
step
but at
siblings.
least they're
And
not
they went to the same
related.
high school. They allegedly start dating, become intimate, and at 18, they get married. And 9 months later, they give birth to Dr. Jennifer Fried. Peter did open up to Pam about how he was essayed when he was 7 to 11 years old. And Dr. Jennifer Fried says, you know, a lot of things that I remember is my mom had this weird thing where she just had this rage in her towards me. My mother also didn't like to touch me. Jennifer says just to have some sort of physical contact with her mom, Jennifer would massage her feet as a kid. And a lot of people believe that this could be because her mom was jealous of Jennifer. Anytime their dad was around, Jennifer would recall that her mom would grow even more distant and even more cold. And there would be once that she was sitting on her bed kissing her high school boyfriend. So Jennifer Fried is sitting on her bed kissing her high school boyfriend, and her dad is just like watching through the crack of her open door. She caught her dad once reading her diary, and he claims that she left it out because she wanted him, her dad, to read her diary.
Right.
I've never met a teenage girl that wanted her parents to know anything about her personal life.
Literally.
He also says that he's not bothered by the fact that he was essayed as a kid, Peter Fried. He says it's technically abuse, but studies have been, done, and many people aren't really terribly bothered by it. He's invited his former molester into their family home with his wife and his kids, so there's that.
Who was it?
It was like a local musician.
Wow.
There are at least some 2,000 families that have worked with the False Memory Syndrome Foundation, mainly because they are parents who have been accused by their own children of abuse. And it's pretty clear what the biggest motivator for these parents are.
Exactly.
They cared about not getting sued.
Literally.
Your daughter Jennifer has said publicly that about the nude dancing in front of your husband, she and another little girl. And I think last time I was here, you were saying it was when she was about 9 or so.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think your husband has sexual feelings toward her?
No.
Why?
He's somebody that I've lived with for ever so many years. I knew him growing up. I never saw any indication.
Ma'am.
But even the nude dancing, I mean,
he didn't ask to have that.
Ooh.
That was something that they decided to do.
Ooh.
He didn't want them to feel traumatized by coming down too hard on them.
But just to say, go into your room, or, I mean, did you talk to her about it later when you knew that had happened?
I didn't even know about it for quite a while.
Oh, he didn't tell you for a while after that?
Well, I was working.
DARVO is an acronym. It stands for Deny, Attack, and Reverse Victim and Offender.
Like, this woman is crying. You can see the fight between her eyes. You can see the fight of like, nope, no. It's not that big of a deal. This woman will rather die on that hill, quite literally. And that's, oof, child. Like, this level of disillusion and refusal to see reality is so that you can see the pain in this woman's eyes when she talk about the naked dancing in front of the father. Like, she's excusing him. She said he's a man that I've been living with forever. Like, ma'am, it doesn't matter how long you've been living with this man. It really doesn't. But you can just tell that she's... And it's crazy because I feel like just based on her face and the tears coming out of like her eyes, the denial is not really working anymore, ma'am. Like, your face is betraying you. Your tears are betraying you. The tone of your voice, everything is betraying you. You are in pain just thinking about that, but you still rather live in some sort of fantasy land where like it's not a big deal. But she knows. Like, this woman knows that, what has been done is disgusting. She knows. Just... Woo! Where? I feel like this whole thing could be called like Denial the Series, because this is crazy to me. It's literally just people not being able to admit shit because it's so hard to admit that something so disgusting happened. So let's just pretend that it didn't. Like, come on. Come on. Also, wow, I really suck at this.
Darvo, what happens is there's an aggressive denial followed with an attack on the credibility of the person making the claim. It might take the form of questioning their mental abilities or their motivations, saying you're a liar or you're crazy. And then reverse victim and offender is when the person who's being held accountable assumes the victim role and says, I'm the victim here. More recently, we've been researching this systematically in the laboratory, and we have found that, unfortunately, Darvo seems to work, and you could say it's like a perpetrator strategy. And
Yeah,
the
it's
ways
basically
we've
gaslighting.
so far found it works is it's associated with victim self-blame. So if people get Darvoed, they're more likely to blame themselves. And it's also associated with third-party judgments. So third parties who are exposed to Darvo responses versus non-Darvo responses are more likely to doubt the victim and assume the perpetrator must have some basis for making the claims.
Also, another thing with Dr. Jennifer Fried, she says, I mean, to come out as an abuse survivor when I was like a doctor and being a professor, it's career suicide. It's career self-exit. Especially at the time that I came out with my accusations, it's not a time where people are rallying around survivors, especially in academia.
Wow.
It's not like 2025.
Yeah.
And even 2025, look what's happening in the Hockey Canada case. Like, no one is, it's crazy. The False Memory Syndrome Foundation would also help fund and initiate a series of lawsuits against well-known therapists whose patients have recovered memories.
Wow.
They would initiate lawsuits to take them down for malpractice.
Wow.
They had like $8 million to work with. They had a lot of money. One trauma therapist, the author of the book, The Body Keeps the Score, he says, these lawsuits had a chilling effect. While not all trauma therapists were sued, many of us suddenly felt under attack.
Yes.
As for Pamela, she's asked, how do you know you're not helping abusers? And so for someone who claims to be so married to the science, which I haven't seen strong evidence of quite yet, but regardless, Pamela says, we're a good-looking bunch of people. You know, graying hair, well-dressed, healthy, smiling. Just about every person who has, attended our meetings is someone you would surely find interesting and want to count as a friend. Pamela Fried's right-hand woman, who has also written books with Pamela, Eleanor Goldstein, also interviewed by Mary for her documentary, Am I Crazy?
The documentary name is Am I Crazy?
Yeah, yes, Am I Crazy? And Mary also spoke with Eleanor Goldstein's daughter, Dr. Stacey Charlotte, who also has recovered memories of childhood abuse.
Do you remember actually telling your parents about it?
Yeah, because I didn't know they had anything to do with it. The first memory that came up, I just remembered babysitters.
So it seems like almost all the members of this foundation have a strong motive to say that these are false memories. They have a lot of skin in the game. Eleanor tells Mary during their interview, we have to help each other forgive and understand and have empathy and not carry grudges forever and ever.
We have to help each other and forgive and understand and have empathy and not carry grudges forever and ever. Generational, one generation after the other. Hates. He touched me. Oh my God, he touched me. And therefore he touched me and he's dead. He's dead.
And just with all due respect, these individuals are insane. Eleanor Goldstein tells Mary, I don't think sexual touch is the horror of horrors. I think we make a big to-do about nothing. She also says that if a child is being essayed by their uncle, for example, the child should punch the uncle in the arm and scream, get out of here, Uncle Irving, leave me alone. I feel my frontal lobe lose density the more that I listen to Eleanor Goldstein speak.
I want to understand the level of disillusion that one has to reach the point where they're like, yeah, no, I mean, if you get to say as a kid, like, clearly it's because you didn't fight back with a child. A child. This is a child. It's like the dude earlier who said, touching a child may be wrong, Like this entire foundation is funded by pedophiles and pedophiles apologists, and we're trying to legitimize child abuse. And again, I shouldn't be surprised, but also I'm just tired. Actually, I'm tired of hearing about. I'm tired of hearing about these motherfuckers just, and because it's the fact that what they're doing, scaring therapists, trying to scare therapists into not helping their patients recover memories is crazy. That's a lot. That's a lot. This organization definitely needs to be taken down. This organization is a menace to society, bro. What the and it's I know I'm 100% sure that like some people have used this organization in court to kind of like excuse some form of abuse, and that pisses me the fuck off, honestly. But I also feel like it might not be the first time that I hear about this foundation, because I feel like I heard about this foundation before, and I know that if that's the foundation that I'm thinking about, I remember that I had the same fucking reaction at the time as well. I was like, huh? Why is this organization not minding their business? But like hearing more about them now, it's like, wow, yeah, no, that people are fucking crazy. Actually, nuts job.
The foundation has also worked closely with Ralph Underwager, who Ralph has some interesting takes. And by interesting, I mean we should probably lock him up for a very long time. He's asked a very simple question of, is choosing being a pedophile a responsible choice? They're saying, is choosing being a pedophile a responsible choice for the pedophile? I don't even know what that question means. I think the minute that you ask that question, you should probably go to jail. The only thing that could be answered so simply is there is no responsible choice. And a pedophile, I mean, you're choosing to be emotionally, ethically, morally corrupt, and you are choosing to commit a felony, and you should be locked up in prison. He doesn't say that. But Ralph Underwager responds, certainly, it is irresponsible. You know, what I have been struck with is I have come to know more about and understand about people who choose pedophilia is that they let themselves be too much defined by other people.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
Like, defined by what?
Right.
Who? Prosecutors? The DOJ? Like,
What
do you mean defined? He continues, usually there is an essentially negative definition. Pedophiles spend a lot of time and energy defending their choice to be pedophiles. And I don't think a pedophile needs to do that. I think they can boldly and courageously affirm what they choose. They can say what they want is to find the best way to love. Pedophiles are too defensive. They go around saying, you people out here are saying that what I choose is bad and that it's no good. You want to put me in prison. You're doing all these terrible things to me. I just want love. I have to define my love. What I think is that pedophiles can make the assertion that the pursuit of intimacy and love is what they choose.
No,
with boldness, I think they should come out and say, I believe this is in fact part of God's will.
Okay.
Oh, he's a Fed.
He's not, but I wish he would have been, right? They have the right to make these statements for themselves as personal choices. Now, whether or not they can persuade other people, you know, that they are right is another matter. I believe that God's will is that we have absolute freedom, no conditions, no contingencies. The solution that I'm suggesting is that pedophiles become much more positive. They should directly attack the concept, the image, the picture of a pedophile as an evil, wicked, and reprehensible exploiter of children. He also thinks that women hate pedophiles because women are jealous that men are having connections with children instead of them.
Okay.
So is he another member of the group?
Okay.
Okay, so he's a doctor. He's a doctor, but not an MD. So he's not like a psychiatrist. He's a doctor in ministry. So he has like a PhD in ministry, which there's nothing wrong with that. But he works at the foundation and he uses the name doctor, and there's a strong implication that he is some medically trained individual, but he is not. So he actually spoke a lot about how repressed memories are not real. And then he turns around and is also a very suspect person who could potentially be a pedophile. I'm just
Yes.
saying. I mean, anyone could be a pedophile, but like he definitely could be a pedophile.
What are those statements that he's making?
Yeah. Like these are the people that are working with the foundation.
That's like making them look so much worse.
Yeah. I don't even know how they raised like $8 million.
Oh, you don't?
Raised $8 million from the
You know who is funding these
members.
kind of people.
Yeah.
These people must be
Trump's
very desperate.
friends.
Yeah. Eleanor Goldstein writes, since essay of a child is the worst crime we know of, to be falsely accused of such a crime is the worst thing that can happen to a person.
Okay.
And the Rotten Mango team, we decided that we were going to go to Washington to meet with Mary to figure out if she was telling the truth. Not that we have any sort of authority in this, not that our opinion would matter, but just in terms of we were really captivated by her story. We were captivated by these debates and the memory wars. And we definitely tried our best to be objective. Before we went, we would have these mock debates where we would each pick a side, either the side that believes in repressed memories and the side that does not. I will say that each time that someone was on the side that does not believe in repressed memories, I mean, there's a lot of frustration. I feel like it was hard to come up with good arguments on why someone's repressed memories are false. But again, we're not medically trained. We have not studied trauma survivors in that type of environment. But to us, the logic just did not logic as well as believing the victim. And we tried our best to remain objective when we went to Washington to meet with Mary. I mean, we wanted to question everything. And I will say that when the Rotten Mango team got back, I think it makes even less sense to us than even before we went to Washington. That Mary would ever lie about something like this. That people would ever really lie. I mean, again, yes, you could argue that statistically, there must be some people who lie. There must be some people who lie to get car insurance claims. There must be some people who lie to get in positions of power. I mean, people lie all the time. There must be some small statistic of that. But it just doesn't make sense that a mass majority of people with repressed memories would lie about it. Mary is a highly accomplished individual. She currently works as a child clinician. She helps children process their emotions. She's also a respite foster parent. Foster parenting is a laborious, emotionally exhaustive job, and these foster parents, they get 2 days off a month without their foster kids. But those 2 days off the month, who's going to watch the foster children? They go to respite foster parents like Mary and Jerry. And Mary is very well aware of the process of trauma, dealing with trauma, how to recover from trauma. The feeling is like she seems so in tune with not only her emotions, but the emotions of everyone around her. And every single aspect of Mary's life then and now aligns with what she has been saying. When Mary and her family lived in the countryside, she distinctively remembers that like they had these kittens in the house, these baby kittens, and Mary's parents would force her and her sister Ruth to watch while the parents would throw the kittens at the wall like they were baseballs, and Mary says she remembers the walls shaking when the cats would hit the wall. And if the kittens weren't dead by then, Mary says that her parents would dunk them and grab them by the neck and dunk them in water, drowning them.
They made me and my sister stand there and watch our kittens being killed. And they killed our kittens threw the kittens at the side of the house, one at a time. And then they put the kittens in water. It was like the kittens were killed in the various ways someone could be killed.
Mary writes, Ruth and I were told that if we ever reported our abuse to anyone, the same things that happened to our kittens would happen to us. And this is not a one-time thing, by the way. Mary says that at another time a cat and her kittens were hanged one at a time in front of her. But the crazy thing is, Mary has another vivid memory that she recalled later on where her mom was telling people that came over, like house guests, family friends, that Mary had killed kittens before. And naturally, Mary doesn't want to believe her, but she does recall this one time where her parents had brought home new kittens. She's terrified that they're going to end up tortured and ultimately end up dead. So she decides that she's going to put them in warm clothes and hide the kittens away from her parents. She puts them in a little suitcase. She takes them to like this little greenhouse in the back of the house, puts them on the top shelf, hiding them. She remembers sneaking away once to check up on them and they looked like they were asleep. She thought they were asleep, but they were dead because Mary is young. She doesn't understand the concept of oxygen and suffocation. And in Mary's desperate attempt to save these kittens from a very torturous death, she ended up suffocating them.
She told the story about me putting these kittens, I dressing them up in doll clothes and putting them in this little bitty suitcase that I had. and how then, of course, they suffocated. We got a cat when I was still needing some healing from all these tragedies with kittens. And so when my husband and I got married, then that summer before we got married, I kept basically interviewing kittens at a cat shelter. I'd go and I'd hold a kitten, and
she went multiple times to see if she clicked with any specific cats, and there's this one cat named Kenya that she really wanted to adopt, and she was like, okay, I'm ready. The only thing is, she was just about to get married to Jerry.
It was right before our wedding, and we were about to leave on a honeymoon right after the wedding, and I asked if they could hold Kenya for a week, and they couldn't do that, so we postponed our honeymoon for Kenya. And
wow.
Yeah, I loved Kenya. She was she was an extremely cuddly cat.
In Washington, the Rotten Mango team went with Mary to a cat cafe. Oh, she also has this like really cute cat dress. Yeah. I'm sure you've seen it already if you're watching the video version, but we took her to a cat cafe, and from the first moment that everyone was sitting down, this little cat jumps on top of Mary and stays put for the entirety of the time. And it's funny because everybody is sitting there. There's like 20 cats, no other cats. I mean, cats are coming by, they're saying hello, but none of them are just sitting on top of anyone else but Mary. And Mary was laughing, and she said, you know, this cat looks like Kenya too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Crazy.
Kenya, I bought doll clothes and I dressed her up in them. She didn't especially like it, but she did it.
You can even get her to fetch sometimes.
Yeah, that's right. You throw a toy and she catches it. So Jerry does push-ups every morning, and he gets up before me and does 50 push-ups. And
really?
So the cat...
Even today?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You can do 50 push-ups? Yeah. Wow, how old
Wow.
are you?
77.
77?
Really?
So the cat would get on his back, and then he would go up with the cat.
77, I did not expect that.
Uh-huh.
Wow. Jerry won.
It was actually hard for us to gauge Mary's personality outside of her work because she's so, I mean, activism is at the forefront of everything, and that's mainly what she talks about. But it's like hanging out with your mom or your grandma, depending on, I guess, your age. And she's a grandmother, so I don't think she's going to be offended by me calling her that. She insisted that since, you know, the RM team were in Bellingham, that we visit Village Bookstore. It's probably like one of the cutest bookstores in existence. Mary did book signings there for her book, and the employees already knew her.
Is this it?
Uh-huh. I don't see it. I should have mine in December, too. I wonder if they... Oh, there it is. Featured local authors.
This is a very cute store.
It is, isn't it? The people in Bellingham really like it being here because it's an independent bookstore. One thing that I thought was nice about the owner is they're real involved in what's going on in the city. And during the Pride Parade, a lot of people were at the Pride Parade, but one thing they did is they closed their store until 2 o'clock that day so all of their employees could go to the Pride Parade if they wanted. And then I did my author event here. I did an author talk here.
Oh.
And I'll show you that space. Hi, oh, come on, this is, I'm gonna be on a podcast.
Oh, cool.
And remind me of your name. Sai. This is Sai, and she's the one who introduced me for my author talk.
Oh,
Wow.
Yeah.
it was a real honor.
I'm gonna go to Atlanta on Wednesday, and his wife is gonna interview me there.
Very cute.
Yeah, I think it's nice place.
We just celebrated 45 years, actually.
No way.
Yeah, everyone knows Village Books, everyone that lives in Bellingham.
People travel here to go.
Really?
A lot of people, and this is just me fully bragging on the store, call us the Powells of Washington.
So my wife follows these bookstore TikToks. Book talkers will travel to cities just to go to different bookstores.
We've had a couple people do traveling to Village Books.
Really? I wish Stephanie is here. I think she would. She would go crazy here.
So I read sections of my book. There were
other people who I had never met, and it was just because of the publicity that Village Books did.
It's funny because I realized later, I actually think I realized this week, that I had seen your YouTube video before. At a really pivotal time in my life when I was starting therapy and kind of unraveling my own life. Which is why you look so familiar to me. Because I realized, I've seen.
That's it, because you said but that's how.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and so I felt kind of doubly grateful when I realized
that's so fun that you'd already seen me. That
and then I got to introduce you.
Oh, cool.
It's been a wonderfully busy day.
Okay, that's great.
Thank you so much. Very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
And another element is when you read some parts of Mary's book, a lot of people were saying that they thought that her memories sounded too vague. She doesn't want to mention specifics. And I don't think that's a reason to doubt someone, especially when privacy is a huge concern. But I will say that one thing we thought was interesting is Mary is very open with anything that has to do with her. But she highly values everyone's privacy, her foster children, her friends, her family members. Even if we're in her house and we're walking by and she'll see something and she'll be like, oh, look at that bookshelf. Oh, wait, no, please don't put that in there. I don't want people to see their name.
And you'll just have to not put his last name there.
Yes.
Oh, I've got to take these down. I'm sorry.
Oh, we can blur them.
Yeah, I'll just take them down.
Quick note, that photo on here, definitely 100% to be blurred.
Could you take it without that, and then it's artwork that you can have?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Because it's such lovely artwork. This is S. You'll have to get his name out, but this was to his hamster. You just can't take, or you'll have to blur out the names here. Just put her first initial. This is the little girl the child who used to use scissors or break these little people.
Yeah.
Now made this for me. Wow. And wanted me to take it home with me. Oh. The child would have maybe 10 that would be cut across by the end of the session or broken into little pieces. I had a child who would do this. And then break them, yeah.
Does that usually help a child?
I think it does. I think anyone that's been through trauma needs to express anger. So yeah, I've had 2 that did this, and they'd bring home this in a little baggie because it was their work for the day. So I tell parents, don't say have a good time to your child, because that's like if you're walking into a therapist's office and someone says have a good time, this is their work. And now that's what the child does. I think the child's just really healed a lot.
Oh, we like that.
I worked at a children's home, and I was the adoption worker.
I wanted to ask about that as well. Was that before your memory came back or after?
It was before.
So at that point, you haven't realized the type of trauma and everything that you've gone through, but you still went down this social worker path and you're helping kids. Do you think subconsciously your body knows and you want to help?
Absolutely.
You want to help others and help yourself already?
I was desperately trying to rescue children, and I thought I could, and I did place children who had been severely abused. I also did infant adoption, so I've done some of that. So yeah, I was trying to rescue kids. I would get really emotional about cases, and although I still do, so I must admit I still do, but I don't do it. I don't usually get bothered, I don't get obsessed with it like I used to.
Wow.
Well, I have had a couple of cases. I got a little overly, but I would say now I enjoy it more. I enjoy my psychotherapy with children, and I care about them, but I'm also really good now. The type of psychotherapy I do with children, I need to be just very present. That's the main thing I need to be I need to be there and present. And so it works well because I'm just in my whole life, I'm more present now. But I wasn't trained for that kind of therapy until after I remembered
That's so interesting. You didn't know it, but you just knew you wanted to help. And wow.
Well, truth be told, many people in the helping people profession have issues that they have not worked through yet.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
That's a common thing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You go into psychology to figure out yourself. You know, you say you go into it to help other people, but yeah, many people do. I'm not saying everyone, but many people do.
These were done by our foster children, and one little boy who had never had the experience of making something and selling it. So he made these, and I posted on Facebook. We sold them for like $4 or something, and I let him go around and ask neighbors. And so then he had the experience of, you make something, and then, oh, this is just too sad. This is S, you'll have to get his name out, but this was to his hamster. It's so sad. Yeah, I can't show that because it's got the picture, but...
You feel sad because...
he's not doing well. Oh. S is not doing well. Yeah. Yeah, I wish he was, but he is. He's, yeah. This is one of the artwork. Yeah.
Oh, I love this.
Isn't it great? I think that kid's talented, yeah.
Is this by S?
It is. He was with us more than once because he would go to one home and then get kicked out, and then there was another home. This is really sad, but he was sexually abused by a foster father. Yeah. When he had to leave the home of the abuser, we couldn't say no. I mean, I just could not say no. I just couldn't say, no, you can't come back to our home. And so he was at our home for a while until they found another home for him.
Do you know when was this done? Was this after the abuse?
Yeah, it wasn't right after, but it was.
Did he name it Deep Struggle, or?
He named it Deep Struggle. That's all his doing. And the thing is, he did have behavior problems. An abuser could say, well, he's lying, but he wasn't. And the police did follow up with it. We're concerned he will end up on the streets. Yeah.
Mary also writes in her book, the fact that I do not have continuous memories of my childhood abuse made it impossible for me to bring any of my perpetrators to justice. I regained memories at the age of 37. You know, but she does have boxes of journals that she's kept for decades.
These are all things you might want because they're like old calendars. And so then when I was making my documentary, I'd go and look in things. Yeah, and then I would see what I was doing back then, and it helped me to figure out time frame. Sometimes I kept them all the time and sometimes not. So the who is inheriting my intellectual property is also inheriting these in case someone wanted to go through them at some point. I have journal entries that are right after like my first hypnosis, and yeah, I do. And I've looked at all of them.
And she's gonna pass this on to someone who has also, like, they connected on a very deep level. And it's just the way that she keeps these catalogs. Again, there's no way that she just like sat in a hypnotherapist's office and then walked out and was like, you know what? You're right. Everything is so meticulously documented. I mean, there's so much. She even has letters from her parents. She shared some with us, which these letters that Mary's father has written her are just strange.
Recently, I've started letting myself heal from a sexual assault I experienced in college. And I just went to my college 50th reunion. It was from my junior college. When I was there, I went on a date with a young man. One of my friends knew him, and I didn't have a date to the Sadie Hawkins Day banquet, and so I asked him. The girls were asking me, well, what kind of corsage are you getting? And I thought, I don't know that he is. But anyway, so I said, well, a wrist corsage would be nice. And he got one, and I got him a boutonniere. Afterwards, at the college, which was a Christian college, they had films in what was actually being used then as the church building. And so we went to the film afterwards, and I think he had tried to kiss me, and I didn't want like a passionate kiss. And so anyway, when we're sitting watching the film in what was really a church building, he touched me between my legs and I brushed his hand away, and then he did do it a second time. And now I know I could have just said stop or yelled or something, and there were many young men at that college who I knew who would have been glad to escort me home, and I was actually in a safe place, but I didn't feel safe to say what had happened because I felt like it was my fault because I shouldn't have asked him to give me a corsage. And so recently I've been processing that, and I just feel so sorry for that little college student who didn't know any better than that. And so I think about imagining her coming over to see me, and I let her stay in this room that I had bought some new sheets for it. They're real comfy, and she could come I can imagine her coming and sleeping here, and then the next day she gets to eat breakfast with me and Jerry. She gets to be around safe people. And so instead of being mad at her for not knowing, I'm just nurturing her. Yeah. This is our bedroom. I do sleep with stuffed animals. I sleep with this guy, and then later I thought I would like a bigger one, so sometimes I sleep with this guy, and just more to cuddle there.
What do Ted Bundy, Harvey Weinstein, Jerry Sandusky, remember Jerry Sandusky?
Yep.
Clark, O.J. Simpson, Bill Cosby, the Oklahoma City bombers, Ghislaine Maxwell, what do they all have in common?
High profile.
They have all used the same defense witness, Elizabeth Loftus. Dr. Elizabeth Loftus is often known as the doctor when it comes to memory, and she is a firm believer that repressed memories are not real. And it's very interesting because she might have a very strong financial motive to do so, but I mean, what do I know? I'm sure testifying for these defendants, they come with a price, and an exact one, $600 per hour.
That's literally like an average person weekly salary. That's my rent. That's my fucking rent. Slightly lower than my rent. And she gets she gets my rent per hour. Oh, Jesus. I mean, at this point, if all these people, all these repressible, like all these terrible people use her for their defense, at this point, I'm not sure why she's been taken seriously. Because these people all have one thing in common, and that they are despicable. So why the fuck is this bitch getting paid $600 per hour to be fucking awful? God damn, bro. God damn. Couldn't be me.
$600 per hour, and I'm sure that these defendants, Ted Bundy, Harvey Weinstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, the Night Stalker, the police officers accused in the Rodney King beating, Bill Cosby, she has testified for the defendants in each of these trials.
Insane.
All of these defendants probably would rather victims not be believed. Elizabeth Loftus believes that when it comes to repressed memories, and of course, just like the others, she always puts like quotes around it. She says, on one side, you have true believers who insist that the mind is capable of repressing memories and who accept without reservation or question the authenticity of recovered memories. On the other side are the skeptics who argue that the notion of repression is purely hypothetical and essentially untestable, based as it is on unsubstantiated speculation and anecdotes that are impossible to confirm or deny. During Harvey Weinstein's trial, she testifies, false memories, once created either through misinformation or through these suggestive processes, can be experienced with a great deal of emotion, a great deal of confidence, and a lot of detail, even if they are false. Her biggest thing in these trials, when she's testifying for the likes of Ghislaine Maxwell, is that memories are fragmented. Memories are not reliable. Any neuroscientist will tell you, yeah, we know. All memories, though, not just false memories that you claim are real, all memories. And I'm saying like false memories, like she's claiming false memory syndrome, right? All memories are fragmented. All memories are incomplete and tend to fade over time. That's just the nature of memories in general. And while certain details like an eye color or what someone is wearing at what times or what time someone arrived at someone's house may be incorrectly recalled, people almost always remember the general outline or gist of what has happened. For Ghislaine Maxwell's trial, Elizabeth Loftus argues that, quote, even traumatic experiences can be subjected to post-event suggestion that can exaggerate, distort, or change the memory.
So she is like the most famous memory doctor.
She's like a super
everybody
villain.
calls for. Her whole job is just to say whatever that person is saying is not reliable because memories could not be trusted. Is that it?
Which I'm, for some reason, always like never really applies to the defendant. And out of the 300 plus times that she has testified in the court system, she has only testified for prosecutors one time, whilst she's charging $600 an hour. In an interview, Elizabeth Loftus says that she thinks that people can forget and remember things in a very ordinary way. And she knows that people don't like her. She says, I know the prejudices and fears that lie behind the...
What do you mean she only, like, testified for the prosecutor one time? So this bitch not only... Okay, so she really just only go to court to protect supervillain. Wow. 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 She really is a supervillain. Disgusting. Like, that's actually crazy. I am tired to do my hair. Like, I forgot how long it takes to do my hair, bitch. But one thing is sure, I also forgot how bad I am at it. I don't know how this is gonna look in the end, but I'm scared. Because the girl in the video, it looks so cool. It looks so cool. But me, it doesn't look as cool at all. Like, she slays. And I'm like, damn, bitch, I don't know. I'm scared. I don't think it's gonna look like this. Look, I'm scared. But anyway, let's keep going.
Resistance to my life's work. I understand why we want to believe an eyewitness who says he did it. He's the one. I sympathize with the need to own the past. That is, to make it one's truth. As for why people accept these repressed memories, Elizabeth writes in her book, was there something inherently wrong with her? A mental illness of some kind, a psychological flaw, an inability to separate fact from reality? Surely only a fragile, troubled individual would allow herself to become convinced that a false memory was actually real. And if she were so vulnerable, so easily misled, wouldn't that indicate that in fact something terrible had occurred in her past? She says, or it could just be, quote, simply, she could have had the misfortune to run into a misguided and overzealous therapist. Or perhaps the problem is with therapy itself, a profession that has become our new religion, offering quick and easy answers for life's complex and essentially unanswerable problems.
Right.
She also states that sometimes people have this internal conflict about their childhood, and to have these, quote unquote, false memories of clear-cut abuse would be easier to cope. Creating a fantasy of abuse with its relatively clear-cut distinction between good and evil may provide the needed logical explanation for confusing experiences and feelings. Also, there have been some clinicians who state it is in their practicing theory that a lot of patients actually forget remembering. Like, they will remember this memory over time. So it's not just like all of a sudden they remember it decades later. It's like they'll remember it and then they'll repress it again and they'll forget memorying it.
Oh, wow.
Huh. Okay.
So they've had instances of that, and a lot of people think that is probably also accurate. Of like, you remember it, you're repressing, your brain represses it, and then you even forget remembering it. And I think sometimes it's best to just look at how people act. At the very least, when you boil it down, Mary is living the life that aligns with what she says. She does everything that aligns with her trauma, how she's recovering, how she's healing, and how she wants to help others. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Loftus writes about how she hated when victims are not believed. Quote, I do not want to see a return of those days, not so very long ago when a victim's cries for help went unheard and accusations of essay.
What the? Oh my gosh. Why are you always doing the most, broski? Why? Stop it. Ugh. Jesus Christ.
were automatically dismissed as fantasy or wish fulfillment and shunted away into the backwaters of the public conscience.
Wait, I don't get it. Why is she writing that then? If she's defending the...
Yeah, she's just saying that a lot of people think that she's against SA victims, but no, she's just here for the truth. Meanwhile, she's testifying for defendants like Ghislaine Maxwell, Ted Bundy, Harvey Weinstein. When someone's words and actions do not align in such a strong, repulsive way, at least in my personal opinion, you have to wonder, excuse my language, like, why the fuck not? Loftus does try to say that she is not the one deciding someone's innocence or guilt, just educating people on eyewitness testimony and saying, quote, well, we are all innocent until proven guilty under this wonderful system of ours, and even very unpopular people have a right to a defense. And while I do agree with that sentiment at its core, did you really have to go and testify for over 300 different trials, with most of them being people accused of sexual abuse?
Girl.
Is she related to Mary's case or no?
Yes, and Mary has actually confronted Elizabeth Loftus for her documentary.
How old were you, roughly then?
About 37.
One netizen sums it up really well. Elizabeth Loftus did not prove that repressed memories aren't real. She argued well that certain types of memories can be implanted or fabricated through suggestion. Also, the fact that Loftus testified on behalf of Ghislaine Maxwell, Harvey Weinstein, Ted Bundy, etc. raises serious red flags for me. It doesn't discredit her research itself, but the fact that she's endorsing her work being used in this manner doesn't exactly indicate her to be a person with a sole interest of finding scientific truth.
Exactly.
Elizabeth Loftus straight up said that for Ghislaine Maxwell's trial, that the financial reward for victims could make the human brain create a false traumatic memory.
Okay, girl.
The prosecutors questioned her. How'd you come to that scientific theory? And she says, I am not aware of any studies on that, but based on my research, it's definitely possible.
Oh, this woman's crazy.
Yeah.
She said that in court. Wow. Wow.
Elizabeth Loftus was also heavily involved in the False Memory Syndrome Foundation with Pam Fried and Eleanor Goldstein. She's asked, like, is this foundation basically just lobbying that false memory syndrome is a thing? And she says, I don't know. I mean, would you say that people who are concerned with about pancreatic cancer and form a foundation to try and deal with it and support research and educate people that they're a lobby? But like, pancreatic cancer is a very real thing that's medically recognized. False memory syndrome is not. So I just, like, for someone who is, I mean, on paper, very well educated, I don't know where this analogy is coming from. This comparison is bizarre. Elizabeth Loftus has stated in an interview subsequent her participation in Mary's documentary, she says, quote, it was awful. It was sort of ridiculous. I don't know why she had this camera on me with this side view the whole time. I felt just very sort of misled, and I felt sorry I cooperated. And she's asked, did you feel like you were misrepresented? No, just misled. I don't know. I thought she would be more open-minded. And then she is asked about how in the documentary, Mary's documentary, Eleanor Goldstein is very aggressive with Mary and not a nice person at all, in my opinion, okay? But she says, I understand that Goldstein was, you know, one of those devastated family members, and if they have a kind of anger about what happens in their family, you almost can't blame them.
You can't blame who?
Eleanor Goldstein for being like a raging, mean person.
I don't think sexual touch is the horror of all horrors. I don't think so. I think we make a big to-do about nothing.
Meanwhile,
all right. I thought if I keep going, I would like it, and I don't. So, we're gonna undo everything. Yay.
Mary, what she said about the interviews, she says, I will say that I dreaded each of these interviews. I felt physically ill as the interview time approached. I will never do something like that again. I do not suggest other survivors do what I did.
Hearing the story at first, and were you ever doubtful or no?
Well, I heard the story in little pieces. I mean, we went on our first date, she kind of hinted at it. And it was months and months where I just got little pieces of stories. And yes, I had a lot of doubts. I was trying to figure out if she was crazy or special or somewhere in between. It took me a long time to decide she was truly believable.
Was there a moment, was there a defining event? Was it just gradually?
It was gradual. There was no single thing that changed my mind about anything. It just was just a accumulation of getting to know her and getting to know her credibility and who she was.
How do you feel about when people questioning her?
It's so normal. Every time she puts something on the internet, there's a counter posting somewhere. And it's just, anybody who puts himself out in the public is going to get criticism. And I don't think it's any worse for her than anyone else who puts their life on the line and online.
If you have to name one thing you like most about Mary.
I don't like his answer.
Oh, I think she's the most courageous person I've ever met. Her willingness to put herself out there and to take all the criticism she takes. And I know it hurts her a lot, but she keeps doing it and never quits.
Okay.
If there's a meteorite, you have the last 24 hours. How would you spend that 24 hours with Mary?
That is a good question. I think we just cuddle together, tell each other we love each other, and wait.
Aww. Cute.
How did she answer that question?
Well, I would also want to spend it with my sons. So, yeah. So, and that's not.
Wait.
Good morning.
Oh, how nice. The boys did it. You did it.
Aww.
much. Thank you.
Nice.
Would you say you're healed?
You're tired?
No,
Is
I would
somebody else
say
feeling
it's a
good?
process,
Good.
and I'm still
We all
in
need
the
day
process.
off.
I told the stars and the sky of blue just the way that I love you.
I'm trying to do my hair.
This is what they said to do. Build a bungalow, build a honeymoon house for two.
It's so hard.
I talked to the tree, the tall oak tree. Here's what the tall tree said to me. My very best advice to you. Build a bungalow, build a honeymoon house for
Next week,
two.
oh, Nanoha. Yeah.
Birds and bees, rivers and trees.
Oh shit, I'm so gonna get fucking copyrighted for this. I'm here leading that song. No ma'am. Stephanie might have gotten the right for that song, but I sure fucking don't. Either way, that story is really, 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 really beautiful. I am very happy that this woman was able to, despite everything, find peace, happiness, love, fulfillment, etc., etc. This is it's so rare that we have Breath and Mango videos that kind of end in a way that you feel good. So woo, mes amis. That was interesting. That was for sure interesting, but I'm also just very happy for her. I was concerned at first that it was just gonna be like terrible the whole time, but it was not. It was not terrible the whole time. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. So I'm here for it. Also, if you're for those who just came by, hi. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna do this because basically I started my hair and now I'm undoing my hair. So like, it is what it is. I always do my hair in front of TV, so I was like, this time might as well freaking do one of my get ready with me. And so here we are. It's taking longer than I wanted to though. I'm gonna do maybe one more video and maybe one or two, I don't know, but we'll see. Either way, I know that there was this video series that I've been wanting to start. Oh yeah, there it is. I didn't see it yet. This video series that I've been wanting to start, and I'm gonna start it now. About this idol guy. I think I opened it. Yeah, it's right here. Let's see what this is about.
Bada bing, bada
Where are
boom.
you going?
There is a
Nowhere.
saying out there that necessity is the
going
mother
nowhere.
of all inventions.
I'm just trying to do my
Which is
fucking
why when
hair.
you see a row of cars parked in front of an apartment complex in China, and every single windshield is covered with a couch cushion that has been strapped on top of the car, duct taped.
Give me 1 second though. I need more water. I used all the one that I had. Actually, no, wait, I forgot I have my Bluetooth AirPod.
Around their car, you have to assume that they've done that for a very specific reason. I mean, that's compelling people to do this. Otherwise, it just seems unnecessary. September 13th, 2025, Beijing, China is in lockdown. Everyone who can stay inside, stay inside. Anyone who can't find shelter, it's highly advised, it's highly recommended you find shelter. Even just sitting in your car probably is not going to protect you. If you have nothing but your car, you might as well get in your trunk. It's that bad. Because pelting from the sky are these giant golf ball sized ice balls. Pieces of hail coming down at 40 miles per hour. If you get hit by one of those, you're probably going to be on the ground concussed. And if you're really unlucky, if you're young or if you're older, your bones are more brittle, you could suffer a full-on skull fracture. You don't want to be outside. Inside is a little better, but not by much. People said it sounded like just rapid fire, gunfire coming down from the sky. It felt like the skies are mad at the residents of Beijing. It sounds like they're getting pelted by boulders. September 13th, 2025, warnings are sent out to all the residents of Beijing. A hailstorm is approaching. The wind gusts alone are going to be strong enough to break branches that are going to fly, whip you in the face. The entire city is going to be covered in a blanket of ice. It's September in Beijing. Before the hailstorm, the weather is summer transitioning into fall. You need a light sweater if you get cold easily. That's the weather. And suddenly, overnight, it's going to be a polar vortex. This is very unusual. There are videos of locals running around to get inside a building while screaming, "This is bizarre!" Some reports even indicate that the golf ball-sized hail eventually morph into the size of an egg, which is much larger. One resident said, "I thought everything was going to come crumbling down. It felt like an apocalypse was happening inside of Beijing." Cars parked on the street, eventually they looked like they were wrapped in bubble wrap. But no, when you walk up closer, it's just pelted hail that's been injected into their cars, polka dotting the entire thing. People have their windshields broken, shattered. It's bad. One elderly man living in Beijing tells the news station, "I haven't seen anything like this in the past 50 years of living in Beijing, if not more." Another insurance company employee states to the news stations, "I had 50,000 claims come in. I was working from home. $40 million that were reported the day of the hailstorm." The China Meteorological Administration classified this hailstorm as the most intense extreme weather event in the past decade. And then all of a sudden, when you went online, all the news about this hailstorm just starts getting deleted. It just mainstream news outlets that are talking about this hailstorm. Entire segments of the news will get deleted. Comments, articles getting deleted. Someone said, "I posted on social media about the damage that it did to my car and my video got deleted. It was not against any of the social media policies. I don't know why it got deleted. I don't know what's going on." When you look up hailstorm in Beijing, other less eventful hailstorms from Beijing are like the top searches on a lot of different platforms. So why are they deleting this random hailstorm off the internet? Why are they censoring it? Why is it getting erased? And the videos that are still up about this hailstorm, why are the comments so weird? Usually when you have disasters like this, you have comments of people saying, "Well, this is how I prepared. This is how you need to prepare. Oh, the apocalypse is coming." You'll have some of those, but all the comments are filled with these very cryptic, roundabout, "Let it rain, let it rain." What does that mean? Another comment reads, "Let's never forget. Let the skies pour down so everyone remembers." Other people are saying, "This is the revenge that's starting." What does that mean? And then 2 days later, September 15th, 2025, a huge part of China is covered in what netizens call the devil's eyes. They say for an entire week in China, it just felt like an apocalypse was happening in the entire country. These little clouds are coming in and it feels like the devil's eyes are coming this close to the Earth's surface and just staring at all of the citizens. There is a science explanation. It's still kind of creepy. They're called asperitas clouds, but it's when the entire sky is filled with this blanket of clouds and they're thick, dark, gray, bubbly clouds. Nothing about it is just foggy. It's not overcast. You can't see any part of the sun. You can't even see a sliver of blue skies. It just feels like the best way people have described it is, imagine the ocean going through Bermuda's Triangle, going through Drake's Passage during the biggest turbulent storm in the ocean, and put that on top of you. That's what the sky looks like. It looks angry. Some people say it looks like devil's eyes because it's not flat. It almost feels like there's these vortex boils coming down closer to the Earth, and they look close and they look like they're trying to eat up Earth.
雨的太可怕了。
all the Chinese netizens, they're taking pictures, they're taking videos, they're asking mainstream media to talk about it, they're leaving comments of like, heaven is mad at us. Why else does it feel apocalyptic? It feels like a warning, it feels like a message. That is how everyone in China takes it. But what's interesting is, even when you look up the clouds, in China, there's a few articles about it, but in America, all you can find is this state-run news website. So typically, when you look up events that are happening in China, you obviously have the ones that are so big that even American media will cover it, or UK BBC will cover it. But then you also have events that are semi-big, and you have all these different Chinese networks that are covering it, and you can read it in English. But this one, you look up September 15th, 2025, clouds in China, all you get is this one article from a state-run news website showing clouds from a very different province. And it writes, after an autumn rain on Monday, multiple scenic areas of Zhangjiajie National Forest Park in central China's Hunan province were adorned with a breathtaking sea of clouds, creating an ethereal atmosphere reminiscent of a fairyland. These look like normal clouds. I mean, it's beautiful, but they look like normal clouds. And that's definitely not the clouds that people were focused on September 15th, 2025 in China. So why are the main news sources in China, when you look that up, about this random cloud event that nobody cared about? It doesn't make any sense. Censorship in China is a very big political topic that I don't think I would be well equipped enough to speak on. And there...
Give me one sec. I was hearing all of that, but I couldn't see anything. Let me see the devil cloud.
The China Meteorological Administration classified this hailstorm as the most intense extreme weather event in the past decade. And then all of a sudden, when you went online, all the news about this hailstorm just starts getting deleted. It just mainstream news outlets that are talking about this hailstorm. Entire segments of the news will get deleted. Comments, articles getting deleted. Someone said, I posted on social media about the damage that it did to my car, and my video got deleted. It was not against any of the social media policies. I don't know why it got deleted. I don't know what's going on. When you look up hailstorm in Beijing, other less eventful hailstorms from Beijing are like the top searches on a lot of different platforms. So why are they deleting this random hailstorm off the internet? Why are they censoring it? Why is it getting erased? And the videos that are still up about this hailstorm, why are the comments so weird? Usually when you have disasters like this, you have comments of people saying, well, this is how I prepared. This is how you need to prepare. Oh, the apocalypse is coming. You'll have some of those. But all the comments are filled with these very cryptic, roundabout, let it rain, let it rain. What does that mean? Another comment reads, let's never forget. Let the skies pour down so everyone remembers. Other people are saying, this is the revenge that's striking. What does that mean? And then 2 days later, September 15th, 2025, a huge storm in China is targeting what is called the devil's eyes. They say for an entire week in China, it just felt like an apocalypse was happening in the entire country. These little clouds are coming in, and it feels like the devil's eyes are coming this close to the Earth's surface and just staring at all of the citizens. There is a sign.
Oh my god, that's what the... Ooh, that's... It is unsettling.
Explanation. It's still kind of creepy. They're called... These little clouds are coming in, and it feels like the devil's eyes are coming this close to the Earth's surface.
What the f... I've never seen this. That's terrifying.
And just staring at all of the citizens. There is a science explanation. It's still kind of creepy. They're called asperitas clouds, but it's when the entire sky is filled with this blanket of clouds, and they're thick, dark, gray, bubbly clouds. Nothing about it is just foggy. It's not overcast. You can't see any part of the sun. You can't even see a sliver of blue skies. It just feels like... The best way people have described it is, imagine the ocean going through Bermuda's Triangle, going through Drake's Passage during the biggest turbulent storm in the ocean, and put that on top of you. That's what the sky looks like. It looks angry. Some people say it looks like devil's eyes because it's not flat. It almost feels like there's these vortex boils coming down closer to the Earth, and they look close, and they look like they're trying to eat up Earth.
这太可怕了. I mean, it's cool, but also terrifying.
All the Chinese netizens, they're taking pictures, they're taking videos, they're asking mainstream media to talk about it, they're leaving comments of like, heaven is mad at us. Why else does it feel apocalyptic? It feels like a warning, it feels like a message. That is how everyone in China takes it. But what's interesting is, even when you look up the clouds, In China, there's a few articles about it, but in America, all you can find is this state-run news website. So typically when you look up events that are happening in China, you obviously have the ones that are so big that even American media will cover it, or UK BBC will cover it. But then you also have events that are semi-big, and you have all these different Chinese networks that are covering it, and you can read it in English. But this one, you look up September 15th, 2025, clouds in China, all you get is this one article from a state-run news website showing clouds from a very different province. And it writes, after an autumn rain on Monday, multiple scenic areas of Zhangjiajie National Forest Park in central China's Hunan province were adorned with a breathtaking sea of clouds, creating an ethereal atmosphere reminiscent of a fairyland. These look like normal clouds. I mean, it's beautiful, but they look like normal clouds, and that's definitely not the clouds that people were focused on September 15th, 2025 in China. So why are the main news sources in China, when you look that up, about this random cloud event that nobody cared about? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, most likely.
Censorship in China is a very big political topic that I don't think I would be well equipped enough to speak on. And there is some sort of method to the censorship. Obvious and clear criticism against the government will usually be censored. Jokes against the administration will typically be censored. Any mistakes made by the administration, I mean, this is pretty common in most countries, there will be attempts to cover it up, or it will kind of get buried, or in this case, censored. But why would they censor a hailstorm and clouds? Is it because Chinese netizens believe that both events, the hail and the clouds, are the heavens taking revenge? Because 4 days before the clouds, 2 days before the hailstorm, September 11th, 2025, a famous Chinese actor suspiciously dies in Beijing. Yu Meng Long falls to his death from this very expensive high-rise building. It's a residential apartment building, but he falls from the 5th floor of a unit that does not belong to him. This is not his apartment. And the police, they investigate, and very quickly, within hours, they rule out all foul play. They say that he was drunk. This is his friend's apartment. He came for a dinner party with like a dozen other people. And he got drunk and he fell from the 5th floor and he died. It is a tragic accident. They don't investigate the over a dozen people at the party. They don't investigate further into his death. In fact, they just start censoring anybody who has questions online about Yu Meng Long's passing. Why are you censoring that? And a few days later, when the hailstorm hits and the cloud storm hits, all the comments read, heaven and earth are weeping and grieving together for Yu Meng Long's death. The injustice that happened to Yu Meng Long has angered the heavens, and China is going to change. God is watching over us. Heaven will give you justice, Yu Meng Long. Yu Meng Long was tortured so badly that he was killed, and the heavens are mad. The anger and wrath of Yu Meng Long's injustice is being depicted in Mother Nature. And that leads the government to censoring a good chunk of the news about this seemingly unrelated hailstorm and cloud storm.
Wow.
But like, why would the government do that? Why would they go so far to censor the news of literal hailstorms, natural disasters, natural weather events? Are they saying that this is all connected to Yu Meng Long? Are they saying that this is revenge by the heavens? Like, why would they be censoring that? Exactly. Who would they even be protecting by censoring this news? Why does it seem like all of China believes that Yu Meng Long's death was not an accident? Why won't the authorities just reopen and reinvestigate? Who are they protecting? The over a dozen people at the party that day? Then who are those people? How are they connected to the government? And are all the conspiracies true? That he was tortured before his death, that he swallowed a USB containing government secrets, and that his mom is now missing, that there is now a video being sold, a video that was taken by one of the partygoers of Yu Meng Long being tortured to death, that it's being sold online for $100,000? Or that they killed his dog in front of him to get him to comply? Or that his entire career since 2020 has been controlled by wealthy executives that wanted a lot more from him? How can anyone even decipher what is true, what is not true, if everything is getting deleted and censored? Even his entire existence, it feels like it's soon going to be wiped. So what really happened to Yu Meng Long?
I want to know too now. What the fuck? That's there. The part that I find weird is like, why would the government fucking care? Like, that's super suspicious.
We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the New York Immigration Coalition. They're an advocacy organization that represents over 200 immigrant and refugee rights groups throughout New York. And this episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support our growing team. And we'd also like to thank you guys as we work on our mission to be worthy advocates. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. We will be linking a signature petition on the website demanding justice for Yu Meng Long. And there are tons of disclaimers for this case. There are sensitive topics such as brief mentions of self-exit, corruption, drugging, physical assault, and essay. And today's case takes place in China, and we had our professional translators working around the clock to gather all the information for this case. Even then, we had multiple discussions on whether or not we could even cover this case in these videos. Frankly, censorship was a big hindrance in the researching of this case. The information out there is largely unverified, limited. It's constantly getting deleted. It's constantly getting re-uploaded, disproven, and just cannot be traced back to a single credible source. I think the problem is with cases like this, there is a strong hesitancy to talk about it because the last thing that we want to do is spread unconfirmed rumors, to indirectly, accidentally cast light onto someone who may have no involvement in anything nefarious is also a fear of ours. But we think that's exactly why this case needs to be talked about. It is highly unlikely that any new information will come out that is verified. It is highly unlikely that the police are going to start listening and verifying or denying which rumors are true and which ones are not with fact-based evidence. It is highly, highly unlikely that anything will be done as of right now towards figuring out what actually happened to Yu Meng Long on an official level, which means with time, people could just stop talking about Yu Meng Long. So that's why we're making this episode, even though I'm going to tell you right now, nothing in this episode is confirmed. I mean, truly nothing. Take this video as the only thing that I can tell you with full confidence is that Yu Meng Long, a famous, beloved Chinese actor with over 25 million followers, so a big actor, is dead. And the facts around his death are very suspicious in my opinion. And the government and the police, they're behaving even more suspiciously. Yeah. And that's it. I can't confirm with certainty really anything else about this case. So to err on the side of caution, just assume that everything other than the fact that Yu Meng Long is dead and that everything about his passing is being censored, everything really outside of those two facts, we don't know anything. And so as of right now, legally, nobody has been detained, convicted, or has spoken out. Everything is alleged. Legally speaking, his death has been ruled an accident, even though nobody believes that. And I will say that the conspiracies here, they range from believable to some of them seem initially very far-fetched. They're very intense. They seem like they would come out of a movie or a novel. And they're very grim, but they're very specific and they're dark. And I will say that even dealing with conspiracy theories in America, oftentimes reality is not that dark. Sometimes it's not that deep. Sometimes the conspiracies just have a life of its own and it snowballs into something so dark and so crazy that it's so unbelievable. And then you have times where conspiracies are so dark, so unbelievable, so bad, and then the truth is so much worse. Yep. So like we don't know what the case is here. So with that disclaimer, I know it doesn't really have to be stated, but do your own research, come to your own conclusions. That is highly recommended for this particular case. And lastly, there will be a few clips throughout this episode that allegedly capture Yu Meng Long's last moments alive. These are audibly more graphic. There's not really anything visually graphic, so we will have an audible disclaimer before each clip is played to give you a moment to fast forward if you want to skip these portions. Additionally, I want to make it clear, like we are not including these clips as just to showcase Yu Meng Long's last moments allegedly before he passed, but these clips are the only alleged evidence that Yu Meng Long was tortured, or like direct evidence from that night, allegedly. It's not just to showcase his last moments. It's like, this is what people are holding on to, and this is what people are saying authorities need to keep investigating. I do believe that this video is going to be age restricted, potentially just naturally suppressed by the algorithms, but I just want to include as much of the key information as possible because it's messy out there. And if this does end up getting censored to the point where, because sometimes it happens, there will be an uncensored version or a less censored version, the video podcast on Spotify under Rotten Mango Video. So with that being said, let's get started. September 12th, 2025,
Maybe I should start
a
watching
list
them on
starts
fucking
circulating.
Spotify.
And there's dozens of names on there. High-profile celebrities, very wealthy producers, directors, executives in the entertainment industry, and almost overnight, this is a witch hunt. This list is getting dropped into forums, random group chats, best hiking equipment forum, this list has been dropped. Group chats of school moms for pickup, this list has been getting dropped. The comment sections of videos that have nothing to do with this, people going fishing, this list is getting dropped. People are copying and pasting and dumping this list anywhere that they can, and just as quickly as this list gets dumped everywhere, entire comment sections are getting deleted, entire forums are getting deleted, entire accounts are being suspended. It's like having a glass cup on the table. Someone keeps coming in there and dumping this list, dumping water in there. Someone walks up, dumps it back out, and it keeps happening nonstop. But whoever is pouring the water, whoever's dumping this list, the group of people, they are working much faster because the list is getting out there and people are on a witch hunt on social media. They are looking for the accounts of every single person on this list. They are leaving comments on their social media pages. You're gonna rot for what you did. Just you wait. Even the heavens are pissed. You deserve to be in jail and we're gonna make sure you get there. You can't hide forever. Where are you? It almost feels like the Chinese Epstein list of sorts, with everyone on social media trying to spread the list around, figuring out when each person was proven to become a member of this list, what evidence is there for them to be on this list. People are trying to create mass threads, and there's—
Give me 1 second because I just realized that I forgot. Okay. All right. All my background fights are done.
videos and pictures of them attached to the whole thing. See, that's them. You can see them in the back of this video where Yu Meng Long is, and this is like a phone strap that they were using from a week ago, and like this whole thing, this list is basically career death. One famous singer whose name is on that list, he goes from being relatively successful to just selling 15 tickets for his next upcoming concert. 15 tickets. Most people could invite their family members and sell more than 15 tickets without being a household name.
Most people know.
Celebrities have been accused of cheating on their spouses, committing crimes against women, and they still—
that singer had to cancel the concert because he only sold 15 tickets.
That's crazy.
Like this list is very serious. I mean, to give you context, you've seen it. Celebrities have been accused of cheating on their spouses. Celebrities have been accused of committing crimes against women, and they'll still have hundreds, if not thousands of fans show up to their concert. This guy has 15 concert tickets sold? What the hell did the people on this list do to get this type of reception? They were there that night when Yu Meng Long died. They were all at the dinner party that ended when Yu Meng Long's life ended.
Like 2 pieces.
In Beijing, China, near the financial district, there is a compound of apartment buildings. Ironically, they're called the Sunshine Upper East Compound.
Mind you, this was a 240 fight. And in 240 fight, I only got like 2-3 pieces of gear. So maybe my like auto setting is too severe, but I don't feel like it is. I just feel like I consistently get crap. Like that is a very low amount of gear that has been saved. Like holy moly. Maybe I do need to rethink my setting because I don't know. This feels insane to me. Like how the fuck did I get so little? That's way too much fight.
Compound. It's just a cluster of these very tall apartment buildings, all centered around these little pockets of gardens, which if you live in a city like Beijing, living in a building with a large residential park is probably the easiest way to show that you have money. It's said that the cluster of buildings, the Sunshine Upper East Compound, there's at least 50 celebrities that live in this compound. It's a very high-end residential area, a bunch of wealthy retired couples, business executives, government officials. Naturally, all the entry points into the compound are typically controlled. There's 24-hour management, security on site. They have CCTV cameras throughout all the buildings. Nothing really happens at Sunshine Upper East Compound. Like really. I will say the biggest problem that Sunshine Upper East Compound had in recent years was a bigger, better, more upscale building opened up across the street. So a lot of the celebrities left. All the high-profile residents were moving out. That was the biggest problem until September 11th, 2025, 5:10 a.m.
September 11th?
And by most accounts, this is what happened.
Wait, wasn't this something that happened on September 11th? Oh yeah. Bro, Jesus Lord of mercy. Yeah, I think it was the Twin Tower. I don't know why. I feel like I mixed this date with something else that happened. Oh yeah, I think the other date is October 7th because that's when Israel decided to basically show the whole world what they're really about. I see.
An older woman, potentially grandma aged, so they call her the grandma. She's walking her husky, her big dog, and her husky starts barking, pulling her towards building 18 of this compound. So she's still inside of this private building area, but towards building 18. She doesn't live in building 18, so she's pulling the dog away, but the husky is just dead set on going to building 18. She walks over there, because this is the husky's walk, and she sees a man laying there face down outside of building 18. It's 5 in the morning. It's still dark. She's a grandma. I don't know how well her eyesight works. She initially thinks, this guy's drunk and passed out outside the apartment building. She's thinking, what has this good neighborhood turned to? What's going on? She tisk, shakes her head, walks off. Then she does another circle around the buildings, and by this point, the sun has come up. And her little husky is going crazy again, dragging her towards building 18. Towards the spot.
She thought he was drunk. I was like, ma'am, that's a corpse. She thought he was drunk. Oh.
Where that man was lying previously. And he's still there. And this time, with the light, with better vision, she sees that there is a lot of blood all over the pavement. This man is not drunk. Something happened to this man. So she starts freaking out, and she allegedly quotes, he was wearing clothes and he looked very well dressed and clean. And that's when someone comes down. This is a direct quote from an interview that was done. Someone comes down, a man, and this man is saying that this dead man is his friend. He takes off his shirt and he covers the man on the ground with it.
朋友下来说这个死者是他的朋友，然后他就把自己的衣服脱了。人家说我怕你可以跟我死者盖上嘛，他就把衣服给他盖上。你看这死者还穿着清清爽爽的衣服，穿得好好。
I don't know why I came closer as if I can understand fucking Mandarin. I do not understand Mandarin. I don't.
That the police were called to the complex at 6:02 a.m., but she was not the one to make the call. It appears by most accounts that the security working the building was the one to make the call. But she thought it was weird that the guy just took off his top and covered his friend and said, that's my friend. Now, there is another audio recorded interview with one of the other alleged neighbors, and there's a chance that these recordings are fake. I don't think that will be true. There's a chance that they're not, and it sounds pretty legitimate from listening to it. We had our Chinese researchers listen to. I even played it for my husband too, because I was like, "Can you tell me if this sounds legitimate?"
Yeah,
it sounds legit.
Yeah, I can see it totally.
So the neighbor states that she's been there pretty much since the police initially show up, and she's telling the person interviewing her, recording, that she was just hanging around to see what was going on, and there was just a ton of police activity. She's getting little bits and bobs and little pieces of information from all the other neighbors who were all standing around trying to investigate. And by this point, she had already found out that Yu Meng Long is the one that's deceased. It seems like she either knows Yu Meng Long from being from around the area, perhaps it's not his first time visiting, perhaps she knows him personally, or she knows him as a fan. I'm not sure, but she sticks around to make sure that the police are diligent. She's like, just want to make sure that they're trying to figure out what happened to this celebrity.
Quickly, I'm going to tell you really quick, bro. Just borrow somebody else's A5 Kigiri and watch a tutorial. You need 3 heavy physical DPS and 3 heavy magic DPS, because the boss has 2 phases and you need to do high damage on both phases. You need 1 tank, 3 heavy DPS for magic, 3 heavy DPS for physics, and all the rest are supports, healing. And Kigiri. Kigiri is going to be one of your heavy DPS, physical DPS. That's it.
She says early in the morning, the police were very busy. So around 7 a.m., they're going in and out of the building. They're collecting fingerprints. They're very meticulously marking and collecting every little piece of evidence. It feels highly organized. It seems like they're taking this death investigation incredibly seriously.
在里面捡指纹
非常细致的在弄那些指纹。
She says that she felt at ease knowing that they're doing everything that they can to investigate intently and they're going to get to the bottom of this. Then they go inside the building to the unit that Yu Meng Long allegedly fell out of on the 5th floor. And they're likely talking to whoever Yu Meng Long was visiting that night because he doesn't live in this building. And that guy allegedly came down to say, that's my friend. So they're probably interviewing him and who else is there. And she says, eventually around 11:30 a.m., police come back down. By this point, news had broken online about Yu Meng Long's death. And I'm assuming that everybody at the apartment building just loitering to see what's going on. I'm sure they're also looking online because that's exactly what you would do. You try to see if any news updates are going on online before they're happening in person. And she says news broke of his passing. A famous paparazzi man, which, side note, he is known to be rather credible. So regardless of how you feel about tabloids and paparazzi, he is known in China to be someone with very solid information. He comes out to post, breaking the news that Yu Meng Long has passed. The post reads, 11:25 a.m., September 11, 2025. Today, I received news that Yu Meng Long, star of Eternal Love and Go Princess Go, fell to his death in Beijing today. A source close to the matter told us that Yu Meng Long had dinner with 5 to 6 friends at a friend's house on September 10th. Around 2 a.m. on September 11th, Yu Meng Long went to a spare bedroom and locked the door to go to sleep. Around 6 a.m., his friends left the party without seeing him. They went downstairs and discovered his body on the pavement. A neighbor walking their dog saw him and called the police. It is reported that Yu Meng Long had 2 Rolex watches in his pocket that belonged to his friends, and the screen mesh covering the window from which Yu Meng Long fell out of was opened by Yu Meng Long. Police have ruled out a criminal case, but the specific cause of death is still under investigation. This was posted first, before any official studio or police or really anyone releases a statement of Yu Meng Long's passing. But the neighbor that's been recorded in that interview, she says when the police came back down from inside the building, she was getting pissed. Because it's 11:30, she just saw the paparazzi man post this. They said, no criminal activity? What do you mean? Like, you were just taking fingerprints. Why were you taking fingerprints if there's no criminal activity? So she's thinking to herself, and you just got here. I just saw you. I mean, yeah, you were working hard, but you weren't working that hard. How can you conclude that there's no foul play? She's very upset, so she's not about to leave. She just saw what was posted, and she starts confronting the police. And she's like, I don't know what y'all are doing, but you guys cannot conclude that there was no foul play within that short span of time. She explained she's kind of freaking out to the police officers, and a nice hat, that's what they call the police in China, hats, because they wear hats. A nice hat pulls her to the side to try and figure out why she won't leave. Like, are you okay? Is everything okay? And she tells them, the citizens are upset. What do you mean you ruled out foul play? You guys just got here. How can you rule that out in a few hours? We're all very angry about this. These are direct quotes from the interview.
其中有一个帽子就非常善良，他就偷偷的把我拉到一边了。我说你们几个小时就定性了，我说我们现在都民愤了。
The nice cop is confused. We never said that we determined what happened. We're still investigating this case. Well, how long is it going to take? We will give the public an answer, but we have to wait. It shouldn't take much longer. All those people, his friends, are they just going to get away with it? So remember that list of over a dozen people that were reportedly at the party that night when Meng Long died. She's talking about that list. And it seems like when the neighbors are talking, it seems like they kind of have an idea of what happened that night to some degree. She's saying all the people that he was with, are they going to get investigated? They have been detained. The officer tells her they have been detained. You have no idea how many people we've arrested already. Is it because he's a celebrity that you care so much? No, it's because he's a very kind person. If he had been tortured by an old pervert, we want to fight for justice for him. He deserves justice. Oh, well, he's been arrested as well. So many things are odd about this conversation. First of all, she clearly knows something that we don't know because she's asking, are all these people, are they going to get away with it? Now, many neighbors later report that they heard screaming and fighting all night long leading up to Meng Long's death. Whoa. So some people think that they knew that he was at an event and there was lots of screaming. This is abnormal for their apartment building. There was lots of threats being screamed. Clearly, they wake up the next morning and there is Yu Meng Long and he's deceased. It must be connected, so of course you want justice. She later tells another person interviewing her, everyone in the neighborhood knows what happened here, okay? Everyone knows. The sound blocking is very bad in this neighborhood. The units are not that new. They're actually much older. The distance between the buildings is pretty close. If someone screams, everyone can hear. She also indicates other things that she thought was weird. In fact, we don't have a 4th floor. This is her saying it. So a lot of people were reporting that he fell from the 6th floor. The unit in question has a 6 in front of it, so it indicates it's on the 6th floor. But this apartment building, like a lot of buildings in Asia, they don't have a 4th floor because of superstitions. 4 sounds like death. So they don't have a 4th floor. But technically, even though it says 6 on the door, this is the 5th floor. So he fell from the 5th floor, and that's a pretty short distance. She says she stood there watching for a really long time because she's like, how does someone fall from the 5th floor and pass away? Like, how do you even fall from that kind of distance? The window, I mean, maybe it seems low, maybe he's really tall. The window is not even a balcony, it's like a window that he fell out of. And like there was a net and you'd have to jam through it. Like you really have to push it open to get through. Like, how did he do that? She says, I stood there for a really long time watching because none of it was making any sense. And then she says, another thing that I noticed was I saw a bunch of cops inside the apartment, the unit in question. And I saw that they were moving around a lot. They were reenacting all sorts of motions, as if they're trying to simulate what motion was the most plausible in what could have happened. One motion was one cop standing there looking out the window, and another cop kicks him very hard from behind, is like simulating a very hard kick, projecting him out of the window. From what she could tell from downstairs is that looked like the most accurate portrayal of all the different simulations that they've been doing. That looked like the only one that made sense because there's also marks inside and outside the building. The window that he fell from, there's marks on the side. I mean, just all of it. This is the most viable option. He was kicked, so he plummets to his death. That's what she thought until she saw the paparazzi man post that online. Police have ruled out a criminal case, but the specific cause of death is still under investigation. If someone kicks him, causing him to crash out the window to his death, that's a criminal case, no? And it's believable that the paparazzi guy knows what he's talking about because nobody outside this apartment complex, nobody online, not even Meng Long's agency or the police have confirmed that Yu Meng Long has passed away. But the one thing that stuck out to her the most about that whole conversation with the police officer, and she told the interviewer, and she's been thinking about it for days, like she thinks about it when she lays down at night, is she said, the old pervert. There's an old pervert that she mentions.
我们谣传就是说他被折磨什么，有一个老变态嘛，然后那个帽子就忽然接了我一句，我觉得也很意外。他说他已经被拘谋起来了，那我就回来想半天，那就说明有这么一个人啊。
She's talking about one of the partygoers. It seems that she has believed that this partygoer is an old pervert before any of this happened. She mentioned that to the cop, and he said, oh yeah, we detained him. So why are you detaining people if there's no criminal case? And also, how do you know exactly who she's talking about?
Yes. How did you know that
I feel like you just said that
someone is an old pervert?
Exactly.
That's
and
crazy.
That he's been detained? Interesting. And then within a few days, the case is considered officially closed, with what authorities claim are no signs of foul play. This is an accidental death. If you were not at the apartment the day all of this happens, the rest of the world, the internet, initially, you only know 3 things. First, the very first statement released to the public is made by the paparazzi man. September 11th, 11:25. Again, he states, Yu Meng Long, one of the lead actors of Eternal Love and Go Princess Go, died today in Beijing after falling from the building. According to someone who knows the situation, on September 10th, Yu Meng Long had dinner at a friend's house with 5 to 6 friends. After 2 a.m. on September 11th, he went to retire in a bedroom, a spare bedroom, locked the door, went to sleep. Around 6 a.m., the gathering breaks up. They don't check up on him, they go downstairs, and they discover his body. A neighbor walking their dog also sees the body, calls the police. It was said that Yu Meng Long had 2 of his friends' Rolex watches in his pocket, and had opened the window's mesh screen. Police have ruled out foul play, but are still investigating the exact cause of death. Then almost exactly an hour later, the same paparazzi man edits his original post. And he takes out 2 things. He takes out the part about Yu Meng Long having 2 Rolexes in his pockets. And he takes out the part that Yu Meng Long opened the mesh screen. Which is strange. Then at 2 p.m., the paparazzi man makes another post, which reads, this morning we received news that Yu Meng Long had fallen to his death in Beijing. Upon arriving at the residential complex where the incident occurred, we saw that the screen window on the 5th floor of the building had been damaged. We later interviewed the residential complex staff who confirmed that the man who fell to his death was indeed celebrity Yu Meng Long. The incident occurred at 5 a.m. on the 11th of September. He fell from the 5th floor and died instantly on the concrete pavement. Then for 4 hours, it's radio silence. By this point, there are a lot of people, fingers crossed, hoping that maybe paparazzi man got it wrong for once, and that Yu Meng Long is still alive.
He saw someone pass out face first onto the floor from being drunk. I mean, I can see that happen, but like this scenario is very, very suspicious.
6:44 p.m. Yu Meng Long's studio account posts a very vague official announcement of his death. With deep sorrow, we must tell everyone our beloved Yu Meng Long has passed away on September 11th, 2025, after falling from a building. After police investigation, criminal involvement has been ruled out. May the departed rest in peace and may the living stay strong. This is when all hell breaks loose. Because first of all, this feels like the first official confirmation that he's gone. He's deceased. So now, coupled with the shock and the grief that a lot of fans are feeling, everybody's confused about how vague this is. The studio mentions nothing about, what do you mean a fall from a building? Knowing how Asian celebrities are treated, there was an initial wave of people wondering, was it self-exit? But then why would they not have said that? And also, if it's true that Yu Meng Long is deceased, that means the original post from the paparazzi man is very true. So then you would have to assume that, right? Because they're the first ones to break the news, which means, okay, so then there's a dinner party that 5 or 6 people had gone to? How do you rule out criminal suspicion when there's a whole dinner party that he died at? And like, who are the 5 to 6 people? I mean, the questions are just growing. Like, how did he fall? Why did he fall? Was it a self-exit? Was it an accident? Was it a murder?
How do you have 2 Rolexes in the pocket?
Yeah, and why did the paparazzi man delete that?
Yeah.
Like, who are these friends? And how do you know the Rolexes were his friends' Rolexes? Additionally, even more puzzling is this agency that is putting out this very public statement, official statement of Yu Meng Long's passing. This agency was created by Yu Meng Long and was voluntarily dissolved. It doesn't exist anymore, legally speaking. Like, you open up a company and then you close the company. You voluntarily dissolve it. It is no longer in operation. And this has been voluntarily dissolved months ago by Yu Meng Long. It's not supposed to be in operation, and it hasn't been for months. And then suddenly they're coming back to announce his passing.
Who's running this, right? Like, who's posting this?
Exactly. And who are they to say that there's no foul play involved? But it's not the most alarming thing in the world. Like, maybe this is a case of really, really bad miscommunication. Vague for no purpose other than, okay, why are they being vague? So netizens start asking these types of questions on social media, at the Beijing police, at everyone that's involved, asking very casual questions of like, how do you know there's no foul play? How do you know? Do you know who was at the party? Did you investigate everyone thoroughly? These are very normal questions considering this is a high-profile celebrity that has passed. And all those questions get instantly deleted. In fact, other than the initial messages of rest in peace, Meng Long, any other questions, any concerns, any wonders about the investigation being thorough, not thorough, all getting deleted. Just to give you context, every social media platform in China, obviously, like America, has their own user guidelines, meaning you can't just post whatever you want. Certain content is going to get off the platform. The platform itself usually takes it down or suppresses it. But these questions are not going against any content guidelines, but they're still getting deleted across social media platforms, not just one platform, but all of them, which can only mean one thing, that in order to delete anyone's questioning of Yu Meng Long's death, that order is coming from the higher ups in the government. It is also believed that in order to censor to this degree across platforms, even comments, not just articles, but comments, it is believed that whoever sent down this order has to either be the head of state or at least part of the Politburo, which is the highest level of the government in China. You're talking about like the highest 25 government leaders and senior party leaders. You have to be one of the top 30 most powerful individuals in the entire nation to be able to censor news like this. Why are they involved in the passing of a Chinese actor? Exactly. What does this have to do with them? Unless it has everything to do with them. Here's what is somewhat confirmed. Yu Meng Long is 37 years old, and on September 11th, 2025, he reportedly fell to his death from the 5th floor of a residential building in Beijing. He's at a dinner party with his friends. The apartment that he fell to his death from, allegedly, is not owned by him. It is his friend's apartment. He falls to his death and he's discovered the next morning. At first, the conspiracy is that this was a self-exit. I mean, I guess people were thinking about how stressful and depressing life is in general, how celebrities are often overworked in places like China.
Imagine if you're anybody in China who dies, no one would know. I mean, doesn't China have like close to 1 billion people? Of course, if you're a nobody, nobody's gonna know. That makes sense.
I mean, this would not be the most unheard of situation to happen. However, it is very hard. Netizens cannot apply the logic here. Netizens argue that based on what we know about Yu Meng Long, which sure, you could say we know nothing because nobody on the internet really knows a celebrity, it's just parasocial, but still, based off of how he presents himself and just normal human behavior and psychology, netizens are questioning, why would Yu Meng Long go to a friend's dinner party and then decide to self-exit at his friend's house? And also, this was the initial theory that police were running with. Like, why would the police even think that this is a theory?
Yeah, exactly. On 5th floor too.
Yeah, why would he go to a friend's dinner party and then decide to self-exit? Psychologically and statistically speaking, people tend to want to have maximum privacy to avoid interruption and intervention. This doesn't make any sense. Exactly. He also left his 2 beloved dogs, a corgi and a French bulldog, which we will talk about later because there are reports that people have seen videos of them being killed by the same people at the dinner party. We're going to get into that. There's just a lot. It's too messy to give you all at once. Now, he leaves them. He doesn't leave a note. He doesn't text anyone, please care for my dogs. He doesn't tell anyone what he wants to happen to his dogs, who he wants to take care of his dogs. Because typically, I mean, that's a big thing. He loves his dogs. And if you don't leave certain notes, they could be sent to animal control. They could be put down. He doesn't do any of that. He just goes to his friend's house on the 5th floor. I mean, some say 6th floor, but it's technically the 5th floor. And he decides to self-exit. It doesn't make sense. The guest bedroom does not even have a balcony. It's just a window. So he's going to open the window, remove the mesh screen, and then self-exit, again, from the 5th floor. Psychologically and statistically speaking, that is weird. It is worth mentioning, it is very grim, but a lot of people who make these very impossible choices, a lot of them, statistically speaking, psychologically speaking, have a great concern for the amount of impact on people, their loved ones. So at a friend's house just does not seem like it's plausible. But also they have something called perceived lethality. It's unfortunately a very big thing. There's a strong psychological need for certainty about the outcome. 5th floor does not make sense, statistically. I mean, people are even questioning how he even passed by falling from the 5th floor. Nobody believes that Yu Meng Long had self-exited under these conditions.
I mean,
the police, they originally decide that he had self-exited, and they very quickly decide, actually, it's an accidental.
Yes, like, again, if you're not a celebrity, there's no reason for people to know unless you died from, like, the hand of a serial killer or a famous person. If you're a nobody who just dies, of course nobody's gonna hear about it. But he was found on the ground next to the building. So even if you're a nobody, somebody's still gonna see your dead body on the ground and call the police.
Death.
You know,
it's not a self-exit, it's an accidental death. So what had happened was he was very drunk. He got too drunk at this dinner party with his friends. And because he was so drunk, he went into the spare bedroom to sleep it off, sober up. Maybe he opened the window and then he fell out the window. And, you know, as he's opening up the window, that's a time where he could have also stumbled and fallen out the window, plummeting to his passing. It makes sense, right? Until you see the picture of the window, until you see exactly what the window looks like. The bedroom windows are long and rectangular. It almost looks like a standing mirror. Think of it like that. But the window itself has 2 separate panels, just cut in the middle. So the bottom panel, which is near the floor, it doesn't open because that would be very dangerous. It's not a balcony, it's just a window. Now, the top portion opens up so that you can circulate air. And you have this mesh net to keep the bugs out. So you open this window to get fresh air. The top half opens, and like maybe that's where it goes wrong. He goes to open it, but he stumbles and he bursts through the mesh net and crashes down to his death.
Yeah.
But the window opens inward, meaning he has to step away from the window to open the window. So it's not like he's pushing it out and then he falls through a mesh screen. He would have to step back into the room. But maybe he wants to get a closer look at the window. Maybe he wants to get closer to the mesh screen because he needs to sober up. He needs fresh air. But then he trips on something and stumbles and then crashes through the mesh net and falls to the ground. Highly, highly unlikely. The window opens up at the 35-inch mark on the wall. If you are near a desk or a dining table, to give you some sort of reference, in America at least, most dining tables are around like the 30-inch mark. This is 35 inches. Yu Meng Long is 180 centimeters or 5 feet 11 inches tall. Accidentally falling through the mesh and to his death is possible, but it requires specific movements. So for someone who is 5'11", the center of gravity is going to be around 39 inches. 4 inches is a relatively small discrepancy. The 35-inch window, to give you context, a lot of residential railings in America have 36-inch height requirements. So it's just 1 more inch.
Mm-hmm.
He could have fallen if perhaps he was leaning out the window to grab something that he dropped, but that's not the case because the mesh screen is damaged. It was not taken off.
And the mesh screen are made out of like fine little like metal mesh.
Yeah,
so it's stronger.
It's almost like a cheese grater type vibe. I mean, it's not going to hurt you, but it's metal, so it's not like the fabric mesh that most Americans are used to.
Yeah.
So it's hard to push through that. It's hard to punch through that even. So then that would mean that he would have to trip and fall forward hard enough to break through this metal mesh barrier and then tumble to his passing without having the time. And this is a pretty skinny window.
Mm-hmm.
So like he would have a lot of places on the inside to hold himself to.
Yeah.
It's not just like a giant gaping hole. That is a lot of force. He would theoretically have to be trying to ram through the window if he were doing this by himself. One neighbor says, not only that, the mesh screen and the window, like, yeah, you could sit there, do center of gravity calculations, but she's going to tell you someone would have to punch or kick him. I'm just telling you, it doesn't make any sense. She says, I've lived there for 3 years. There's just no way someone can accidentally fall off. Truly. I had a friend who is drunk, and if they're looking out my window, I'm not worried. I'm not checking up on that friend. It doesn't make any sense. None of this makes sense.
即使他醉酒了，我也丝毫不会担心他会坠楼，因为窗台足够高，纱窗足够坚固。
Ever notice when you're checking out online, there is this purple Shop Pay button sitting there among all the payment options?
Yep.
That's Shopify, and that's my favorite button. And there is a reason it shows up everywhere you shop. At first, I just thought it was another payment method. Turns out it's actually the backbone behind so many of the online stores that we buy from regularly, including the surprise that we have come. Seeing carts going abandoned and turn those sales into dollars. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at shopify.com/rotten. Go to shopify.com/rotten. Shopify.com/rotten. No chopping, no cleanup, and it's delicious. Eat smart at factormeals.com/rotten50 off and use code rotten50 to get 50% off your first box plus free breakfast for 1 year. That's code rotten50 off at factormeals.com for 50% off your first box plus free breakfast for 1 year. Get delicious, ready-to-eat meals delivered with Factor. Offer only valid for new Factor customers with code and qualifying auto-renewing subscription purpose. Speaking of checking up on drunk friends,
theoretically 5 people. Jesus. 5 people killed him. I'm gonna go see her. Could easily carry him and run through his mesh. True. It was a pleasure to talk to you, Silboard. I'll see you next time, maybe tomorrow. Take care.
A lot of people are questioning the partygoers. They never check up on their friend. Never, not even once. But people don't even believe Yu Meng Long was drunk,
to the best mod.
or that he voluntarily
Go
drank.
watch him play
Because
Roger
the next day, Yu Meng Long had a very massive CCTV appearance the very next morning. Like the next day, he had to be ready. CCTV is a government-run TV channel, and appearing on a government network is a very big deal.
Central China TV, CCTV.
Oh, yeah. Central China TV. Mm-hmm. But it's like an unfortunate name acronym. But he was supposed to appear there, and this is like a huge deal. Also, Yu Meng Long, if you know anything about the history of his career, he is not a celebrity that is a diva that shows up late, that's like, oh, everyone's on set for me, you guys can wait. He is someone that is like always early. He's very good with his time. He takes his job very seriously. He's not here to get Instagram famous. Like, he takes his craft seriously. So this is a very big deal from him. He's known to come from a humble background. He has a very incredible work ethic. It just does not sound like him at all to get drunk at all. Not even a sip of alcohol the night before this CCTV appearance. That doesn't make sense. Mm-hmm. But more than that, there are scratch marks on the outside of the window. Let me explain. Neighbors and netizens have been spreading pictures of the apartment window that have subsequently been taken down, re-uploaded, subsequently taken down, re-uploaded, and then now posted to lots of foreign social media platforms. But on the windows below this open window that Yu Meng Long allegedly falls out of, there are fingerprints and scratch marks, which would have to come from outside. And if you do the math, it looks right around where Yu Meng Long's upper torso would be if he were to be dangled out of the window. If someone were holding his legs and ankles to dangle him out the window, that is where that would fall. The same night of Yu Meng Long's passing, a video starts going viral. And then it gets deleted, and then it starts popping up again and deleted and nonstop until it finds its way to international social media platforms. It is a video claiming to be from just moments before Yu Meng Long's death. The footage is dark, and there's no way to verify any of this information in any of this video. The audio, the video, if it's Yu Meng Long, it's hard. I cannot tell you with any certainty. I will say it's a very disturbing clip. I will play it very quickly, and then I'm going to describe it for those who are going to skip ahead. It's sensitive in nature. Please take a moment to skip ahead if needed. I would say skip forward 30 seconds. Okay, now I'm going to describe to you what happens in the video and also translating. But it sounds like a man that sounds like Yu Meng Long screaming. And this video is taken from a different building. It's almost like if I were living in a building, apartment building, I open my window and I'm trying to zoom in onto maybe a building like 2 buildings away, and I'm capturing this. The unit, the lights are on so I can see shadows, but I can't really see clearly. And it's a shadow of what netizens believe to be Yu Meng Long. If this is him, it looks almost as if he is sitting on the apartment floor. Yeah. His back is towards the window, maybe leaning up against the window, and he's resting his back there. And his legs are spread out in front of him, and his back is leaned all the way forward, slumped all the way forward. The shadow body language is reminiscent of someone who is completely breaking down. It just seems like someone has given up. That's the body language. He's so heard screaming in the video, and the best way I can describe this is, sounds like when someone is at their end, and that's no way saying the end of their life, but at the end of something. Like he's wailing, I have been threatened since I was young. You guys want to play me to death. I have been threatened. Once this video goes up, everyone's wondering, I mean, it sounds like Yu Meng Long. It looks like the apartment that he allegedly fell out of. Who's at this dinner party? Who are these people? Why are they torturing him to the point of this breakdown? Who is he talking to? And he conveniently passes away the same night that he's being allegedly mentally tortured by a group of anonymous friends and business executives. It doesn't make sense. Another insider post starts spreading that day, and it reads, rumors have been circulating that a powerful man has been trying to have intimate relations with Yu Meng Long, but he has been refusing. That led to his death. He was blackballed from the industry, and that resulted in 5 to 6 of his friends that decided that they were going to get up on this higher-up's good side, and they set up Yu Meng Long. They invited him to this so-called dinner party. They drugged him, got him drunk. He was likely essayed, R-worded by that higher-up man. And those 2 Rolex watches were given to him by that guy to shut him up. Side note, the list with all the 17 people, I mean, these are identified people. So like this higher up that people are alluding to, originally nobody knew who, but by this point, they've all been somewhat identified. Not confirmed, but identified on this list. And we're going to go in depth later because every single person on that list is so suspicious and there is so many things tying them to this event that I can't just breeze through it. But it is believed that one of the higher-ups that was allegedly at the party had a thing for flexing his Rolex watches all over the internet. And some have even tied these 2 Rolexes back to him. It's unclear which specific Rolexes were allegedly found on Yu Meng Long that day, if there even were. But it's hard to say if these are common models or hard to get limited edition models, so I'm not sure. But this guy loves Rolexes, not Yu Meng Long, but that higher-up executive. So the post continues, it's believed that the realization of what happened, the trauma, and the knowing that he was not able to process the trauma of being assaulted, that is why he was freaking out in the video. the post continues to allege, no autopsy has been performed, nobody in the group has been questioned, and the immediate ruling out of a homicide suggests that whoever this man that essayed Yu Meng Long is very, very powerful, very influential. Even the police do not want to investigate or get involved. All of these start circulating. And while people are trying to dig up any other information about the 17 people, all the dozens of people, who the police are, like everyone that's involved, there are also excavators. There is no shortage of excavators on the internet. This is their full-time job. They neglect their own personal lives and career goals to excavate on the internet under this thinly disguised veil of keeping people accountable. I don't know. After Yu Meng Long's passing, the excavators come out with the intention of holding a deceased man accountable for whatever they dig up. I don't know how their brains work, if they have one. It's very odd, but they start excavating Yu Meng Long's past. Yu Meng Long has always been a very private celebrity. He doesn't seem to like posting online about what he's wearing, who he's dating, where he's traveling, or just lots of personal details. He will do enough for a celebrity to give his viewers and fans what they want to see, but he seems very, very private. All we even really know about his family is that he seems to be the only child. And what he mentioned in an interview once is that he says that his parents are basically the epitome of love. His mom would lovingly joke with his dad that he's gaining weight and he's getting that middle-aged belly. But she's joking, and he wants to be attractive for his wife, so he starts going to the gym, even takes it so far he becomes a fitness coach. That's really it. We know that he graduated from the Beijing Performing Arts Academy, but it takes a lot of money to get your name and face out there, or even just to have the right connections to be in the right rooms where the deals are actually signed. He doesn't have that. So he starts auditioning for all of these different reality shows, and his breakout show is actually Superboy. He ends up placing top 10. This is an idol-making show, primarily focused on singing and dancing, and although Yu Meng Long later goes on to be an actor, he's pretty good at singing. When he sings, the judge on the show say, it's very interesting. He has such a soft voice. But it's soulful. It's like this weird, addicting juxtaposition of sounding so soft and young, but also sounding like you've seen a lot of stuff. You've experienced life. Like, that is a hard combination. And then his attitude, it's just humble yet determined. He tells producers that this was his second show that he was on, and the first one he didn't do well, but quote, I believe that if I keep trying, one day I will find a stage that's truly mine. Ironically, one of the very last songs that he sings on that show before officially starting his career in the industry, he sings a well-known song called The Sky is Dark. Notable lyrics include, the sky is dark, it's about to rain. This was the kind of world I was looking for. However, running headfirst, I was misunderstood. I was cheated. Is this the unseen world of adults? At crossroads, which I am forced to face every day, I miss the innocence and lovely through relatively small happiness of the past. The sky is wide, yet unable to be seen clearly. Suddenly, I look forward to the sky falling with quiet rain. Everything will calm down eventually. Now, I really feel like I'm going home.
我的小时候，吵闹任性的时候，我的外婆也会唱歌后，我以为这就是我所追求的世界，然而横冲直撞，被误解被骗，是否成人的世界背后总有残缺？
Damn.
That doesn't say, it almost feels like this was his final song before going into the entertainment industry, which is known to be really dark. After concluding the show Superboy, he goes on to sign with a state-run talent agency. It's basically a government-run talent agency. I believe this is the only one in China that's government-run and not a private company. But from there, he transitions into acting. He gets roles in Go Princess Go in 2015, Eternal Love 2017, and The Legend of the White Snake 2019. Okay, so a lot of the roles that he gets, they're like the olden day dramas. He does not have iPhone face, is what people would say. Like, he has this aura about him where he just feels like you would see him on the street and you're like, I think that he has some wisdom to put onto me, because he seems like he knows a lot. That's the vibe. He has that older energy. I don't know if I'm even describing it correctly. He feels calm, serene, Like he gives wise, sage advice. That's the energy he has. The Legend of the White Snake, he actually ends up getting really positive critical acclaim. You know, critics are saying the whole piece is a fantasy. It's based off of a legend of the white snake. I mean, it's out of this world. It's whimsical. It's fantastical. It's a fantasy, which you have to bring that out. But also, if it's too whimsical, too fantastical, it feels like a child's play. It feels like a kid's show. But Yu Meng Long was able to bring out the whimsy, but also it felt very human. His role felt very human. It doesn't feel too exaggerated. It felt very grounded. By this point, he has over 26 million followers on Weibo. You just know when someone's gonna make it bigger. They're already big, but they're only gonna get bigger. That's the feeling. They have this it factor. They're maybe not the top A-list celebrity yet, but the trajectory seems like it's going there. That's what Yu Meng Long's trajectory feels like. He has a very strong star power. Everybody is anticipating that he's eventually gonna get up there soon. He's talented, he's conventionally attractive, but more than that, his fans, I mean, sure, he might not have as many as some of the other A-list actors, but he is so beloved. One fan posted a video. She wasn't even a fan when she met Yu Meng Long. She didn't even know who he was. And she says, I was going on a trip and I just had this like really beat up, rundown suitcase. It fit my clothes, it was fine. She puts it in the overhead bin in the airplane and then she takes it off and the wheels pop off. So she's scrambling, stressing, freaking out, shoves the wheels back in. It kind of works. She starts wheeling it around the airport and she's struggling. I mean, this whole day, she was just a sweaty mess. She says this herself. It was bad. Like she was just getting lost. It was a whole thing. Mid-airport walk, wheels pop right back off. They start rolling away and she's stressing, scrambling to pick them up. And when she looks up, someone is already holding the wheels in their hand, offering them back to her. This very tall, clean-looking man. She didn't even know he was a celebrity. She didn't even know who he was at the time. He just was really nice. He helped her and then walked away. She said she found out afterwards that he was a celebrity, but his energy was interesting because he did not give celebrity vibes. He just seemed like a very handsome, attractive man, but very approachable. Like he's just from your neighborhood, very kind energy. She says it sounds very weird even coming out of her own mouth because she would never really describe men with this word. But like the only word she can think of to describe Yu Meng Long is very pure. Like his aura is very pure. Maybe it's because of that. Yu Meng Long allegedly catches the eyes of a very wealthy woman in the industry. And we're gonna go into her history probably in the next episode because her husband also dies. Very interestingly, it's a whole thing. This is alleged, but a lot of people think it's basically confirmed based on his career timeline and their interactions together. This wealthy woman is worth billions of dollars, and she decides that she must have her nasty little grubby, greedy fingers in pretty much every aspect of the entertainment industry. It's alleged that she starts showing interest in Yu Meng Long, threatening interest. And when he allegedly declines, she has blackballed him from the industry for the next 3 years. If you look at the timeline of his career, like I said, in 2019, after Legend of the White Snake, people were like, he's on his trajectory to get up there. He disappears. From 2020 to 2023, 3 years, he makes almost no public appearances. Instead, he moves to the countryside, out of nowhere. Some say running away from her, or to the countryside where he's been sent, and he just teaches kids for 3 years.
周老师 叫什么名字？是长头发还是短头发呀？他还舔你呢，说明他喜欢你。
When he does come back in 2023, he looks very skinny. He looks frail, like he lost a lot of weight. His cheeks are kind of sunken in, but in a way that doesn't look like it's just natural aging progression. He looks like he's been through something in the past 3 years. He looks sick. During an interview, the host is asking about him, asking him why he had gotten so thin. And Yu Meng Long has this trademark half smile. It's like a very soft. It's the type of smile where you are wondering what the smile means. It's almost mysterious, but in like a good way. And he says, because I'm hungry. I don't have money to eat. Everyone's laughing. The host is laughing. And then they just move on to the next question. Fans are even laughing and teasing him. They're like, that is so cheeky. Like the interviewer is commenting on your looks at the end of the day, even if it is out of concern. And he's standing up for himself in such a cheeky way. Like he made a joke, he played it off. He didn't go into his insecurities about his looks. That's good. That's good. Because he's a well-known celebrity. with 25 million followers, there's no way he doesn't have money to eat, right? In another interview after the 3-year hiatus, he just says that for 3 years, all he did was question whether or not he has what it takes, whether he belongs in this industry or not, that he had profound doubts and just nonstop questioning. So when he does come back in 3 years, he's gone for so long, there's just no feasible way that he's gonna jump right back in and be handed leading roles. So whatever had happened in those 3 years, it's a huge impact on his career, clearly his mental well-being. Nevertheless, his core base of fans, they were just excited that he's back. He seems excited to get back to work, and they're excited about that. His fans never left him, by the way, even during his very long hiatus. One of the big things was a lot of the charities from the local area that he was staying in, or charities for natural disasters in China around that time. They about celebrities who have donated, or high-profile people, or just other big donors to encourage other people to donate. Like, it's part of, hey, maybe your favorite celebrity donated, so you should too. And they would post about Yu Meng Long. And while he's being blackmailed from the industry, he has donated over $30,000 to a charity for children with leukemia, over $80,000 to help with the massive floods in the Henan province. He donated an entire library of over 2,400 high-quality textbooks to an elementary school from his hometown. All the while, he's making little to no money, like nothing. In another resurfaced clip, it's Yu Meng Long and another celebrity on a reality show. They made this bet. If Yu Meng Long loses, he has to buy dinner. Yu Meng Long tells him, I must treat you to a meal, Wei Wei, but I don't have money. Again, everyone laughs. They think he's being playful. They think he's being quirky and cheeky and he's joking around. But maybe he wasn't. Damn. Because after Yu Meng Long's passing, the excavators try to dig to find up any little dirty thing on him that they can, I don't know, get off on some scandalous narrative of who knows what. But his entire career, he hasn't really had any scandals. I think his fans genuinely appreciate how sincere he seems. He doesn't seem like the type to flaunt or cause drama or publicly date. He just seems very soft-spoken. It's hard to find any clips or interviews of him where he's loud or rambunctious. He just seems so calm and soft. His demeanor is very soft. And the excavators, they want evidence that maybe he's not like that when the cameras are off. That maybe he's a bad person. But all they end up finding is his personal Taobao account. Taobao is like the Amazon of China. You can buy pretty much anything on there, clothing included. And you can see all the items that Meng Long's personal account was buying and some of the reviews that he left for vendors. So one of them was for a puffer jacket that you wear during winter. The review Yu Meng Long leaves for the small clothing company is, the color is beautiful and warm, and it's suitable for wearing. It's not bad. This version is actually very good. This is the second time I bought clothes from this specific mom and pop vendor, and I gave it a thumbs up. The customer service agent is also very, very nice. He includes a video of him, and you can't see his face. He just is him showing the sleeves of the puffer jacket, and in the background, you see part of where he's living. You see a cardboard box with clothes in there, and it looks like he's using the cardboard box, like a reusable Amazon Prime box, as his closet. So it looks like he's storing clothes in there. And people were automatically already thrown off by that because, wait, he's this massive celebrity. Why does he not have like a big fancy closet? Why is he using a cardboard box for his clothes? And also, this jacket in question that he leaves a review for, it's technically a $30 puffer winter jacket, which for Beijing winters, where the temperatures on average range from around 17 degrees to about 43 degrees, it's a colder city than New York City, by the way. Netizens are really confused that he's wearing a $30 puffer jacket when he's a celebrity. Even regular, normal citizens will typically wear more expensive puffer jackets because you invest in a really good one that lasts you multiple winters. It's just that cold in Beijing. The price of getting sick and missing work is probably higher than $30. Dang. Netizens say a $30 puffer jacket can't even be called a puffer jacket. It's not a down jacket. There's no down feather or vegan feathers. It's just, it looks like it. It's not really a puffer jacket, which is weird. Because Yu Meng Long has a puffer jacket brand sponsorship. He works with this huge company that sells $2,000 puffer jackets. So why is he wearing a $30 puffer jacket? I'm sure they've sent him one for free before. He's been seen wearing it for public appearances when he's endorsing the brand. Interestingly, netizens are able to compile footage of him wearing puffer jackets. The puffer jacket is a big point of contention. When Yu Meng Long is at a big event or has an appearance, he will wear the puffer jacket that has the logo of the brand that he's partnered with. But when he is out running errands by himself, going to the airport, traveling, he is always seen wearing a cheap $30 puffer jacket. And sometimes when he's out running errands or going to the airport, he's with his manager, he's with an assistant, it seems like the team. They're all wearing expensive puffer jackets, but he's wearing his $30 puffer jacket. It's kind of strange. It's a bit unheard of. What manager is wearing nicer clothes than the celebrity that they're managing? So people online start speculating, did the manager and assistant bully him to take his puffer jacket from the brand that he's endorsing? Like, if they're bullying him for that, what else are they bullying him, taking from him? How much of his money is he actually getting paid? Because there's no way, just because he takes a 3-year hiatus, that he should be starving. People have dug up videos of Yu Meng Long when he was alive. A few videos have been going viral and circulating on foreign social media platforms. One big one that has been going around is of Yu Meng Long at an airport wearing a black hoodie. He and his manager are in line checking bags. A female fan walks up to Yu Meng Long.
The manager also is a huge character in this.
Yes.
His name is Du Qiang. Yeah.
Very big character. The female fan is filming. She's telling him that she knows that his birthday passed, but she bought this necklace for him and like, hopefully it's not too late. And he's smiling and saying thank you. And his smile seems, it seems small, it seems strained, but it seems genuine. Some people could take it as maybe his fan was making him uncomfortable, or maybe he doesn't like being filmed in public. But when you look closely, that doesn't seem to be the case. It seems like he doesn't like the angle that he's being filmed at, is what netizens believe. But when you look closely, his eye, there's clearly a bruise on that eye that appears to be covered up by makeup, and she's filming right at that angle. I will say that a lot of different cases, there's contention of like, is that a bruise? Is it being covered up by makeup? Does it actually look like a bruise? This one does it looks like a bruise. He doesn't look agitated, but rather more sick or distraught or anxious that she is getting this side of his face. He looks scared. And I don't know, perhaps he has intense social anxiety and being outside is a lot for him. Or maybe he doesn't want to be filmed by a fan. Sure, we could argue all of that. We could say all of that, but the level of discomfort in this video seems to be a lot more. There are other videos of him walking through the airport, specifically in that $30 puffer jacket. One of his fans is filming him and he's alone. He looks fine. He doesn't look afraid. He doesn't look uncomfortable. She almost trips. He instantly runs over to help make sure that she catches her balance. That's a different clip. But this one, he doesn't have that energy. He looks wildly uncomfortable. He looks anxious. He's smiling. He looks like he's trying to be alert. And then there's this moment that netizens have picked apart. Yu Meng Long's manager walks past him and raises his hand to grab something, or perhaps grab Yu Meng Long's arm. But Yu Meng Long flinches and he ducks his head as if he's about to get slapped or punched by this manager. Some people argue, no, it looks like Yu Meng Long was slipping. Other people are saying, no, you don't react like that when you're slipping. Like, it is a visceral reaction of like ducking your head. You don't really duck your head when you're slipping. It looks like he's ducking his head from his manager. And after that, the manager and Yu Meng Long walk away while the fan is still filming and following after them. And he's just rapidly speed walking. He looks even more uncomfortable. Previously, he just looked a little bit anxious, but he was still being attentive to his fan. But now he's speed walking, giving no facial emotions. He just wants to get out of there. There are more pictures surfacing from August 13th, August 16th. These are pictures that fans took of him while he was traveling for work, and it appears that he has bruises near his eyes that have been covered up by makeup. Those are just taken a month before his passing. There's another video of him sitting in a crowd of people. Clearly, this is a work event. There's cameras flashing around him. He's wearing what appears to be the giant puffer jacket, the one that actually looks warm, that he endorses, that he doesn't even get to wear outside of work events, the very thick one. And he's sitting there wearing this jacket, and it looks like he's sitting in front of a stage, but he looks genuinely happy to be there. He spots a fan recording him from the side, and he's like waving, and he's looking around and waving at people who are waving at him. And there's this moment where he glances behind him, and it looks like he sees someone. Maybe someone motions to him. Maybe he sees a specific person he doesn't want to see, but instantly everything in his face changes. He's still in public, so he's not going to make it obvious, but it's noticeable. He quickly turns back to face the front. He looks down at his hands, and then he covers his lap a little more with his jacket, and then he looks further down at his hands, and then he looks up But he's no longer smiling, he's no longer waving, he's no longer looking around, he doesn't look like he's mentally there at the event anymore. And it's pretty instant. He's smiling, waving, looking around, seems very comfortable, and then suddenly he's just face forward. No smiling, no interacting, nothing. People are wondering what the hell or who the hell could have been there to elicit such a strong reaction from him. A girl who is going by the alias of Kay. She knows Yu Meng Long personally and submitted this tip to the reporter. And I'm sure the reporter had to verify that Kay actually does indeed know Yu Meng Long to take this tip seriously. But Kay describes Yu Meng Long as having a very fairy spirit. That's the best way to put it. The way he lives, his energy, he lives in harmony with the world. That's how she describes him in person. She says she knows that people harmed him and that she prays that they will all go to hell, the deepest, darkest pits of hell, and rot there forever. She says that she knows that he was offered a position to sleep with a higher up in the industry and he rejected. She says the way it works is you have these meals with industry higher ups. These are the people, they're called the money. These are the people funding projects. These are the people that sign the deals. These are the people that are friends with the executives at all of these big companies that do the long-term brand endorsements for the celebrities. You don't know the money, then you're not getting money. You're not getting deals. You're not getting roles. So you go to these meals. And it's common for entertainers to be pressured into sleeping or hanging out with these rich people who fund their projects. She says, and it seems like perhaps even Yu Meng Long disclosed this to her, I don't know, or maybe she has other friends in the industry, but she says, if you want to leave a meal with these higher-ups, you want to go home by yourself, then you want to make sure you drink from the public bottle of alcohol. Kay says, the interesting thing is, the manager that Yu Meng Long has, she's met him before. He's not even a talent manager. His background is working for organized crime syndicates. He's not a talent manager. He looks like well, the rumor is that he's a hitman for these organized crimes.
What the fuck?
I wouldn't say hitman, but he's like the body guy. He takes care of the bodies. He doesn't even have much experience in the entertainment industry. He's just the muscles for these executives to control entertainers. His manager was basically glued to Yu Meng Long the entire time. That's what she says. When she met Yu Meng Long's manager, she thought this was his bodyguard. She initially thought it was so thoughtful of the agency to hire bodyguards for all their talent, but turns out he's the manager. He's always around, keeping an eye on Yu Meng Long. It's just weird. Kay says the thing with the agency that he's signed to is they don't really care if Yu Meng Long is successful or not. They don't care about the money because they don't need the money. They already have it all. The entire agency is a front for sex and crimes. There are 4 big ways that talent agencies in China have been exposed. So one of the biggest ways is blow up the palace contracts. Let's say a film production company decides in their movie they need to have a scene where they have a replica palace or a castle, and it's one of those big historical landmarks, and they need to, boom, blow it up. Because when are pyrotechnics not the whole point of movie making? They find a company that can make a castle, and then boom, blow it up. But that company is very conveniently owned by the main director, producer's wife or brother or uncle. And they're saying, we need $1 million to blow up a castle. So they get a contract for $1 million, but really all they need is like $50,000 to make it happen. So they're just pocketing the rest and everyone knows they're doing it. They're just laundering and pocketing the money from the big money backers in the industry. Then you have yin and yang contracts. These are 2 contracts for celebrities that work in the movie industry. 1 public contract, 1 private contract. Let's say I want famous Mr. Movie Man in my movie. I give him a Yang contract that goes public. Mr. Movie Man is making $1 million for the movie. The deal has been inked. The ink is dry. The $1 million Mr. Movie Man is going to pay taxes on because that's his revenue from this movie. That's his earnings. But that's not really what he's getting paid because there's a Ying contract that's hidden where it says, I'm going to pay Mr. Movie Man $100 million under the table that he does not need to pay taxes on because it's hidden from the public. Nobody will know. There was a huge crackdown on this, and that is what the massive, huge actress Fan Bingbing went down for, although she's back and making a comeback. And also, it seems like a lot of people in the industry did this. She just happened to get caught. And then there are ghost theaters. This started a long time ago. Movie productions would have midnight movie launches. They would say, hey everyone, at 12 a.m., our movie is going to premiere at all of your local theaters. Go and buy a ticket. You go to the movie theater, and this movie is playing every 15 minutes. All the rooms in the theater are booked for this movie. So you're like, I stayed up so I could watch this movie. Can I purchase a ticket? Every single theater room has been privately bought for private events. One person is booking out entire movie theater A so that they can bring all their friends and family to watch this movie. It's so strange. And immediately the next day, after just 12 hours of being out, this movie has smashed box records. Like all the box office records have been destroyed, plummeted by this movie. And now everyone online is like, oh my gosh, I have to go see this movie because everyone's obsessed with it. Or you go online and you finally decide, I'm going to pay for a ticket. You get a little, you open the screen, all the seats are in red, except for at the very back, there's like 3 seats open. Worst seats in the house. You purchase it, you go to the theater, the entire theater is empty. What happened to all those purchased seats? That doesn't make any sense. Then you go online and everyone's talking about, I went to this movie. This movie has smashed all the records. Everyone's going to this movie. Oh my goodness, this is the next It movie. What are they talking about? It's a ghost theater. They will purchase and buy out all of these theaters, and they get a little, they're working with the theater. So the movie production company will tell the theaters, hey, I want you to play this movie every 15 minutes. We're going to do a midnight release, and I'm just going to purchase all the tickets so that we can say, build up hype for this movie. Everyone's going to want to see it because everyone's seeing it, right? So then you're going to give me a little bit of that money back because you're not really dealing with thousands of people. It's going to be empty the whole night. You give me a little money back, you get business, and then more people are going to come see. It's a win-win. And the movie production, they're also going to get more investors because, wow, these people, they know how to sell out movies. That's the third way. And then the fourth way is just straight up money laundering contracts. Talent agencies will allegedly create shell companies in famous actors and actresses' names using their signatures to open up these shell companies to launder money through. Sometimes the talent don't even know that that's happening. That seems to be a thing. The front is, the talent agency has connections to wealthy investors in the entertainment industry. These wealthy investors also have tons of other business dealings and tons of other money launderings that they want to funnel through this talent agency. So just come up with a bunch of shell names for the talent. If they get caught, whatever, throw them under the bus, who cares? Netizens were able to allegedly source and find multiple shell companies made in Yu Meng Long's names that specialize specifically in military contracts. This is a whole thing recently where a lot of Chinese government officials and party leaders have, like any other country, have been accused of embezzling funds from massive military contracts so that they can profit tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars. Yu Meng Long is signed to a government-run talent agency, and this 37-year-old man who wears a $30 puffer jacket, who graduated from Beijing Arts Academy, who donates money to patients with leukemia, he has a company that does military deals, operating in the sales of weaponry, firearms, gunpowder, fireworks. It's said that there is massive amounts, tens of millions of dollars going into and out of the shell company, none of which leads back to Yu Meng Long. None of which. It is believed that Yu Meng Long found out about this and did not want to be a part of this. So he gathered the evidence of what is happening, what the agency is doing in his name that he is not part of, and he wanted out. That is one of the theories. Either out of his contract with his agency, which, by the way, if he wanted out of his contract with his agency, he would have to pay about $30 million to get out. Perhaps he just wanted to walk out of the business. It is alleged that he gathered all this information on a USB and used it as leverage to the higher-ups to get me out of here. There's a lot with this USB rabbit hole that we're going to get down. Lots of people confirming the theory, debunking the theory.
All of this information allegedly was stored in a red USB.
Yes, that he brought to this dinner party and that he swallowed. There's reasons why people think that he swallowed this USB, and we're going to get into that in the next part. There is belief that he was killed for this USB before he was allegedly thrown off the 5th floor window to stage his death. But people think that this is a very real thing that happened. Others believe that Yu Meng Long knew about the existence for these shell companies for a little while, and they were actually being used against him for leverage. Hey, if you don't sleep with this rich, wealthy executive or investor, we're going to expose you for money laundering, which he is taking no part in and he has no control over. But it has been reported that before all of this was censored, netizens found at least 4 dozen different shell companies operating in Yu Meng Long's name, with money going in and out primarily from weapon sales. None of the money was going to Yu Meng Long. And we're going to go into the whole rabbit hole of who is involved with the USB theory, who is involved in the money laundering theory. We're going to cover that in the next part, along with all the other developing theories, such as the very big, currently developing story where hackers have gotten together to try and hack into the phones of the major people who were likely involved and were there at the dinner party that night, which I thought sounded like a plot straight out of a movie. Until you see that they're genuinely releasing private information about all the parties that were present. Their full names, government IDs, government social security numbers, full private home addresses to private properties that people did not know that they lived in. It would not be publicly available information for these types of people this high up, for this socioeconomic class. So it doesn't just seem like a greater than fiction, hackers are gonna put justice to this. It seems like they're getting something. I don't know if it's legitimate, but to some degree, it seems like something is happening there. There's also further conversations that the same hackers found videos on the partygoers' phones that show Yu Meng Long being tortured, as well as his dog being killed in front of him for the sake of compliance.
Wow.
It was believed that it was likely recorded to make sure that he stays quiet about everything, that they can use this likely essay torture video to blackmail him into giving them what they want.
And the latest also development is they found there's 3 locations that he has been
detained. So they use the word detained, but it's basically, if this is true, he was held captive and kidnapped.
For a long time, for weeks.
And if we're going to go through the timeline, because the last time that he made a public appearance, his last live, a lot of people think that he was sending out help signals. A lot of people think that he was doing the 540, that's what they call it in China, but like we know this as like the domestic violence signal in America, or like the help signal. There's like a different variation that people believe that he was doing, and there's a lot to go through in the timeline, and people have allegedly formed these purchasing groups where they all pitch in money and view the videos to try and see if these videos are real, and if it does look like Yu Meng Long, or if it's AI, or if these videos even exist. AI, all the reports of those people coming out right now, and again, we don't know if any of this is true. We don't know if these are unhinged people on the internet making up lies. We don't know. One thing I will say about this case is, I know in America it could be easier to make up rumors for the sake of making up rumors, and conspiracies, it's like they have legs of their own and they run 20 miles way too far off the deep end. But with this case, there have been 3 arrests made, which again, we'll dive deeper into later. Yeah. These 3 arrests are not for anyone that might be involved in Yu Meng Long's death. These 3 arrests are against people who have allegedly spread rumors about Yu Meng Long's death. So in China, if these are Chinese netizens saying that they saw this video, they are likely not putting out lies on the internet for the sake of putting out lies. People's accounts are easily traceable these days, especially in China, where you need to have specific, like your ID number to sign up for a lot of different platforms. It would just be very counterproductive for people to make
Okay. The fuck?
So in China, if these are Chinese netizens saying that they saw this video, they are likely not putting out lies on the internet for the sake of putting out lies. People's accounts are easily traceable these days, especially in China, where you need to have specific, like your ID number to sign up for a lot of different platforms. It would just be very counterproductive for people to make up lies for the sake of getting attention online. What attention? Their account is likely going to get suspended within a day. They're not going to get attention. If anything, they're going to get arrested. So I will say there is that element, but we don't know if these people could be foreigners. We don't know. The only thing that we know for sure is that whatever happened to Yu Meng Long that night, there are people that know what happened, and they were there when he died. the dinner party goers, one of which went on to tweet around the time of that dinner party that Yu Meng Long attends. Just one word: yummy. That's it. No context, nothing else. People believe that he's talking about essaying Yu Meng Long. Another one goes on, this is a famous actress that I've actually talked about before. She goes on to post live photos of dinner and all of these other things. I mean, she's a famous actress. I don't know if she knew that these were live photos. I don't think so, that she's posting. And one of them, you can hear what sounds like someone saying like, he's still fighting, he's still resisting. Someone is literally saying he's still resisting.
Yeah.
And then another one where someone says it sounds like you can hear a slap at the end.
That could be
Other dinner
though.
party guests are publicly fighting online about whether or not they were there at the party, trying to expose each other, but they're ending up exposing everyone. And some dinner party guests have been seemingly directly tied to probably one of the most powerful people in all of China. So we know that these people at the party, they know what happened to Yu Meng Long. We know that they don't want to talk. We know that they're powerful. And we don't know anything else. We don't know if it's true that he was forced to watch his pet dogs get killed. We don't know if it's true that his mother has been detained by the government to make sure that she doesn't start asking for justice for her son. We don't know if there are other celebrities from the same agency that died mysteriously that are connected to the same powerful people. We don't know if these things are true, but we are going to explore all of those theories and all those connections in the next part, in part 2 of the Yu Meng Long case. So with that, stay safe, and I will see you in the next one.
I was not expecting that. Ouch. I was not expecting that at all. I'm gonna wait tomorrow to do any kind of hair because I feel like I'm missing some product that I ordered today on Amazon. And when I'm gonna get them tomorrow, it's gonna make my life easier because right now I really feel like something's missing. Also, wow. That is that's a lot. But I feel like I've been streaming for a minute. Like it's crazy because usually my get ready with me videos are not that long. They're not that long. But today today was really long. So anyway, I'm gonna take a break. I'm pretty much done, almost done undoing my hair. I'm not gonna continue the Yu Meng Long story quite yet, but next time this is definitely the video that I'm gonna be watching. It's a 2-hour 30 video, and it's fucking 8:30. I am not starting this now. Cannot believe that it's 8:30. All that for nothing. It's fine though. Practice makes perfect. I haven't done my hair in so long. I guess it's not that crazy that I'm out of practice. But regardless, this was interesting. This is like such a weird case. I don't know. I felt like I was not expecting that for China. But anyway, yay! This is my stream for today. I will see you guys tomorrow, most likely, or I don't know when, but eventually. Anyway, bye bye. Maybe I'll stream later tonight for not music video, for gaming. Maybe I'll stream later tonight for gaming, but I don't want to make any promises.